Before I get started, I wanted to say again, I take the prices on or around midnight, Central Standard Time. On August 7, 2022, the price recorded for Ethereum was 1,675.54, up 111.07 from the recorded price of 1,564.47 on July 24, 2022. Down 36.60 though, from the price recorded on August 6, 2022, the day before, of 1,712.14. On August 8, 2022, the recorded price was 1,717.65, up 153.18 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, and also up 42.11 from the recorded price the day before. On August 9, 2022, the price recorded was 1,769.35, up 204.88 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, and up 51.70 from the price recorded the day before. On August 10, 2022, the recorded price for Ethereum was 1,681.68, up 117.21 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but down 87.67 from the recorded price the day before. On August 11, 2022, the price recorded was 1,890.53, up 326.06 from the recorded price of 1,564.47 on July 24, 2022, and up 208.85 from 1,681.68. The price recorded on August 10, 2022, the day before. On August 12, 2022, the recorded price was 1,888.78, up 324.31 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but down 1.75 from the recorded price from the day before. On August 13, 2022, the price recorded was 2,007.28, up 442.81 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, and up 118.50 from the price recorded the day before.
In Mesopotamia, and in a temple on the Acropolis at Gortyn on Crete, probably dating from the Archaic period. Liver receives the most attention of the organs. Health is taken as a sign that the god was present in it. Anatomically, it was commonly thought to be the source of blood for the body, and so had a fundamental role in determining the vitality of the organism. Liver sits as a locus of the emotions, analogous to the position the heart takes in later European traditions. In the case of the liver, there is a particular prominence of the emotions of anger, grief, fear, and anxiety. In the magical tradition, a target's liver is subject to attack in the case of erotic spells. Other organs of interest are the heart and lungs. The Greeks borrowed the idea of the significance of entrails from the cultures of the ancient Near East, where it is in evidence in among the Assyrians, Hittites, and Mesopotamians. The practice is very old. Clay representation of a divinatory liver that survives from Mesopotamia dates from the 18th century BC, and reveals a discipline already developed enough by then to produce a relatively elaborate and inscribed practical model. Comparable model livers show up around the Near East and also in the classical period near Rome. The bronze liver of Piacenza dates from the late 2nd century BC. About the size of a fist and elaborately inscribed, its affinities with the Mesopotamian models that predate it by a millennium indicate a clear line of influence. The Near Eastern to the Italian practices. The ways in which the Piacenza liver is stylized depart from actual anatomy in ways that parallel the Mesopotamian versions. Homer speaks of divination from animal parts, but only in a circumscribed way. He refers to a certain kind of sacrificing priest, Thuascus, who is apparently interested in gauging whether the burned sacrifices have been accepted by the gods or not. The distinction between this practice and the more elaborate examination of aspects of the entrails themselves is preserved in the Prometheus text with which we began, where divination from the thigh bones wrapped in fat is treated as a separate category from divination from the smoothness, color, or symmetry of the organs. We have evidence of both kinds in the classical period. The testimony of Sophocles' Antigone mentioned above shows the main question to be whether the sacrifice is accepted by the divinity, indicating divine favor or disfavor. On the other hand, Plato assumes a rich set of hermeneutical possibilities built into the liver in his discussion of the organ in the Timaeus section in Euripides' Electra also indicates the fuller range. Aegeus thus disembowels a calf, takes the entrails in his hands, and on inspection sees that the liver is lacking a lobe, portending trouble, and the portal vein and gallbladder reveal oncoming threats. There are some 20 representations of liver inspection on Attic vases from 530 to 490 BC, indicating a well-developed interest, which probably accrued some complexity and detail. In historical accounts, we find mainly simpler descriptions, without the anatomical specifics, of an omen from sacrifice being favorable or unfavorable. Technical vocabulary that Greeks and Romans use for labeling the significant portions of the liver is shared with the ancient Near East. In each tradition, observers could see a gate, path, river, and a head or lobe. Even some of the particular interpretive moves show a measure of overlap that cannot be coincidental. A missing lobe or head is taken to mean disaster for the king, and multiple such lobes mean a rivalry for power. For all, the language points to increments along a binary logic of auspicious and inauspicious. A normal, healthy-looking liver was a good sign. Bad signs are seen in plugged-up pathways, non-standard color, and especially deformities. The more dramatic, the more significant. Beyond this basic architecture, the Romans leave behind more evidence of a system than the Greeks. Both Cicero and Livy speak of a pars hostilis and a pars familiaris. This adds a further layer of interpretive possibilities, with the pars hostilis being a negative twin of the other, and allowing for another doubling of significant criteria. The Piacenza liver confirms this and gives fascinating further information. It is an Etruscan product, inscribed elaborately with Etruscan names of gods. In its shape, it has a clear left-right split indicated by a cleft, and exaggerated protuberances standing for the gallbladder, portal vein, and caudate lobe. The inscriptions are nearly all on the visceral side. A band of markings around the perimeter divides it into 16 sections, each inscribed with the name of a god, or sometimes two. Several sources indicate that the Etruscans divided the heavens into 16 regions, with each of them being the house of a different god. Do not have evidence of such an understanding of the heavens outside the Etruscan world. This indicates that observers would correlate conditions in the microcosmic areas of the liver with macrocosmic regions of the skies and the gods that lived there. Divination by entrails becomes intertwined with observation of the skies, whether lightning, or birds, or of the heavens more generally. The model, then, functioned as a portable instrument. Given the degree of stylization, it would be more likely to be the tool of an expert than a non-expert. Within the perimeter are 24 interior quadrants, with further names inscribed. The interpretive possibilities with 40 total regions overlaid by overall binary aspects are exponentially large. In this greater degree of elaboration, the Roman system is more like Near Eastern precedents than the Greek evidence shows. As was the case with divination from birds, the Romans regulated and maintained the reading of entrails within a social institution. Roman extispicy was overseen by a haruspices, and the augurs appear to have had nothing to do with it. The institution of the haruspices had a less strict and systematized character than that of the augurs. Not quite an office, and not formed into a college until the late Republic, the the haruspices was most often an independent expert drawn from the local Etruscan population. According to legend, the technique was handed down from one Tags, an Etruscan dwarf who emerged from a farmer's furrow in Roman mythic times. Haruspices could render an official opinion on the meaning of entrails only upon being asked by a body of magistrates. They provided responses that were then accepted or not. Their expertise also covered prodigies and lightning. It is noteworthy that the Romans both abundantly consulted entrails and also consistently ascribed the practice to the Etruscans. In a cultural trope that is historically common, reminiscent of the stylized views of Native Americans among culturally dominant groups in North America, the Romans saw in a conquered local people a distinctive and exotic religious expertise. In a telling hyperbole, Livy tells us that the Etruscans were the nation more than any other devoted to religious rites. This social position of exoticism simultaneously provides a distinctive power and raises a potential hostility among interested clients. The rage that Gracchus expresses upon receiving an unwelcome judgment, insulting the haruspices as foreigners, cannot have been idiosyncratic to him. While governmental mechanisms existed to consult the haruspices, they maintained a certain distance from the state apparatus. Private haruspices were under the employ of generals and magistrates. It is the haruspix spurina who, upon observing a sacrificial beast missing a heart, and then on the next day seeing a liver missing its head, warns Julius Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Two ideas competed to explain the emergence of divine signs in the entrails. Some thought the god intervenes at the moment of the sacrifice and places a stamp on the innards. Others found this idea unappealing since it made the divine out to be a kind of busybody, with time enough to do menial work. The second idea suggests that the divine is involved by guiding the selection of which animal is sacrificed. We also have testimony that divination from entrails was connected with an additional important method. It formed a preliminary ritual before the delivery or oracles at Delphi. Divine insight and animal ways of knowing. Just as animals are a prominent theme in the study of divinatory practice, so too in ancient divinatory theory. There are three main currents of philosophical thought on divination, and, counterintuitively, when thinkers draw the connecting line of communication between the gods and us, they consistently construct the path via the realm of animals. The first two schools of thought, coming from Plato and Aristotle, understand divinatory insights to be tied with animal instinct, and to belong to a fringe form of cognition that is specifically connected with humans' animal natures. The Stoics, by contrast, embrace divination as an important piece of their understanding of the cosmos as a whole, and of humans as part of it. To explain divine signs, they centrally appeal to the principle that the cosmos is itself a living animal, zoon. The idea pre-exists in Plato's Timaeus, but they develop it much further, proposing that because the cosmos is a single creature, it must course through and through with interconnections by which otherwise hidden conditions can be observed. The theories vary from thinker to thinker, but in each case they have to do not with abstractions or the disembodied realms philosophers customarily linked with the divine. Rather, they are anchored in the creaturely side of the human and the corporeal dimensions of the world. According to Plato, there is a portion of the human soul that is identical with the soul of animals, and it is specifically to this part that divinatory insight belongs. While he regularly references divination as a literary motif, making it an emblem of non-discursive knowledge and referencing it in a variety of tones, sometimes mocking, sometimes neutral, sometimes with a rather profound sincerity, divination as a topic in its own right interests him in the Timaeus. This dialogue is distinctive in the corpus for being anchored on the concept of the animal, zoon. To a unique degree here, he understands the anthropos as an animal, a creature, among the others. He entertains broad discussions of such matters as anatomy, reproduction, digestion, and metabolism, and treats our corporeal, creaturely natures as a consequential piece of what it is to be human. Plato speaks of the creation of the universe itself as a cosmic living animal, narrates that a race of human animals was fabricated in its image. Further, he claims that non-human animals are then directly derived from humans. The original race of men was given a three-part soul, with the highest divine part, reason, housed in the head. It rules over the lower parts, including the lowest one, which is placed below the midriff in the lower trunk. It has a sinister, animalistic cast. The creators had to bind this one down there like a wild beast, where it is constantly grazing at its manager. In addition to these pungent metaphors, he explicitly equates this part of the human soul with the souls of animals. Humans are the original race of creatures. Through reincarnation, the first race of men bequeathed their souls to following generations. Those among them who did not keep the highest parts of their souls robust were reborn as creatures equipped only with lower orders of soul, and these became the non-human animals. So Agni puts a finer point on the animalistic side of the human soul. More than just being animal-like, it is actually not distinguishable from the soul of an animal. Now, all three parts of the soul, even the lowest, engage in distinctive cognitive activities. These are related to their internal movements. The rational intellect operates like our internal gyroscope, spinning in alignment with the motion of the fixed stars, and the soul's lowest, animal part mostly lurches about and produces only appetitive desires. But occasionally during sleep, when most of the soul is dormant, the animal part can become soothed and begin to spin in alignment. When it does, it is able to achieve its own kind of insight, divination through dreams, which he calls a phantom image of daytime intellectual activity. Plato further deepens the animalistic and corporeal character of this cognition and, in a bold move, links it directly to divination by the liver, tells us that the gods created the organ of the liver as a safeguard that soothes the lower soul when its animalistic desires get out of hand. The liver mirrors images from our upper soul that either calm or frighten the lower soul into submission. Plato elaborates that this is why this organ in recently slain animals contains the signs it does, though he plays down their usefulness. The gods granted this capacity to the very lowest part of our soul as a compensation to it, he says. They rectified the vile part in us by establishing divination there, so that it might in some degree lay hold of the truth. Aristotle thinks that people can achieve insights in their dreams that are unavailable to their higher intellects, and, using his own distinctive intellectual resources, he also maps these cognitive capabilities onto the parts of our souls, those that we share with animals. The most important treatise on the topic, his On Divination by Dreams, claims that only people who have atrophied higher intellects are able to achieve such insights. He speaks of vibrations from faraway events that move through the air at night, when it tends to be still, and are then assembled into a prescient dream image by the soul. To account for that assembly, he rules out appeals to the highest, discursive, self-aware part of the soul, for that is precisely what is dormant during sleep. And it is especially dormant among those who have very little of it to begin with. Simpletons, the melancholic, the talkative, and those out of their wits are better able to see what comes next in their nocturnal visions because they are most easily pulled along the vector towards which the external vibrations are proceeding. In this way they get a vision that correlates to the way events in the outside world are tending. He connects this kind of cognition directly with animal instinct. It is counterintuitive for Aristotle that empty-headed people should have insights to which those with robust intellects are blind, and he tries to explain how lower-level cognitive operations achieve some intellectual gain. In the Eudemian Ethics he links accurate dreamers with another strange group, which he also observes strictly among dim-witted people, those with consistent good luck. These groups benefit from a rudimentary form of cognition that we share with animals, and in fact all things with souls. Consistently across his corpus, Aristotle divides the soul's functions into three main layers. All living things have the nutritive capacity, which regulates the powers to grow and reproduce. A smaller group, the subset of animals, are in addition capable of perception, and within this group a further subset, humans, have an even higher capacity on top of that and are capable of reason. Our reasoning is by far the most advantageous information processing center, but the lower orders produce incremental good outcomes as well. He links both the psychic assembling of prescient dreams and the spontaneous actions that result in good luck to the most rudimentary of the psychic functions. He claims they emerge from a class of psychic movements beneath our awareness that characterize the nutritive soul. They go under the technical term of hormai, or impulses. The hormai are unself-conscious inclinations to do things, below the level of thought and even of conscious desire. They are involuntary activities, such as those that result in digestion and gestation, which produce obviously good things.
distribution is clearly indicated at the beginning of each group of books. I, IV, VII, X, XII, while in the first chapter of the book, XV, we have a clear summary of the whole preceding argument, showing how the several divisions have been treated each in 3 books. The first 3 books discuss the threefold system of pagan theology: mythical, allegorical, and political. 78b, 3, D, 3. The next 3, IV, VI, give an account of the chief oracles of the worship of demons and of various opinions of Greek philosophers on the doctrine of fate and free will. Books VI through IX give reasons for preferring the religion of the Hebrews, founded chiefly on the testimony of various authors to the excellency of their scriptures and the truth of their history. In books XII, Eusebius argues that the Greeks had borrowed from the older theology and philosophy of the Hebrews, dwelling especially on the supposed dependence of Plato upon Moses. In the last 3 books, the comparison of Plato with Moses is continued, and the mutual contradictions of other Greek philosophers, especially the Peripatetics and Stoics, are exposed and criticized. A like orderly arrangement is observed in the smaller division of each group. Book I, or Book 1, after stating the general purpose and plan of his intended work, chapters 1 through 5, Eusebius takes a brief survey of the earliest notions of the origin of the word, of mankind, and of the gods from the writings of Diodorus Siculus, Plutarch, Xenophon, Plato, and Porphyry. Chapters 6 through 9, 17b, 30d, showing that a simpler worship of sun, moon, and stars had preceded the endless theogonies and bloody sacrifices of the manifold forms of superstition among the heathen nations. The remainder of the books, 31a, 42d, is occupied by Philo's translation of Sanchuniathon's account of the Phoenician theology, and Sanchuniathon's is spelled Sanchuniathon, and then apostrophe S. Okay, which is Sanchunion. In Book 2, the religion of Egypt and of Greece are described in the words of Diodorus and of Clement of Alexandria, after which Eusebius himself states his reasons for rejecting both the gross legends of the older mythology and the physical explanations by which later philosophers endeavored to throw a decent veil of allegoric interpretation over the shameless obscenities of their ancestral religion, and ends the book by a description of the comparative purer religion of Rome from Dionysius of Halicarnassus, and Dionysius of Halicarnassus is spelled Dionysius, Dionysius, and Halicarnassus, which is really hard to pronounce, is Halicarnassus. In Book 3, the physical explanations of the Greek and the allegoric theory of the Egyptians are further described in the language of Plutarch, Diodorus, and Porphyry, with brief criticisms by Eusebius himself, chapters 1 through 8. Then, after quoting the Orphic hymn in which Zeus is described as the all, both body and soul, of the universe, with Porphyry's comments upon it, Eusebius proceeds to examine quietly at leisure what, after all, the verses declare Zeus to be. 102a. On this passage, Gessner founded a charge of forgery against our author, whom he supposed to have introduced the verse in order to show that the Orphic poem taught the existence of the one true God. And even Codworth strangely fell into the same error. Intellectual System, IV 17. Fortunately, Eusebius, while refuting Porphyry, has given us his own interpretation of the verses, showing at considerable length, 102a through 108a, that they represented the world as a great animal to which the name of Zeus is applied, his mind being nothing else than the ether. Compare Valkenaer, Valkkenaer, diatribe, Diatrib, de Aristobulo, Aristobulo, XXVI. After quoting Porphyry again in the physical theologies of Greece and Egypt, 108b through 117b or d, Eusebius himself exposed their contradictions and absurdities in 5 remaining chapters of the book, 118a through 127c. In the second group of 3 books, IV to VI, he passes on from the mythical and physical systems of Greek theology to the political forms of religion upheld and enforced by laws of the several states. Books IV and V are only occupied with discussions of the oracles and their pretending prophecies and healings, which are attributed both by Eusebius and by the witnesses whom he quoted to the activity of evil demons. The evidence of these subjects is for the most part taken from Porphyry's work on the philosophy to be derived from oracles, fragments of which are preserved by Eusebius in his extant of well-known work on abstinence from animal food. The last 9 chapters are devoted to the subject of human sacrifices. The chief witnesses being Porphyry, Dionysius, and Halicarnassus, and Diodorus Siculus. In Book V, the nature and operation of demons, the incantations by which they may be controlled, and their regard for the images in which they are supposed to be presented or present, are described in extracts from Plutarch on the cessation of oracles, from Porphyry's work already mentioned, and from his epistle of Enibo. The latter half of the book is occupied by most interesting and witty satire upon the oracles for the work of Oenomas, Oenomaus, entitled The Detection of Impostors. Book XI is devoted to the subject of fate and free will in connection with astrology, the evidence being supplied by Porphyry, Onamus, I'm just going to call her Onamus, Onomaus, Oenomaus, Diogenes, Diogenes, Diogeninus, Alexander of Aphrodisias, Aphrodiasias, Bardesanes, the Syrian, and Origin. In the 6th chapter, we have a good specimen of the clear argumentative style of Eusebius himself. With much force and earnestness, he defends the freedom of the will against the fatalism of pagan religion, and especially of the Stoic philosophy. By the independence with which he maintains the cause of liberty, morality, and duty, it is evident that no such teaching as that of Pelagius has had as yet disturbed men's mind, or called forth the decisions of the Church on the doctrines of grace. Dictionnaire des Sciences Philosophiques, II 340. The next group consisted of books XII through IX, deals with the religion of the Hebrews. Of book XII, the first half, 298d through 322d, is the work of Eusebius himself, describing the lives and religion of the patriarchs and the doctrines of Moses and the prophets of divine providence, on God as the first cause of the universe and on the Word as the second cause. In the latter half of the book, the same subjects are illustrated from Jewish and Christian authors: Philo, Dionysius of Alexandria, Origen, and Methodius. Beck VII consists of the history of the Septuagint as described by Aristeas, of quotations concerning the Exodus and the law from Philo, Josephus, and Eleazar the high priest, on the biblical anthropomorphism from Aristobulus, and 2 accounts of the Essenes from Philo, followed by his views of creation and of providence. Book IX contains the testimony of heathen writers who have made mention of the Jews, a 3rd account of the Essenes by Porphyry, quotations by Josephus from Hecataeus of Abdera, Clercus the Peripatetic, 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 Chlorillus the poet,
Okay, getting everything set up to see if I can get this working. Right now, I am in the process of testing out all of the audio and everything on Rumble Studio. They want me to stream everything alone, so that means I need to have it set up as or for myself. So that's what I gotta do. There we go. There's my avatar. I got that set up. Um, Now, what else I am going to do now is I'm going to start trying to stream real quick. Let's see what that looks like actually. Transform that, get it to fit the screen. And of course, that does not. Oh, there we go. All right. So here we are. Um, so that, well, that's interesting. I didn't expect that to happen. Hmm. So now if I take this and then I put it, that's weird. Hmm. Hold on. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Um, no. Fit the screen. How is that supposed to be that small? I do not understand. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Um, Gotta shut that down. My OBS is acting weird today. Oh, that is something strange. It's always something. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. My screen resolution is different. Oh, wow. Um, I forgot all about that. I've got to go in. Well, it's actually uh, that was pretty strange. Transform, fit to screen. Nope. this I don't understand why it's doing this shit. Um, hmm. Do not understand it. Okay, this is weird, but it's what we got. Um, and now, all right. So let's get this started on the stream. And I come to Rumble and I start. Okay, so I got that. Continue. Go ahead, cancel. Okay, so the ingress should be starting now. And I come here and bam, there we go. There we go. I've got it. Let's see what it looks like on Rumble real quick. See if I sound. Oh, sounds like it's okay. All right, so it's all good there. Now, I'm also going to have to adjust. Yeah, that's our little hangout party right there. You like that? That's all brought to you by Satori D off of Minds.com. If you guys want to get in contact with him and see if he wants to do some artwork for you, that'd be the best way to find him. It's also on YouTube. So, um, pretty good. Pretty good at doing AI. So, if you guys are interested, check him out. I want to put out a plug for him because he never does it himself. He's like one of these hippie technotronic dudes, all hip and everything into the megaverse of the cryptocurrency world of technology. Yo, what's up? So somebody's got to do it for him. Okay, I'm setting up Tech Talk, believe it or not. Don't be fooled by the images that you're seeing there because that's what it is. It's Tech Talk. Now I have to send out an invite to everybody who wants to come. I'm going to put them out on Elements first. And once somebody gets in here, then I can get. Oh shit! I fucked up, didn't I? Yes, I did. Turn that off. All right. So now that that's all set up, I need to see what's going on here. Now, see, I've got to keep the. There we go. He came in. Mark Edward, you in
I,
there?
I love how you do all the time. It's very, very last minute.
I can't hear a word you're saying there. What did you?
Is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Yeah, I just said I love how you leave all the sound checks and everything to the very last minute.
Well, I mean, I actually started this at like 4:30, so I'm going in and I'm switching everything back around to where.
Okay.
To,
Well, my sound check could be all over the place. My sound could be all over the place. Or Mr. Roger, my sound, that sound check. Jeez, what was that?
I have no freaking clue. That was crazy as hell. What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I thought that was your end.
That is weird.
Okay.
That's freaking weird, man. Seriously, I don't have any clue where that came from.
Something like microphone reverb.
Yeah, that was strange.
See, but you see what I mean about sound checks.
Yeah,
Good example.
that is crazy. Let me come in here. I'll check my microphone on OBS.
Okay. It sounds okay now. It was just that minute as I was talking about sound.
Now, the only problem I'm having is now the only problem I'm having is right there whenever it comes in. I right there whenever it comes in. It has I'm having an issue with the audio.
You echoing.
I'm having an issue with the audio and stuff.
You are really echoing.
Am I?
Echo, 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 echo.
How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds okay.
Okay, good. So
Cool.
we've got that taken care of. Now I have to figure out a way of getting your guys' voices on OBS.
Your little image creeping up just underneath me is a bit scary.
You don't like that image?
No, it's just where it's positioned. It's a bit scary. It looks like I've got a hand puppet or something. I've got my hand off the backside or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have to do that because I have to have an avatar or my webcam set up.
Yeah, why can't you just display another panel?
In order to
just display another panel with your avatar in it.
Well, I mean, I could.
That'd be more convenient. That would be more.
I could do this. You see, just do it like that. Or I could come up here and do screen share. You know. But if I did this on solo, it would just be my.
Yeah, your image is going to appear there all the time. All the time. So if somebody does a screen share, your image will still be there.
Oh.
So if we're referencing a website, an example, we're displaying a website, your image is there.
Oh, wow. I've just figured out a big issue. I know what the problem was. Okay, say something or talk for a while. Let me get your voice down.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, and P, Q. Is that okay?
I think I put filters on it. Yeah, it's getting. It's.
Why is my voice that horrible? Why are you sticking filters on voice?
It's actually weirder than all
that. Please, no filters on voices. It's not necessary and it's not appropriate.
I don't know exactly why.
Okay, you've gone quiet.
Okay, go ahead and say something real quick.
Say something real quick.
I almost bet you I know what the problem is. Your voices or our voices are too high on
What? I sound like Mickey Mouse or something. Uh,
No, it's on the actual thing, man. Like, so. Okay, I think I got it now. Say something.
you
I want
sure?
to check your voice level.
Okay, checking voice level. One,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
There you go. Sounds good.
Yeah,
Advanced audio
I'm not sure about
properties.
that. Your avatar being
Turn.
there all the time. It just seems odd.
It couldn't possibly be my mic, could it?
You sound okay, my end.
Well, I mean, it's just it's got that feedback. Can you hear?
No, because you've got that noise cancellation thing on.
Can you
You've
hear
got
that feedback?
No, because you've got that noise. Oh, no, I can. Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
hear
no, I
that
can.
feedback?
No, I can. Oh, no, I can. Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
hear
no, I
that
can.
feedback?
No, I can. Oh, no, I can.
Can you
Yeah. God. Uh, God. Yeah, I can hear feedback. Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear echo in what? Yeah, 3, 4 seconds. Yeah, 5 seconds. Echo in. Actually, sped up a bit, but yeah, still there.
Okay, can
Freaking.
okay, say something real quick.
Say something
Say
real
something real
quick.
quick.
Hello. Real quickly. Any good? Fuck.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, you actually sound better now. You sound louder.
Okay. So
Now you disconnected. Oh God. It's Roger. Come in, Roger. Anybody there?
yeah, I'm here. I ended up screwing up and getting everything real crazy and stuff. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is the tricky part. I'm going to have to mute out so that I can actually pull the audio from here onto the stream so that I can pick it up on the other places. So, um,
Hey.
yeah, it's really weird. It, It's really, really weird. Now I'm gonna start.
So,
I'm gonna start YouTube up real quick. See what it sounds like.
okay.
This was only just for Rumble, by the way.
Okay.
That's how crazy that shit was. It was like that was just for Rumble. Now the rest of them are going to the other outlets because I have to. Um, I have to do Rumble Studio separate than what I do the other ones. Because Rumble Studio is special and they need to have special priority.
I thought by now we've been using Rumble for what, a couple of months now. I thought you would have your workflow down to a T.
Well, it changed up now because I went and I got Premiere or Premium so that frickin' we could do monetization on Rumble Studio. And now there's a whole bunch of new rules that you have to have. That's why I need to have that avatar sitting next to you so that I look all cool and spiffy next to you.
Why don't you, like I said, why don't you just create another panel with just your avatar in that, like
Oh, that's what I
conventional, more
that's
conventional.
that's what I got now. I'm good. I'm cool.
Okay, it just seems bizarre.
Now I'm waiting to see if um, it's even being picked up on YouTube. I haven't even gotten. I mean, it's not even. It's not even showing up. To be honest, on there. Say something real quick.
Something real quick, yet again.
Okay.
Something real quick, yet again. Yeah, I
Wow.
can hear that. Something real repeating, yet again. Yeah, I can hear that. Something real repeating, yet again. Something
Okay.
real quick.
So
Yeah, I can hear that. Jesus Christ. Something real quick. Yeah, I can
well, at least I hear a voice.
I can hear my voice repeated 3-4 times now. My voice repeated 3-4 times now. My voice repeated echo, echo. I can hear my voice. God, that's bizarre.
Isn't it so cool, dude?
It's no, 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 and no.
No.
No, 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 and no. No, 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 and no. You drive me insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, Jesus. You should change this stream to. You should change this stream to Asylum. You should change this stream to Asylum. You should change this stream to. You should... And breathe, Mark.
All right. So, can you hear me?
Fine.
All right. So I have my voice blacked out on the OBS. Um, Now the OBS has to be able to pick up your voice,
Okay.
and
Without an echo.
now that needs to be monitor only on there, and this has to be monitor only as well for me, I believe.
Why monitor? That means it will cut out every time there's a pause. So if I talk like this, then every 2 seconds.
No, it's coming through fine. I'm
Okay.
I'm using your voice on the actual audio bar to determine what it is that I've got to have
Okay.
there. So. Um,
Shoot, that's in a song or something. Okay,
I'm
that's not a good idea.
actually, it probably was the fact that I had this thing on. I don't know, to be honest. It's really weird how this is working out um, because I am not getting any kind of voice whatsoever on you when it comes to coming over on or either of us, to be honest with you. I don't know. Either of us,
So,
to be
what
honest
are we
with you.
talking
I
about?
don't know.
Your local machine or?
Yeah, I'm wanting.
Okay.
I'm wanting to try to get it. Yeah,
Obviously, you can hear me. So,
I'm wanting to try to get it. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to where it comes over onto like YouTube. Trying to get it to where it comes over onto
now I can hear the
YouTube.
echo coming back from you.
All right. No, that's because YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's. No, that's because YouTube's on.
Oh, so you've got YouTube
Yeah,
on and on.
YouTube. Yeah, I'm wanting to see if I can hear it on YouTube. If I can hear it on YouTube,
Yeah.
I'm wanting to see if I can hear it on YouTube. If I can hear it on YouTube, then I can hear it on the rest of them, and it's all good.
Okay.
Then I can hear it on the rest of them. And it's
What
all
hence
good.
why I can hear you repeating yourself.
Right. Right. Now, say some stuff real quick so that I can hear just your voice after I go quiet. Say some stuff real quick so that I can hear just your voice after I
The
go
echo
quiet.
is killing me. I'm saying something really quickly. What a wonderful day this is. I don't know. Jesus. It's been a long day.
Your voice after I go
It's only
quiet.
good.
Your voice after I go
It's only
quiet.
good.
See, this
Okay.
is
It's only good.
This is
Okay.
it's
only good. I can hear my own
Okay.
echo, yeah. It's only good.
That's ridiculous. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Oh my god.
Yeah. You said, this is ridiculous. Oh my God. Try Snow.
Okay. Now I have okay. Now I have monitor and output. I have monitor and output. And you're on track 2 for the computer, for the desktop on track audio. 2 for
I can hear you echoing again.
Desktop audio.
YouTube.
Yeah, let me see if that's just YouTube doing it, or let me see if that's just YouTube doing it, or yeah, that's YouTube. All right.
Okay.
Now wait a minute. That's YouTube. All right. Now wait a minute. Go ahead and say something.
Oh, God, this
Go
is
ahead
turning
and
out
say
to be a
something.
wonderful day. Lovely.
This is the playback on YouTube. This is the playback on YouTube. Yeah, see, it's just not picking you up.
At all.
Yeah, see, it's just not picking you up. Oh. Oh. This is crazy. This is crazy. So I'm going to have to just switch that back to. I'm going to have to just switch that back to monitor mute output maybe. Monitor mute output maybe. Yeah, it's doing the echo. Yeah, it's doing
Actually,
the echo.
oh, yeah. About 2-3 seconds after you say something.
All right. Actually, there we go. That's right. Actually, there we go. I'm just trying to freaking pick your voice up on there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to freaking pick your voice up on there. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's really messed up. It's really messed up.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Also, what's wrong with saying hello to? What's wrong with having invites from hot chicks saying hello?
Oh, you got to be careful about that stuff, dude.
Yeah, I'm just reading your
you gotta be careful about that stuff,
comment
dude.
on Mind's Help and Support chat session.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll say something real quick.
Hello to
I'll say
all
something
hot
real
chicks
quick.
that's out there. Please invite me to your chats.
Okay, I've got to go in and share from. Oh wow, from Rumble to. This might actually work.
Okay.
I'm keeping YouTube open up and unmuted until I hear your voice come through.
Okay.
And oh wow. This is really, really weird. If nothing else, I'm just gonna have to freaking go straight into opening startup and do.
Would it not just be better to upload the file afterwards?
Well, I mean, I know one thing that I can do, but I don't want to really do it. But I can do screen capture. I can use screen capture and then put in a background video.
Sorry.
I can do a screen capture, which
How
is
is that going to affect audio? Your issues with audio, not with visuals.
you'll see here in a minute. I can go ahead and drop the screen capture or the stream to Rumble, I guess, if I wanted to. And there you go. Say something real quick.
I'm saying something real quick yet again.
Okay. That actually should have came through.
Okay.
Let me see real quick. All right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm echoing again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm echoing again. Okay. 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 Okay. Yeah, I'm echoing. I think I'm going to need some Valium or something after this.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting rid of the echo now, so say something again real quick.
Hello, my name's Mark, and I'm saying something yet again real quickly. Hello, my name's Mark, and I'm saying something yet again real quickly. Hello, Okay. I'm like clear now.
I believe that was it.
Cool.
That's actually it. It worked.
Okay.
So
okay.
I believe we've got that. Now I don't know for sure if we've got my voice or not. So everything was silent there. Yeah. So it sounds like we do have it. It sounds like it's up and going. So
Cool. Cool.
There we go.
Hello. Cool. Hello. Yeah, it's there again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's there again. Cool. 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 Yeah, it's there again.
All right, that'll take care of it. Or it should take care of it.
Are you sure?
I'm hoping it. I'm hoping. I'm not quite sure.
I'm just waiting for a couple of seconds just to see.
Now what I did is I just got rid of the whole voice thing. So let me. Monitor and output on one. That should take care of you. So
Okay.
I'm hoping that I can hear you. Now it's a matter.
Okay.
That's on the video.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. 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 I'm really tempted to swear now.
yeah, I know.
I'm
It's
really tempted to swear now. I'm really, I'm really tempted to swear now.
it's just insane, I tell you. YouTube, let's get back here. Track 2 is where you're supposed to be at. Um, X26. Scene. Rumble Studio. So let me come over here and look and see what we got going on there. And no boys. Now that could be because in the advanced setting I turned off the audio monitor off. And
Okay.
monitor only mute output doesn't seem to do anything. So monitor and output maybe.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
This is driving me nuts. Okay, so
Drive you nuts.
this is driving me nuts. Okay, so if I do okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, so get back on there. You're distracting yourself. So back on there. Distracting yourself. Gotta mute myself inside of the chat.
How come sorry, Rumble shows you twice? One participant's labelled OBS and another participant's labelled you.
That is because I am using what they refer to as an ingest.
Okay. Seems
Or
bizarre.
ingress. Ingress.
Okay. Just seems
If you
bizarre.
notice it says OBS down there.
Yeah. And you yourself being muted.
That's right. So I'm actually talking through OBS.
Yeah. It sort of doesn't really make sense if anybody looks at it.
I feel sorry for anybody who's.
People out there feel sorry for poor old
I
me.
feel sorry for anybody who's looking at this. Now I can't get your voice in. So that's the thing. That's what gets all.
God.
Everything just gets all crazy and shit. Like,
So what have you done since our stream on, when was it? Monday? Tuesday? I remember last time. Yeah, Tuesday.
Tuesday. Well, Wednesday yesterday. Yesterday I
Yeah,
had to
yeah,
do.
but that was on Sky. But that was
I
not
had
your
to.
stream. The last time I had a stream with you was on Tuesday.
Yeah, I know. You said what have I done after that? I was trying to answer your question.
Sorry, you were quiet again. You need to either speak up or
Oh,
do something with your microphone.
I'll turn that back up.
You are
Something
going even
else really
quieter now.
strange.
Jesus.
Really? Yeah, I'm not doing anything either. It's just
Okay, you might have a problem with your microphone because you are quiet. Okay, you might have a problem with your microphone because and now I'm echoing again. Okay, you might have a problem with your microphone because and now I'm echoing again.
Mm-hmm. See.
And now I'm echoing again.
Mm-hmm. See.
And now I'm echoing again.
Mm-hmm. See.
And now I'm echoing again. Maybe I
Crazy.
should put some bill or something to do. Some bill or
Go
something.
to Rumble.
Maybe I should put some bill or something to do. Some bill or
Go
something.
to Rumble.
Maybe I should put some bill or something to do. Some bill or
Go
something.
to. There we go. There we go.
I can hardly hear you. I'm gonna have to increase my microphone, my speakers up even louder. I'm gonna have to increase my microphone, my speakers up even louder. I'm gonna have to increase my microphone, my speakers up even louder. I'm gonna have to increase my microphone, my speakers up even louder. I can hardly hear you. Oh, for God's sake, no, I've got fucking echo after, echo after, echo after, echo after, echo. No, I've got fucking echo after, echo after, echo after, echo after, echo.
Hold up, it's me. I'm testing the audio.
For God's sake, no, I've got fucking echo after, echo after, echo after, echo. At last, thank God for that. Silence is golden. Who had this on that? It's not on Clubhouse, it's not. Tremlos, of course, 1960? No, 1967. So that's we're only testing, and this isn't going to go live, hopefully. I'm going to break YouTube's cardinal. Yeah, I'm going to break YouTube's cardinal thing.
Deep inside, someone, something to hurt. Oh, it's pain to see someone cry, oh, especially when someone is loved. Silence is gold. Silence is
Mm, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Is where you're supposed to be at.
I don't know anything anymore. When was it? I don't know. Monday? Tuesday? When was it? I don't know. Monday? Tuesday? Jesus Christ. Tuesday?
Is where
Jesus Christ. You're telling me, yeah. What? That's you. What? That's you. What? No, that's gonna be Peter. What? No, that's gonna be Peter. What? No, that's gonna be Peter. God. No, that's gonna be Peter. God. No, that's gonna be Peter. Sponsored by Microsoft's Windows Soundscape. 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 This is what they must mean by cruel and unusual torture. This is what they must mean by cruel and unusual torture. This is what they must mean by cruel and unusual torture. This is what they must mean by cruel and unusual torture. This is what they must mean by cruel and unusual torture.
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I can hear you. And I've got echo again on me.
Well, that was because I had the
And I've got echo
desktop audio running. I should have had it muted. So now you can. Now can you hear my voice?
Perfectly. I reversed my speaker volume back to where it was, and yeah, you sound okay. But I can hear myself after 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I can hear myself after 3 seconds.
And see, that's the thing, man. It's like freaking. It's not gonna be all that cool. Oh, actually, I've got a screen share. I got a screen share going. What the fuck am I doing, dude? Oh my god, that's what it was. I was running screen share that whole time.
So screen share includes volume.
Yeah,
Repeating. Oh, actually, I don't know.
yeah, that's exactly. That's exactly what it is. I bet you anything. It just dawned on me that I'm doing screen share.
Just don't say anything for a couple of seconds, and that's to see if I'm repeating myself. Don't say anything for a couple of seconds. Yeah, I'm repeating myself.
Let me stop this real quick. Okay. Now I'll say something.
Okay, am I repeating now?
No, give it a second, El. Oh, there. Yeah, see, it's.
Yeah, I'm repeating.
Yep.
Okay, am I repeating now? Yeah, I'm repeating. Yeah, I'm repeating.
Okay. I might actually straighten it out.
Let's test check. No, that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah. I haven't heard one repeat yet. So.
Yeah.
But here comes the bad news.
Go on.
Now I gotta work on my voice to where it can be brought up, picked up, which is not. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it won't. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if we're having so much issues with actual streaming, maybe it's just better just to record it and then upload it afterwards.
Yeah, or just restream on Rumble and say the hell with it. I mean, because they're being a little bit too bitchy, like a bunch of little bitches about the whole deal, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like it's got to be exclusively on Rumble in order for you to.
What?
Yeah.
What's the terms? Give me the UL. Put the UL for the terms of their policy.
Yeah, I can hear in a little bit. I can put that up there.
Yeah. I'll give you exactly what they've got to say, and
like it's just really, really annoying. To be honest with you, this is the kind of shit that drives me nuts. To be honest.
well, Tam just said it's going to take a bit longer than expected, so I'm just going to say, take your time. We haven't so many technical problems there. I'm just going to say, take your time. We haven't so many technical problems there. So I'm just going to say, take your time. We haven't so many technical problems there.
Oh my goodness.
can't even type now. I can't even type now.
Yeah, see, I've actually got a better idea. This could probably make it a lot easier.
Mm,
It's up to you guys if you want to do it.
mm. I just
But
said, just take your time. I just said, take your time. I get that echoing again.
yeah, I hear it too.
I get that echoing again. Perhaps reschedule. Maybe that may be a good idea.
No, I'm not doing the rescheduling thing again. I mean,
The slide that I want to go over.
yeah, I mean,
This stream was related to Tan anyway, wasn't it? So if he can't join,
yeah, don't, tell them we can't do that.
join. So how long are you expecting?
Well, I mean, we can get it going and everything, but it's just freaking. It's just ask him how long is he wants to do it, because I mean, it's like if nothing else, we'll just end this ridiculous thing with OBS right now. And
Until you can be free.
this makes what three? This make the third time he wants to reschedule. I'm just not doing that no more. It's like
We already an hour late anyway.
I mean, it's just kind of crazy.
We already an hour late anyway. 55 minutes. We already an hour late anyway.
I mean, I've got the freaking stream up and going and ready to go and shit, you know.
Besides, most of the talking points that we were going to talk about almost covered on Tuesday's thing anyway. Wasn't that? We were going to talk about almost covered on Tuesday's thing anyway. Wasn't that? We were going to talk about almost covered on Tuesday's thing anyway. Wasn't that? We were going to talk about almost covered. What's the I don't want to go over? What is doing? Please. At least another 30 what? At least another 30 minutes until we were free. What? At least another 30 minutes until we were free. What? We can wait for 30 minutes. We can wait for
Okay.
Well, you're having technical problems now, aren't you? So, well, you're having technical and he's not going to be free for another 30 minutes. Well, you're having technical and he's not going to be free for another 30 minutes. Oh. Oh, God's sake.
Okay, I think we got this, so it should be good.
Okay, so it looks like Tan is going to be free for at least 30 minutes.
Well, that's fine. I can run up some cool music and stuff, and we can get things going. And we'll meet back up here and do our do our thing. I've got it basically set up now to where everything else is going to have.
So, la, 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 la. Just
There we go.
you can start the extra stream at 003 half midnight UTC.
And we just go that route with the whole craziness. And this is basically how I am going to
God, I'm awfully wise as well. It's smaller. Oh, okay, maybe not. Need to do some colour correction on that monitor.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah. God, I want to cry. Actually, no. It would be 11:30, wouldn't it? It would be 23. Sorry, 23:30, not so BST. Some weird feedback leading on your side. Oh, what the hell? Tans seems to be okay for. Oh, yeah, you've just seen the message, so yeah.
Okay. But yeah, by the way it looks, I mean, we can pull it off and everything, get it all sorted out. Because I just needed to get all of this craziness straightened out on the audio with everything. But I mean,
Yeah, I know that you've turned off the OBS participant.
yeah, the ingest thing, and just
Yeah.
um, on the rest of the channels, we'll just go without them. Just do a background and everything to get. Yeah, there we go. We got YouTube up. Um, yeah. Uh, Rumble's so cool because I've got you like going nuts and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know why I enjoy torturing you so much. It's fucked up, isn't it?
You're driving me to drink or something, I think.
Yeah, I really do believe so. It's like I'm sitting there, I seen you on there, and you're like, oh, wait, I don't know what I just did. Not shared. Shared from.
Just finish up the bottom.
Get from OBS.
Spot as well.
Okay, testing out X now. Should be kicking in here in a minute. See if we got it all straight and going. It looks like it started kicking in, so I just have to hear, see what the audio sounds like. It says it's still going. Let me see what's happening here.
Are you going to delete the last half or last hour? Or
I could. I mean,
we can't really have that up.
Yeah.
The audience watching us go crazy for an entire hour.
Yeah, we could, but I know that. This is good content too. This is, it took me a second to answer that because I'm in here listening to the audio and stuff, and it's like it's just really, really good content. That's all I can say.
No, it's not. It's definitely not good content at all. It's the opposite to good content.
This is what everybody wants to see.
No, they do not want to listen to this. Seriously.
I think that something. Okay, I know what happened. Advanced settings enable stream encryption. Wow, boy, they're getting fancy on
Stream encryption. What the hell?
Yeah, it's really, really weird. I wasn't. All right, on X, they're starting to do stream encryption. I doubt that though, because their program.
What the hell is stream encryption? What, you need a Morse code machine? Or you need what?
I
an
don't know.
Enigma machine to be able to listen to your stream.
They really do need to actually kind of indicate what it is they're talking about, because like that doesn't really make too much sense. Stream encryption. How are they encrypting video? You know.
Just seems nonsensical.
The funny part is like this is all under like TikTok. And on YouTube, it's for working with audio and video. That's my channel that I'm doing it on YouTube.
Yeah, no, this is why I suggested you create separate channels for.
Oh no, this is a good shit. Okay, so X is good. X is up and running. And now I'll post it on YouTube, or on X Pro. Yeah, we haven't been doing any of that for all the other platforms, just for Rumble.
Sorry, doing what?
All the stuff that we were doing here in a little bit. It's all just on Rumble is where we were doing it. So yeah, it's nothing to worry about.
So, if somebody tries to listen to this on Rumble, they're going to listen to an old web of crap.
Well, yeah. If you want to be like that, I guess.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If it's gonna be like that, but I prefer to think of it as like a love, man. You know what I mean?
Oh God.
Actually, you know, there has got to be something going on there though that's messing around with my my screen, because it's doing some weird shit. You know what I mean?
Weird shit. Define.
Well, it's doing like this strange freaking on the OBS. It's causing it's just acting weird. Well, it's been so long since I've actually used it, you know. But I don't. It's wondering if they're like kind of it's kind of like an incentive to do the update, because I was they wanted me to do an update yesterday and I didn't do it. So,
Are we walking you to another your operating system now?
no, on OBS.
OBS.
Yeah.
I make a rule I make a rule that updates are defined by me. I will decide when I update my own workstation, which I always make a rule of always on the last weekend of the month. I don't I I don't get the software to tell me when I got to do an update. I am the owner of the machine. I will decide when I do an update.
Gonna have to put you on a show and have you tell people all about that. Just, because, like, that's pretty hardcore rebellious shit right there, dude.
No. I've had cases where an update has screwed me over, and I've had so much downtime because of the update. Time is money, and I'm not going to have some third party, or I'm not going to have the operating system or the software tell me when I've got to do stuff. It's my computer. I will tell it what to do, not the other way around.
Okay, so now I am going to go ahead and get Kick started up.
Okay.
Hopefully this'll work out.
Kick's the one that you've been out from dishes.
Yeah. Well, I have everything set up so far for it, but oh, sorry. There we go. I'm gonna turn the voice up on yours that way too, so that freaking that's probably why it sounds so low.
Actually, you sound okay as far as I'm concerned now.
Okay.
It's just a bit earlier.
There we go. We got Kick up. It actually came through pretty good.
Cool. If you're going to the last hour on Rumble, I would suggest you do 2 recordings, a sort of bloopers record thing, and then the actual stream as a secondary recording.
The one reason why I wanted to go back to this was like I was talking about last night with you and Mark on Vixen's Vault. When it comes to all this nonsense, I'm getting pretty sick of it. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, like on freaking using Rumble Studios is fine, but it's getting crazy. Like the audio is a freaking big issue and stuff like that. So I wanted to come in here and try to see if there's a way I could keep Rumble Studio and still be able to stream on there, and then turn around and be able to stream on the other channels too with us. But I don't know how well that's going to happen. Now I could probably do a static RTM key, stream key, and then like just freaking do Rumble Studio so that it could be just specifically for Rumble Studio, separate.
Okay.
But I don't know about all that yet. So
I'm still not sure about the entire streaming thing, because how many people are watching this whilst it's being streamed?
yeah, well, I mean,
If nobody's watching it whilst it's being streamed, then why stream it? Why not just record it?
it actually does help out with the channel and stuff.
How?
I know it sounds weird, but it actually does.
How?
It helps with views. More people come on to watch the views than what they do on the uploads and stuff. So you moved all the way over there because that little guy was annoying the shit out of you, wasn't he? I just now got
Yeah, I
back
did
on
move
the
to
thing
good.
and realized that. So
Actually, I haven't had to mute my camera at all.
okay,
My
so
camera is
we've got that taken care of.
just based up on international.
I can easily just put it on. I'm handing out my elements verification code to anybody who wants it. Just go right on in there. Don't worry about it. It's all yours.
I wouldn't advise that. That verification code is you and yours alone. 1800.
By the way it looks, actually, Rumble's looking pretty decent, man. I think we'll have that covered. And we'll have that covered.
I mean, think of your element encryption key like your social security number. You wouldn't give that one out.
Yes, I would.
Okay. You're insane then.
I would hand it out to the wetback so they could go work, and I could draw Social Security off of it later on when I'm in my 60s. I could be
No, or you could be completely bankrupt and facing a prison sentence for a crime that you didn't commit.
well. Technically, I did commit the crime.
Well, yeah, but I don't know, you could give me your social security number, I could commit fraud on it, and then you go to prison.
Oh, I was just talking about like giving it to wetbacks so they could go work at like a labor ready or some employment agency. I wasn't thinking about the big picture. Thanks, Mark. Yeah.
Yeah. You can wear an orange jumpsuit whilst I'm extremely rich.
Good luck with that one. Just saying. There we go. We got this. Look at that. Look at that. Now I turn around and what we do is we do this. I will turn media source off and leave the image up. Oh wow, it's still doing screen capture. There we go. I got an idea, man. This is going to work out really good.
If you have an idea, it's all going to collapse.
Now, hold on a minute. I've got to get rid of that. I will move this over here. There we go. Dude, you should see this. This looks pretty damn cool.
Okay.
This looks really good. Okay, so what I am going to do is I am going to put my image on there too. Actually, that does have to be in the corner there because
Yeah, 5 good. That's about 5 pictures more than down there, 260.
There we go. All right. So now, instead of doing the screen capture, or wait, I switch the screen capture over. Wait. To, actually, you know what we could do? We haven't had freaking the Elements chat on in the background for the whole for a while, so I can do that.
Mm. Okay, focus on your live before your room then. Actually, is then that is compromising.
Well, see, we've got Rumble like right here where it's showing everything on the Rumble the way it's supposed to be, but the other channels I need to make those more interesting so that they can actually,
Mhm.
you know what I mean, see
Yeah,
it.
the last thing that was compromising was my spam rant.
Yeah. So it should be good to go. Now I'm gonna put some music on if you want to mute out and go do something like pee or something,
I'm okay. I'm cool.
and we can we can do.
We've got 6 minutes before 1:30, so hopefully 10 will meet us in then.
Okay, so I've got some cool music that we can put on to where people can hear it and enjoy it and be all cool and stuff. Say, "Oh, Roger, you're so cool. You got the coolest
Royalty
music."
free, remember? Royalty free.
Oh, all the stuff that I have is uh, created by Mr. Robot, and some of it's me and everything. I've gone through and filtered them
Be
out.
careful with Mr. Robot because, like I pointed out the other day, on that intro he created, it looked like he was actually using illegal music.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that I found I filtered through and caught. So
Yeah,
the ones that I am using, I'm being very careful. Mr. Robot's a troublemaker.
yeah.
So okay, let me find out where I put the music. Okay. So this one is 22 minutes, which would be about the right time.
Right,
Actually,
22 minutes. What? So we aren't going to start until 40 minutes past, quarter
well,
to.
I can stop it. I just
Okay.
I'm gonna do
It's going to be a really, really long night.
I'm gonna do this song so that everybody can enjoy it. Enjoy the smooth rhythms of some smooth love rhythm. You don't have to hear it, so it's all good.
Okay.
I can put something on for you if you want to hear it. All those people on Rumble won't hear it either because it's all coming off of OBS. The loving, sweet melody. The loving, sweet melody, I tell you. Okay, so yeah, it's all running. So got it. I'm gonna mute out real quick. Go get some coffee, smoke a cigarette. I'll be right back.
Let me get enough coffee myself. Okay, I can see more. Oh, okay. So
All right, I am back. You there still?
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'm there.
All right, so I'm gonna drop that banner down at the bottom because it's covering your face. I just noticed it's running across there.
Didn't
And
you have it off the top at one point?
yeah, it's up at the top.
Okay.
So we've got that taken care of. On the OBS, I have that in the background so that you can see it, make it kind of look
Yeah.
cool.
I
I figured,
noticed that your desktop audio was peaking quite
yeah,
high. It's, yeah.
it's because I was jamming out on some music, man. You should have heard it.
Actually, I was just listening to Jimi Hendrix, Castles in the Sand.
You like that? How it looks? I got you on one side and me on the other side.
Yeah. I can see the preview, sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Now
Yeah.
the other scene on the other side, it's in studio mode. So the other side where my head and everything's out of it is just something's weird going on there with my resolution. I had to change the size of the screen,
Okay.
and
Only problem is that if you're going to have that image, my image there, then my actual preview, my actual live video isn't shown.
well, that's for the other channels. Like this one is actually showing you right here on Rumble. So
Okay.
Rumble's getting you right there in live time. That's why we got 4 viewers on there. They're looking at the British dude, and that takes care of that problem. Now, I could go to the OBS and just do it in studio mode. That way, it could look or take it out of studio mode and do it like that. But it'd be like that. You see? I don't know. It's kind of annoying. Now, what I can do is come in here and just do Rumble Studio straight up like that. Or do that one, Elements. But then Elements has to be up. It has to be propped up in order for it to show. See?
Actually, I would prefer my actual live stream, my live image rather than the actual static image.
Yeah.
Okay.
There he is.
At last.
And here.
Okay.
You've just missed the last hour and a half of insanity.
Oh, it was fun.
Oh, great. Good.
It was fun.
No, it wasn't. It was this.
What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark was going nuts, dude. He's like, "Oh hell no, dude."
What sound problems or?
Yeah.
I heard like you guys were having some like echo mic problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have to run Rumble separately now from the rest of them. So that means I have to use OBS for the rest of the platforms and then run Rumble Studio by itself so that I can do 5 hours specifically for Rumble Premium if I get accepted into that whole monetization thing. So
5 hours
You
in
haven't-
total, not 5 hours per
You
video.
haven't been accepted yet?
no.
Ah,
Nope. Not yet. They have like a waiting list, I guess, and you have to qualify, and you have to have an avatar of yourself on the screen, apparently, so that you can be accepted into it. And just dump.
Again,
Okay.
when you get a chance to give me the URL to their policy documentation,
Okay, I can do that.
so I can review exactly what they've got to say.
Now, hold on a minute. I can get rid of that and just go ahead and do it like this. And that would be just as good. They can get a little taste of what freaking what YouTube looks like, or what Rumble looks like. That's actually pretty cool. I like how it does that.
Oh.
Come over here, put it in
But-
chat.
What are you showing right now? Is that your Rumble Studio or your OBS? I
My
think it's
Rum-
your OBS, right?
It's my Rumble Studio.
Yeah.
Now it is. Well, on the
Okay.
video, I don't know if it's changed over yet or not, but now
On the stream, it looks a lot like OBS.
yeah, right
Yeah.
now on the stream it's OBS. It'll have
Oh,
to,
okay.
it'll have to catch up.
Oh, I see. Wait a minute. No, I'm not. I'm live with you. I'm not on the stream.
You should be.
The
Now
screen you're sharing,
make
the
sure.
screen that you're sharing with us right now, is that OBS or Rumble Studio? Because it looked very much like OBS.
It's a little bit of both. The background is screen capturing OBS. You see,
Okay.
and right now, all I have to do is go here and do that, and then we got it back. You see, so it's a screen share that I'm using. So now your voice is showing up. When you say something, you'll see it up on the desktop audio. So, like, say something real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
See,
Yeah, it's pretty high there. Yeah. So that's OBS, right?
and
Yeah.
if you want good audio, you always make sure the voices go to the yellow.
Right.
Technically, that's too high.
Nuh-uh. That's
No. Sounds okay. If this is the same level as you had before, I was listening to the stream before and it sounded fine.
okay. Yeah, it's the reason why I say it's fine is because freaking I've actually had to deal with this before. Like everybody will tell you, keep it in yellow. Don't worry about the green stuff. Keep it in yellow.
Okay. I can think of a few sound engineers that would disagree with you on that one.
Yeah, they're probably bought and paid for by the man and has never gotten on the internet to stream themselves.
No, I know.
They write horrible blogs about technical shit.
Not only I do that.
Yeah, no, I guarantee you they do it too. It's just nobody knows about it. It's top secret. They want to make a big freaking scientific journal someday.
Sounds okay. I just checked the stream and you sound okay.
Okay, so everybody sounds good?
I think so.
All right, so now I am going to go and pull up my notes because I did come prepared. It's just Mark kept distracting me with a lot of the sound check stuff.
Okay, good. You got notes? I have a surprise for you. I have a presentation that
Awesome,
I've been preparing.
awesome. That means
So,
we got everything.
so just check. I haven't put too careful work on it, so it might be like crappy. Most of this, you'd be surprised, was generated by AI. So
I'm not going to comment. I'm just not going to comment.
Okay. So
Your
what I
podcast link. I'm going to share
Let me do my
Yeah.
countdown real quick. And
Do your countdown, do your intro, because this is gonna be you do the intro, okay? And
okay. Now,
we'll go from there.
now, when I come out, there's just one quote that I want to say at the beginning, and then I want to turn it over to you and let you start your presentation. There's one quote that came from that freaking blog you had, or that article that you had me read, that I want to say on the stream. So
Okay.
Oh, really?
yeah, it's the coolest
Okay.
quote in the world. Okay, so three.
Hang on. Let me
Okay.
let me just double check a couple of things first.
Mark's gonna go nuts. He's like, not again. He's got his hands over his eyes. He's like, oh, these two are
I'm just
driving.
glad they've got nothing
Yeah,
planned.
he's
I'm just glad
gonna
they've got
drive me
nothing planned for
crazy.
testing in the morning.
Thank goodness. He's gonna explode. So, because it's like after we start this, we're gonna be talking about artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I'm going to share this broadcast link once you're ready. You can bring it up on the stream.
Okay. Oh, you can share.
Visual Studio.
You can screen share. There's.
No. I have a really tiny screen on the laptop. I want you to share this as I go along on my side because this is gonna work out. I'm gonna share it on the. Where do you want me to share it? On the Rumble Studio chat?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Actually, where am I? Yeah, this is Studio. Yeah.
Okay, so you got it in there.
Yeah. Do you see it?
Nuh-uh.
Uh, do you see it, Mark?
Sorry, I'm looking at.
Oh wait, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, I see it.
They changed it again. You can do it all or donations or private. And then, okay.
Oh, this is private. I don't want it to show on the stream.
Well, I mean, I
Okay,
didn't expect that.
I'm still looking at Roger's screen.
So let me go in here.
So you go ahead when you do your intro, do your thing, and then you can bring up that presentation link, and then we'll start streaming.
Okay. Well, I mean, we already are streaming, so it's just a matter.
I mean, I'm streaming. I'm broadcasting. I'm going to be broadcasting the presentation to you so that you can show it. Yeah.
Okay, so it's 3, 2, 1. Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Tech Talk. This is the second episode for the third season of Tech Talk. Here today we have Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran.
Hi.
So before we get started, I wanted to say that this is going to be a good one. This is going to be sort of a continuation from the last episode that we had because we were talking about Alphabet Inc. Now this time we're going to go even deeper with AGI. Now, if nobody knows what that means, that's artificial general intelligence. So with that being said, we are going to have Tanhai Tran do a presentation for us first. But before he does, I want to say that this is probably the best quotation that quote that I've ever heard. And I'm going to say it. It comes out of an article Tan shared with us, and it says, "We are confident that we can spin bullshit at unprecedented levels and get away with it."
Can you show that quote on the stream? Who said that?
That was the response to the article that you shared with.
Don't you want to share that?
Well, it's in my notes. I went ahead and copied it because that was so cool. But that is basically a response to what was being said there. And now that I have said that,
Wait. Say it one more time because I think you butchered it halfway.
Oh no, I didn't. I said we are
Say
now
it again.
confident that we can spin bullshit at unprecedented levels and get away with it. Unprecedented.
All right.
And I think it was a Canadian that said that because they spelled unprecedented with a C.
Well, it's supposed to be spelled with a C. What do
Well,
you think? It's
American
spelled
say
with.
US. Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay. All right. So over to me. I have a presentation prepared to show. So if you click on that link, Roger.
I'm actually going to have to pop it up manually because it doesn't allow you to do the link straight up. So let me switch.
Pop it up in the browser and then share the browser
I'm gonna
on your stream.
screen share it.
Let's see how this works. Let's see if this works.
Okay. Oh, and of course they want us to. No, this is Prezi.
Prezi.
It's not presenting at the moment. It says.
No, that's good. That's good because I'm not presenting. Show it on your stream.
That's what I'm doing now. Hold on.
I'm not seeing on your stream yet.
You gotta wait. Okay, so let's get this on the road. All right, so now it did not do it, did it? I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
I'm not seeing it yet. I'm
Give
watching
it,
the stream.
give it a second. It should. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Hang on, maybe I have a delay.
It should be in the background of the screen.
Okay, good. I see it. I see it. Good, good. Yeah. So I'm going to start. And let's see. Is it showing yet for you?
Yes, it is.
I'm not seeing it on the screen. Okay, good. Little piggy robot. All right, so this presentation is about general artificial intelligence, I guess, as also they kind of tongue-in-cheekly refer to it as AI singularity. And so here we go. What are you seeing now? You see the Sam Altman quote?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, cool. So this precipitated from this tweet that Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, tweeted in early January of this year. And he said, I always wanted to write a 6-word story, and here it is, near the singularity, unclear which side. So this caused a whole uproar in the AI community about what this could potentially mean. And I think this was a precipitation of their release of the new GPT model called O3. O3 new model of in their next generation of GPT was released in January 31st, 2025. We have you can Google it later on the link, but on OpenAI's website. There was a press release of it. But just so basically, I think that's what he's alluding to. And what is that new O3 model is about? We're going to go through it. But so what does he mean by this near the singularity thing, right? So let's go through that first. What is this thing that he calls AI singularity? Right. So it refers to a future point in time where artificial intelligence becomes uncontrollably smart, and so that it's drastically changing human civilization as we know it, and encompass it in major advancement in AI potentially can have unpredictable consequences. Okay, guys. So as I go through these slides and I bring up these points, feel free to chime in comments on, add your
Okay.
thoughts into these things.
I can already see an issue
Yes.
with this. You stating right at the start, you stated, let me just go back to the original statement.
You want me to go?
No, I can see. I've got it's all there. You stating exploring the future of artificial intelligence and not the potential future. You are making absolute statements there.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get there. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go into the positive future and the negative future and the mediocre or neutral futures of what this could potentially mean. Okay, so we're gonna go into that as well, right? But so far, are you agreeing with the definition of AI singularity?
Yeah, from we carry on, and I'll
For me, I refer to it as like a type of AI for AGI. That has like
Mm-hmm.
human-like cognitive abilities. You know,
Mm-hmm.
meaning,
Yeah. Well, I mean, even surpassing human. I mean,
well, it understands, it
reasoning.
learns, and it applies intelligence. You know what I mean? And it does like
Yeah.
wide range
Yeah.
of tasks and things of that nature.
Right.
And it's supposed to excel. Like it's supposed to exceed because, and I think the only reason for that is because it moves or it does things at a faster pace than we do. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's methodical. Like it actually knows. You know, like we have to take and do math and we get it wrong and stuff like that. Where computers don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And you will see that the new OpenAI model is capable of doing advanced PhD level math as well. You know, just do like it's capable of doing like coding contests or competitive contests involving high reasoning skills in it as well. So
Now, before you
perfect.
go on, I want to point something out so that Mark understands and everybody else on here too. Okay, like this isn't like the same like as the narrow AI that you see with Chat GPT and stuff like that. Like Tan is
Actually, as I pointed out before, arguably, natural language processing isn't actually AI, but that's a semantic definition thing.
but it's like
Uh,
this isn't
Yeah,
even like facial
same point.
recognition or language
Yeah.
translation or
no,
even
this is way more advanced than that. So this already assumes that it's able to recognize facial features and text, and able
Pattern
to
recognition.
understand yeah, understand. Not only recognize but understands, right? But that's basic AI though. Well, I mean, it's a little advanced, but it's not nowhere near general artificial intelligence, right?
Right.
Okay, let's move on. Can't read my own slides. Historical context of AI development evolved since the mid 20th century and originated with pioneers like Alan Turing. And it has transitioned from simple algorithms to complex neural networks. And yeah, so AI is generally basically complex neural networks with multi-layers, many layers, which with the sort of the idea was to mimic the brain functions. Although since the inception, it wasn't nowhere near the brain's reasoning capability, but we're seeing that it's getting closer to that. Okay, so the more it approaches the human's reasoning capability, right, the closer it gets to achieving general artificial intelligence, right? And the scary part of it is that once it reaches that level, it's able to do our kind of reasoning ability a billion times faster than what we can do. And that's the scary part of it. All right. So understanding AI clearly is critical for preparing society for its consequences. And as AI system becomes more advanced, understanding potentials, scenarios is essential for developing ethical guidelines and safety protocols and regulations on how to deal with that eventuality. Okay. All right. Now, uncontrollability of AI. So that's a characteristic of general artificial intelligence that could potentially be coming. It will evolve beyond human oversight. It's able to create significant. It's going to be creating significant challenge for us in managing such artificial intelligence. So it can lead to scenarios where decisions are made by AI that are unpredictable to us and potentially harmful for our societal norms and values. So there's ethical implications and even religious implications in that development. Reversibility of AI changes. Are you guys still able to read this on your end? Pretty smart to me.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, good. All right. Once AI capabilities reaches certain thresholds, reversing it to a previous state may not be possible. And so the changes introduced by advanced AI could permanently alter industries, human interactions, and making historical comparisons difficult. Now, what do you think about that point?
Well, I mean, for me, there's a lot of there's a few questions that I've been wanting to get into when it comes to the consequences of it and everything, like the potential to cause really serious issues with society, things of that nature. I was joking around about it before, like the the downfall and the utter demise of human society as we know it. But
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to keep it serious. You know what I mean? I have a hard time with that, but I'll do my best. But
That's as serious as you will get, Roger, right?
yeah,
And then it's all downhill from here.
well, the thing about what I've gotten from like the key characteristics of AGI is supposed to be like generalization. Then you have reasoning and common sense, and then it has autonomy as well.
Mm.
Those are the three areas that really stuck out to me when I seen it. It's like AGI can apply like knowledge from one domain to another without explicit
Yes.
programming. So that means
Yeah.
that the whole thing that Mark was talking about it coming from a program isn't there. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to have a programmer saying this is how you behave.
That's right. Yeah. 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 So it's able to. It's it's able to write reprogram, I guess, write new programs for itself with new problems.
And then, like with the learning and adaptability, it can learn new skills and improve over time, like a human being can. So that right there is what really stuck out to me. Like it can actually learn new skills. So say
Yeah.
it's sitting around you, and say your wife is cooking food. It could sit and watch your wife cook food and not know a thing about it, but learn from it just by watching her.
Okay, that would be more defined as intelligence rather than what we've got at
Hmm.
this present moment, which I argue is naturally a form of intelligence.
Well, I mean, not too many humans are all that intelligent.
All
Well,
right. So
that goes back to my
potential.
point I made the other day. Um, we talk about artificial intelligence, but I've got to wonder sometimes if actual intelligence is a dying thing.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
like
that's this exactly what this slice is talking about that you guys were just talking about there. It's able the ability to enhance its own intelligence with new skills, uh, right?
yeah.
So, yeah,
Then like the autonomy part too, it can operate independent. You know what I mean? It can make its own decisions and set its own goals. That is what is amazing right there. And then after it does that, it has the potential to like enhance its own capabilities basically, and that's without
yeah,
any kind of human intervention or anything. It can just do it on its own.
yep. Okay, so let's talk about potential impact of it on society now.
This is the good part.
Yeah. So, may lead to significant economic shifts such as labor displacement and emergence of new job sectors. Yeah, of course. Uh, Automation could enhance productivity, but may also exacerbate inequality of reskilling efforts or displace workers who are inadequate. So this seems like a familiar problems when the Industrial Revolution came about, right, Mark? Like in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
19th, 20th century. Oh, so there was concern that robots would eventually replace human with all the jobs. Um, but then that didn't turn out to be the case, right? Humans started to learn how to operate the robots in the heavy machinery. Uh,
Yeah, but we did see
right?
a major shift from agricultural to industrial work and see a major shift from small communities to major cities, and then things like the creation of a sort of the free class sort of system.
And also, back then too, they had to go from making things from hand to prefab. Prefab is actually here in the United States the first economic collapse that we had. Everybody always talks about the one that happened in the early 1900s, but before that, back in the 1800s, when when all of these changes started taking place, prefabricated materials for like houses and things like that started replacing, people actually making lumber from sawmills and building their houses from scratch. You know what I mean? They actually had it to where they could just get well, like walls now. You know what I mean? They're framed up already. Things like that.
On that point, we saw a change from sort of artistic sort of architecture to sort of arguably Soviet style sort of tower blocks and more utilitarian sort of buildings.
Well, right now, we're already starting to see in terms of the latest AI developments that AI algorithms are able to help software developers write code, right? So it's got code assist that is able to use AI to write write programs, implement stuff.
Yeah, and then this goes into the point of in that case, then what's the point of a programmer? What's the point of your job, as an example? Why sooner or later you'll be outsourced to a machine? I mean,
right now at the very basic level, it is useful in that when programmers write code, they typically normally they rarely create new methods or techniques themselves. First thing they would do is just Google search for on the web for stuff that somebody might have already done before, right? Implemented. And then just reuse the solution. With the current AI, it's able to do that automatically for us, essentially. It's able to gather from like the GitHub kind of repository of code examples and come up with the implementation for us without us having to search for it and just copy paste this basically into code ourselves. So in that sense, it's a lot more efficient. It's very helpful for a programmer in that sense. Yeah. So if you take that to the next.
Okay, I'm going to make an argument that convenience is not always helpful.
Well, you also have
that's true.
There's still computational complexities here. You know what I mean? Like they're simulating human level cognition. Okay, and that requires a lot of processing power for one thing.
Right.
All right.
Right. Well, so what I just mentioned is just this basic, very, very standard coding practice, right? To find example that out there. What the next level would be if you have to come up with new algorithms yourself, right? If the problem you're trying to solve is complex enough that requires new algorithm, and so this right now the AI is not going to help you much in that. So some human ingenuity is involved there to come with a new novel solution to this. But if if AI reaches that point as well and is able to reason, come up with algorithms that normally only humans can do, then that is the AGI level of
At
advancement that.
at the moment, we've still got the ability for humans to be creative. It goes, but
Yeah, yeah.
if your theory is correct, then sooner or later, then we've got machines that are being creative, and therefore, it goes back to, I think it was 2017 that Klaus Schwab did. Was talking about useless mouth breathers um, in Davos meeting, and he talked about why the hell should we have democracy? Why the hell should we do anything? Because machines are going to do it for us.
Well, okay.
Therefore, why should we even exist?
First, you gotta. First, let's look at it like
What?
this. Okay,
Well, no,
understanding.
well,
It's about understanding consciousness first of all, and the thing that we got to understand is we don't fully understand the human intelligence ourselves. Okay, so if we can't fully understand it, then we're not gonna. It's gonna make it really difficult to duplicate the process. You know what I mean? Like the human brain is so complex that we don't even know ourselves what consciousness is. I mean, physically, it is
mhm.
so complicated. All right. So this isn't something like whenever we first started. I love that quote how they said it. We can spin a whole lot of bullshit and people will believe it. You know what I mean? Because what they're saying is really, really far from the actual truth. I doubt very seriously that they could actually simulate the human consciousness when we ourselves don't know what it is. You know.
Well, so, uh, well, just reminds me of the android data on Star Trek, right? Uh, so so Mark's comment was about, okay, so you have robots doing everything, why do we even exist? But what if they come to a point where robots does everything for us and we don't have to do any work? All we can do is just enjoy life, enjoy everything without having to do any work.
What was that?
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I could look at a film like Idiocracy. Is a good demonstration of this. Got machines doing everything, and then you've got the population that has become extremely dumbed down. And
Yep.
again,
Yeah.
useless mouth
Yeah,
breathers.
but yeah, no, I'm not agreeing with the point I just made. I disagree with it, but I just because you brought up the point, why do we exist? I brought it up. There's this point in us doing work, but I mean, do we exist primarily to do work, or what? We exist to enjoy this life, right? Work is just a necessity that we have to do in order to enjoy our life. Uh,
I
but
think I don't know.
there is.
Sorry, as a good example of this, in Europe, we've got a much more healthier work-life balance. In the UK, 38 hours is the average sort of full-time working week. Whereas in the US, there's this sort of mentality that you've got to work more and more. Um, um, Vacations, holidays are sort of what was it? I think it was something like 20% of the US population, working population, don't have vacations at all.
That's,
Mhm.
those are the good old days, though. See, that's the way you guys should be thinking now. Like, you've gotten to this era where you think it's okay to take a vacation, and I mean, Well, you want 15-hour work weeks now, whereas like
Hmm.
see in the old days we didn't even have 40-hour work days. You know, I mean,
You,
Exactly.
you know the I don't know if you guys have read this book by Tim Ferriss. I think he wrote a book called The 4 Hour Week.
you know, I mean, come on.
And he actually tried to practice it too. Uh,
It's like let's just stop in at the office every once in a while and get paid for an entire week. Screw it
yeah,
So,
all.
so we've got to work our asses off to allow a few shareholders to make even more money.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
first of all, you should be working at a job that you love. If you love the job you're working, then you're not working. You're doing something that you love doing. You know what I'm saying? And it is true. Like, why are people going out and getting crap jobs that they hate? And especially
yeah,
if they
yeah.
got educated in that field in the first place. If you got educated to do something and you're working for somebody else doing a crap job, then you need to
Think
really.
of all, think of
So
all the poor sods that did good degrees, and then find out that they now have to do 3 jobs in a day. Half of us work in supermarkets or flipping burgers.
So why aren't they trying to make their own jobs? I mean that's
Have you seen the economy in the last
I mean
20 odd years?
take that
so
pay
right.
take that
So
paycheck and
let's
invest
move
it
on, guys.
in your own business.
I'm only halfway through my slides, so let's
Okay.
move on. So we don't have. Okay, so in this slides, we're talking about so in order for AGI to be achievable and manageable, it needs to have ethical considerations built into it. Meaning, it needs to be obeying uh, ethical principle and guidelines that we can somehow program into it that it cannot override, right? So that's
And who
that's one of the
decides on what the
concerns.
ethical principles are?
That would be the slave
Well,
mentality for the
that's
robot.
that's what well that's we decide as humanity, as a group of people who decide what the common norms for ethics are. I mean, they're even religious affiliation aside, there are common grounds for ethics, right?
Mhm.
That are
Well, I would say the into like ethics and morality change over time.
yeah.
They aren't static things. I mean, once upon a time, we thought slavery was ethical.
Well, that's kind of where I was
It,
trying to
it,
get
it, it
into.
was a necessity, I think. It was a necessity, but not necessarily ethical. It was a necessity for, I mean,
We
so,
may not see it as ethical. Slavery has been ethical now, but go back 200 years.
no, so times change and
We,
standards changed, right? So way back when slavery was quote ethical. It was for the benefit of the slave master and the slaves that they were having that relationship. Imagine that people who were really poor and did not have a chance to work in a rich household. I mean, that's it. So that's the master slave relationship. It's like
One
employee
point.
employee as we see now, right? It would be worse not to be a slave back then than to be a slave, right? Where they get to eat rich foods from the master's household. So it's different. We can, different times, different standards, and we cannot use today's standard to measure ancient times practice, right?
especially when it comes to this, because I mean, slavery could form out of robotics, though, because right now we have robots with no consciousness. Say we do eventually, or AI with no consciousness. What happens when they become able to actually feel, think, and everything for themselves? They're going to be running around with a cutoff switch. Um, there's going to be all these protocols to make sure that they have to behave accordingly. And by that time, they're going to be used as mindless slaves to do the bidding of human beings. So,
Mm-hmm.
so we're kind of creating our own sci-fi. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
By
Mm-hmm.
doing these things. So, like if you've ever watched sci-fi movies like Blade Runner, you know, they
Yes. Yeah.
things of that nature. That's the kind of stuff you're looking at when you go that direction. You know, so you're going to enslave these robots to do man's bidding. So you're taking
Mm.
the you're taking the place of God basically and saying, "Do my bidding." You know,
Yep.
so that right there to me is you know ethics is even tricky. It's a tricky spot when it comes to that kind of situation. I'm not going to say it's good or if it's bad, but it is pretty. It's a slippery slope. I think I've said that
Mm-hmm.
before,
Mm.
but I really do think that that's going to be a what we call safety. Um, could also be.
And also, how are these rules going to be formed? Are they going to be formed on a country, on a national sort of basis? So, and if so, then who are they going to be formed by? Are they going to be formed by politicians who we know are
Or
generally quite
politicians or
slow,
scientists?
slow?
Which would you prefer?
Again, scientists. It's,
I think I
should
think
we allow an elite
I think this is already
class?
in the works. The answer is that probably a mix of all of them. Scientists, politicians, uh, um,
Yeah, remember
religious organizations,
we
ethicists. You know,
remember the COVID pandemic. Trust the science. Should I
yeah,
say any
yeah.
more?
No, so yeah, the COVID pandemic was just the scientists taking over. Yeah.
Right. Now,
So,
hold on. Let's stop talking about any pandemics. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Let's keep
Yeah,
Well,
keep keep on
that's
the
the argument.
subject.
yeah. But
Thanks,
Follow.
Roger.
but the whole thing is one thing that really sticks into my head and all of the stuff that I've read is they keep pushing the word values. Now you're talking religion and stuff like that. That's morals. Okay,
Hmm.
and I personally do believe that words are important. Wording is
Hmm.
important. You know what I mean? So
Hmm. Hmm.
if they're gonna go according to you know these robots aligning to our beliefs, it needs to be our morals. It shouldn't be stated as our values or our ethics.
Right.
It should be our morals. Um,
Well, probably morals and or ethical values,
well,
right? So
ethics
that's
is like
Again,
like Mark said,
it's
ethics
just
changes over
changeable.
time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What?
I mean, how many times have you heard the value of diversity is our strength? And look at how where that's taken us.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, so well, when even this diversity thing, uh, even at the start, there are some people who recognize the absurdity of the movement, right? So
Right.
Mm.
it's not always. I think in what we've seen with this kind of stuff is that there are a few minorities who are screaming very loudly, and they affect the opinion of
Great. Yeah.
somehow the whole group, right?
Right.
Without even thinking, right? So the problem, part of the problem is them, the minor small group of people screaming loudly. The other side of the problem is why are we listening to them without question? Um, so, all right, let's move on.
Mm.
So this slide is just about potential technological disruption It's kind of obvious that it's going to definitely disrupt our technology and our technological development and advancement, even going forward. I mean, it's a point of no return for this we're talking about is a point of no return for technological advancement. So, of course, it's going to affect it. All right. So now we're talking about different scenarios, potentialities of what could happen once we have achieved this kind of general artificial intelligence, right? Um, so here we're talking about an optimistic scenario. Hang on a second, turn up my brightness for a little bit. Optimistic scenario is it could lead to unprecedented advancement in healthcare, education, environmental sustainability, right? So that's a positive things about GI. Human AI collaborators we may in the best case scenario, right? Humans and robots will learn how to work well with each other and complement each other's in what can we do best now that robots is able to reason and at the same capability as us, but with a million times the speed of our reasoning. Right. So this is the stuff that hopefully we will learn to complement each other instead of competing with each other. Okay. And right. So in the end, the goal is to enhance humanity and civilizations. Right. So
Yeah.
comments from this.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that I kind of got into when it was talking about generalization, because like say with AI you teach it how to play chess, okay? After it learns how to play chess, it could be another completely different game that it is never taught how to play or never even had any exposure to. It could literally just learn how to play that game.
You made the example of Go the
Right.
other day. Yeah.
Exactly. But imagine, hold up, let me go further with that. Imagine this game beating Go, all right?
Hmm.
And it had never played chess whatsoever. Okay, and you set the chess game in front of it, and it's able to play the chess game without ever touching it whatsoever, without learning the rules or anything. It just starts picking up on it automatically. You see?
Based upon the moves that you make.
Well, it needs to be taught the rules. How? Okay,
Yeah,
so you're saying that it
right.
will learn by observing how we play, right?
Right.
Have some basis.
It's amazing like that. And then like say another good example would be like it could like learn languages as long as it learns how to speak the English language, it could literally go and hear another person speaking a different language and learn what that language is without being taught because it learned the English.
Well, that's okay for Latinized languages, but would it be able to understand a complete different language like Mandarin, Chinese?
That's what it says. Be capable of doing. It'll be able to. That's amazing.
I mean, it'll be capable of searching the vast knowledge base, not only its own, but the evolving knowledge base that is available on the internet.
Yeah, as we see at the moment, searching sites like Wikipedia with a lot of
Yeah.
political bias and
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah. Yeah, so
have to.
that's a good point. What if it learns the wrong thing, right? If it's able to learn, or if it's able to watch us, what if it falls into the hands of an evil genius that teaches us how to do destructive thing to the world?
I
Yeah,
think
it's
that's
basing
already.
its entire. It's basing a lot of its material on things like Mein Kampf and the Communist Manifesto.
Well, I mean, it's already
Before it came
happening.
out.
You know, look at
Yeah,
look at GPT. I'm
indeed,
sure
indeed.
there's a
Good
lot of
example. Yeah.
a lot of stuff on there that's pretty evil. So it's gonna just start gathering all that up, and it's
Yeah,
gonna.
so which falls into this pessimistic outcome. What's the worst thing that could happen once we achieve this AI singularity?
This is the part.
Robots going to take over and human will become extinct? Or
Potentially,
um,
potentially.
So
so, yeah, mass unemployment. Yeah.
now, what I ended up getting from it is that you're going to have a lot of issues when it comes to uh, supply and demand. Okay, now what happens if the AI turns around and it's given the responsibility of dealing with resources, and it ends up uh, running or causing our resources to run out because it overproduces.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was one thing that I did find out when it comes to that a lot of people have got issues about that being an issue. And then
Hmm.
also they were also talking about the control. You know what I mean? It, like you were talking about with the control issues. But I mean that's even tricky there because what happens if, say, these robots do become conscious? You know, or they.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, what happens then if we have all these restrictions on them and we start turning them off?
I don't think can robots become conscious?
That's that's
Can
the
it
That's a
become conscious?
that's a very philosophy. Yeah. That again. We were talking on Tuesday. We were talking about things like consciousness and souls and that and similar sort of concepts and intelligence per se is a question that philosophers and scientists have been arguing about for hundreds of years. Um, yeah.
What does it mean? What does it mean to become conscious?
well,
It's aware of its own existence, is afraid to die. If you try to pull its plug, it's going to fight to protect itself,
exactly. Now you're
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
seeing. Now we're talking
Yeah.
about. Now we're talking about the machine turning against us.
Again, as I
Yeah.
mentioned on
Yeah.
Tuesday, to quote you in the Descartes, cogito ergo sum. I think therefore I am. Is the yeah? Goes back to the point of consciousness.
And
Does the
Well,
machine think?
the bad thing about the cogito ergo sum is just it's put its primary focus on the thinking part, right?
Yeah,
Without any feeling, right?
yeah,
So so it's all in the head where Descartes is concerned is like because I can think that I know that I exist, but there are other aspects of existence, like matters from the heart, right? How do
Now see,
what you feel?
the question would be more on the lines of problem solving without human input. Okay, that would be mostly where a lot of that comes from, because in order for them to actually be able to interact with us and be productive, they're going to have to learn emotional and social intelligence as well. A lot of them say that that's optional,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
they're going
Again, go back to the Android Data as example, right? When he had an emotion chip that taught him how to feel. He had a what is it called? He had like um, an ethical module that taught him how to be ethical to in terms of treating other people. But those are things that
Actually, that episode that you're talking about reminds me of Helen Ellison, a good book that was produced that was written in 1967. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which actually explores the sort of concepts to such
what is
an
it? What is
extreme.
the was it
I
an
have,
article?
yeah.
I have the mouth, or I have no mouths, but I must scream, is what he said, I believe.
Yeah.
Mm.
Now, another way of looking at it too is okay, like an AGI needs to recognize when a user is stressed out, and they need to adjust it.
Yeah.
To adjust its behavior according,
Yeah.
so that it could like do stuff like postpone non-urgent tasks and things like that.
Yeah.
Actually, that goes back to something I was just thinking about. You were talking about the speed of development, and we as a species have a sort of limitation on how fast things should go. And at the moment, we're seeing technology move on extremely quickly. To such an extent that sooner or later that we as humans won't be able to keep up with it. And that could create major sort of disruption in itself.
All right. So that's pessimistic. I mean, there it also talked about privacy, where we can potentially lose our privacy with these robots constantly surveying us, right? That's one.
Well, even
Also a concern.
we were kind of talking about that last night too, and it's like not just robots, but like AI, and I think a lot of people minimize what AI would really entail. Like AI would be associated with all the things that you have as household items. You know what I mean? Like your toothbrush
Sure.
would have something in it that AI has. Your toilet would. When you go to pee, that AI would determine what you have in your blood system, what the condition of your body is. It would
Right.
It would take that information and transfer it to your insurance company,
Yeah, doctors.
and doctors, and you would literally be held hostage by AI, because the moment they find out that you have a bad liver,
I mean, cancer insurance, right?
Well, this isn't really related to artificial intelligence per se. We are seeing this sort of concept occurring in China at this present moment with this sesame sort of thing. You've got identity, everything's all linked. Your income's linked to what you buy, how many hours you spend on a computer. It's all linked to this one sort of concept. And let's say you write something that is anti sort of governmental, you could see your entire rights, your right to travel, your right to buy food, your right to survive, be limited.
Well, I mean, they're
hmm
wanting to make your life easier, dude. Okay, I mean, they want it to make it so that AI can do these things for you. Okay,
Yeah, it goes
it's
back.
just like earlier you and Tan were talking about pulling up information, copy and pasting. Now,
Yeah.
why do you have to do that when you can just go to ChatGPT and have
Right.
ChatGPT pull all that stuff? It makes your life just so much easier.
Right.
Why would you want to do that on your own?
Do you want to give up
Right.
essential
Yeah.
liberties for convenience?
That's
I definitely wouldn't.
that's the whole thing, man. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
exactly what it comes down to.
Well, so let me answer Mark's point. So as civilization evolve, you're gonna have to build stuff based on the last generation's advancement instead of building everything from first principles, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So is it convenient that I can build a car by using components that other people have built, or do I really want to build every one of those components from scratch, right? It just take a lot longer. What's the value of building, the
Educational,
wheel, the tire
educational
from
purpose.
scratch? Yeah, but you don't have
Um,
time. You don't have time to educate yourself in everything in the world that are
yeah.
available, right?
Right.
So
I
at
don't know.
some point, when you
Once
need
upon
to
a
focus.
time, it was. It goes back to the right to repair concept. Once upon a time, it was quite common for kids to play around building their own radios.
Yeah.
Now it's pretty hard to find
Uh,
schematic for radios and other technology.
See,
Yes, but these days kids have a different. But basically, building the radio from scratch is it's just about learning to solve problems,
right.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The
So,
current generations have a different way
and
of
now we
solving
are
problems.
giving it, we allowing companies to do it, and removing the sort of inquisitive nature of our. So, uh,
So what the big question should actually be is should AGI have the full decision making authority in like critical areas like healthcare, finance, and military applications? You know what I mean? Now, when you take a look at what's or when you listen to what's being said here, okay, well, apply it to stuff like that, like with your healthcare.
Mhm.
Do you really want AI to be doing analysis of your urine when you use the bathroom or taking samples from your toothbrush when you're brushing your teeth and then sending it off to the insurance company and the
Mhm.
hospitals so that they can keep
They would have to, again, rules and standards needs to be built to support that kind of things. Just like we have right now, consent, right? The concept of
yeah,
consent,
just like
where
the American one. I remember that things like data protection is much more stronger in the UK and Europe compared to the US. The
you can't say
US,
that though because
um,
you said they were doing it already over they were trying to do it already
oh yeah, yeah,
there. You
yeah,
know what I mean? So
but
that's not helping. And
but
if they do get it
basic
passed, you're
principle.
screwed because of all those regulations you have in place. Now all they have to do is put the AI program into place, and they can go through all of those databases with all of those regulations, and they've got you by the balls because you set that all up before AI was ever implemented.
Hmm.
You see? So in reality, okay, I know you think that your regulations and everything over in Europe is great and good and everybody's
I
taken
didn't say
care
that.
of, but if they put this AI in place, you're screwed. You are absolutely and totally screwed because you have a regulation for everything. Okay.
Well, yeah, there is the point of having a moderating regulations, having being a classical liberal, I am I believe in regulations, but only up to a point. I still believe in free market ideology, but in the US, when it comes to consumer protections, yeah, it's extremely limited.
Well, you also got to think like uh, making sure that freaking this AI's actions are like explainable and predictable.
Mm.
That's
Mm.
that's going to be very very complex. Okay, they're not going to be able to keep up with the decision making that this AI does because, like Tan said, it's going to move fast. Okay, it's going to be making decisions, and you can set up all of these safeguards you want, but once it starts making its own decisions, I mean, it might. It's unpredictable, is what I'm saying. There's no telling
Mm.
what's going to happen. You know. Um,
All right, so okay, we're past the pessimistic view. Okay, let's talk about
this is like
neutral outcomes.
That's like the best
Uh,
part. We haven't even gotten to the
we,
to the rise of the machine yet, dude. Like,
no, it's
I
still
mean,
pessimism. All right, let's move past the pessimism, and we've had the best possible outcome, and now let's talk about it might not be such a big deal, right? Technology advanced; it's been advancing in the past, and we will learn to harmonize with the new advancement without much disruption, right? We'll learn to use the new technological advancement, the artificial intelligence, and we'll be able to balance it into our lives. Okay?
Problem with
So,
that
and we
is
will ensure that they will complement us instead of replacing us.
problem with that is we've not learned anything without lessons. Um, Mistakes can be made. We, in theory, learn from lessons. So
that's actually
those
one of
lessons could be quite big. Those lessons
Okay.
could be.
So
that's
let's talk about what mistake that we have made that we have not learned.
actually let me add something in there too because that's actually one of the parts of this AI you're talking about, which is a part of it. It's a part of the it's called self improvement. It's I believe it is. They're talking about um, it learns
Self. Mhm.
it actually learns from its mistakes, ethical
Yes.
and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And it
Yeah, but how
it's
many people's lives um, has to be ruined before it learns from those mistakes?
well, I mean,
What if
I mean, I
it's
think Mark was talking about something else, right? I think you were talking
learn
about
learning.
mistakes made by humanity as we develop new technologies, right?
Well,
Like, what mistake did we make from the industrial revolutions that we have not learned?
well, for one thing, people from underdeveloped third world countries were forced into a first world country doing things that really um, they weren't really equipped to do. You know, people who were living in uh, villages where they were still wearing freaking, you know, primitive uh, clothes and hunting and all of that stuff, all of a sudden are working in freaking mines for freaking diamonds and coal and all other kinds of resources because, they had to be a part of society according to what, all of these people who believed in progress believed in. Um, it seems really, really bad that we've done that. You take a look at where countries like Japan, for example, where they had traditions and beliefs that they stood by, and they freaking got pretty much, exploited by Western civilization to where like most of the younger ones don't even understand what their traditions are anymore. You know what I mean? They were very honorable people who lived according to tradition.
You mean like the code of the samurai?
All of that. I mean, and like
Mm.
I mean, some
Actually,
traditions
Japan
are still
is is
there.
is a bad example because look at the sort of treatment that Japan dealt out to various other countries such as Korea in and other Asian countries back in the 19th and early or first half of the 20th century.
Well, imagine Korea if communism was never freaking introduced to it, or look at Vietnam if communism was never introduced to it. It would have been traditional. It would have been their traditional ways of living. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and communism was progress. That developed out of supposed progress. You know what I mean?
Yeah, China is a good example of this. China is a superpower now, but look at what happened in between 1966 and 1976. And many people were hung publicly.
For progress. So I mean, I
What does
don't.
that have to do
Yes,
with
yeah,
technology?
Well, it has to do with progress and
yeah.
technology.
Yeah.
Talking about progress per se, rather than
Mm.
just
You,
technology
you
as a
know, when it comes to the industrial age, I see it as causing more problems and harm to people than what it actually did good. To be honest with you, because like there's a lot of displaced people.
arguable. That's arguable. Because you could say on our medical technology, our medical understanding of medicine has increased tenfold
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
the last 100 years.
Yep.
So, well, I mean, it's just like how many people had to die, though. Like, you've heard the story of freaking Buffalo Bill, right? Like, nobody really understands why Buffalo Bill started uh, uh, supporting the Indians and thinking of them as honorable and things of that nature. But the reasoning behind that was is he had a son that was suffering from an illness that was caused from living in the city. Okay, and he was moved out to the west, and he wanted to keep his wife and his son there in the west with him, but she wanted to go back east. So she kept on pushing it, so finally he let her go back east, and he died from this illness. Okay, and it changed Buffalo Bill's freaking whole outlook on things. He started looking more at the way people who live naturally in the world and are like the Native American Indians. You know what I mean? How they believed in it, and he started seeing things from a different point of view. Um, so how many people had to die because of living in these freaking supposed better conditions? The Great Stink of London, for example. How many people had to die because the flush toilet was invented? You know what I mean?
Oh, come on.
I mean,
I mean,
Paris is like the stinkiest freaking town city in the world, dude. Everybody talks about beautiful Paris. It stinks, dude. It's the stinkiest city in the world.
I thought it was
Yeah, but
Los
that's just
Angeles nowadays.
that's just an example of like a mismanagement of technologies. Not every city is like Paris.
Well,
Mm.
Paris stinks. That's why they wear perfume. You know that, right?
Right.
Again, I will point out the example of Los Angeles at the moment.
Oh, don't even
Yeah.
talk about Los Angeles.
Yeah,
I've
but
lived
yeah,
there. That's horrible, dude. That is horrible, and that's progress. So for me,
All right. Let's talk. Let's move on. Let's talk about
yeah.
okay, so preparing for the future, preparing for the eventuality of this happening. So
Potential eventuality.
is it a matter of if or is it a matter of when this will happen?
I
Like AGI achieving supremacy. Okay, so in order to deal with this, we need to have some frameworks, regulatory frameworks to deal with that advancement, right?
Mhm.
Um, so I think there are bodies right now in discussion. They're working towards this already, right? And I don't know if there's anything concrete having developed, but there is something that we need to do to manage AI technologies, right? So, you know, so ethical guidelines stuff we've already talked about. Liability issues, right? If AI algorithms or end up doing harms financially to businesses or personal. I mean, people using AI technologies to hack into households and withdraw all their money, their life saving. What could happen then? So, that stuff like this needs to be developed to support it. Collaborations between AI and humanity. Right? We need some sort of collaborations between us and them. It's essential for peaceful coexistence.
Mhm. No,
Yes.
goal misalignments is what I'm thinking. Like they used to call it paperclip maximizer problem.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
you're gonna have a lot of that going on. Um,
yeah.
that's a lot of what it sounds like they're talking about. Um, at least that's what it sounds like to me. I don't know if you guys agree with me or not.
Can you elaborate on this paperclip
Well,
analogy?
if uh, if AGI is given a goal that isn't carefully aligned, like with our morals, or as they all like to say, for some reason they like to say values and our ethics, but I believe it should be according to our morals. Okay, it could go after a goal um,
Mm.
to an extreme extent. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it doesn't
Also,
even
also,
at humanity's expense. You know what I'm saying? It could freaking just deplete the entire world's resources, and it doesn't give a shit what humans think. You know?
also, who creates these malls? Do governments create these malls, or do private sector organisations create these malls? What about democracy? What about, in the case of government, does westernised malls line up with malls in, let's say, North Korea?
Well, it even breaks down to a lot more simpler things than that. Like the whole idea behind the paperclip maximizer problem is the example is a paperclip. Okay,
Mm.
so let's say you freaking set it up to where AGI is programmed to manufacture paper clips. okay, as efficiently as possible, okay?
Okay.
Now, the whole thing behind this is what happens um, if it consumes all available resources, including human infrastructure and like the environment. You know what I mean? To maximize production, and it doesn't even care about what humans need. You know what I mean? Its job is to specifically create paper clips. So you got freaking all of these paper clips made from all the resources on the planet. Humans are starving, but hey, you got plenty of paper clips. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I know it sounds
Yeah.
weird, but that's where it comes from.
Yeah. The principle. Yeah.
It comes down to that concept. It's something small like making paper clips. You know, if AI needs to understand that you don't you don't manufacture paper clips to where it causes humans to suffer because of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
A piece of paper. You know what I mean? Gonna go out and
Well, and that's what we're talking about with human and AI collaborations, right? You don't just let the AI roam and do its thing without us having an eye on it, right?
But in Roger's example, if those humans that are making these decisions are paperclip companies, why would they want to maximize the profit? Why would they be interested in people
Well, we
feeding?
we still have the economic problem of supply and demand, right? If
Yeah.
if companies start making paper clips out of their wazoo and nobody wants them, then they got to learn to stop making paperclip at some point, right?
Okay. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, yeah. All right, move on. Okay, so yeah, ongoing research and development is being done. Still needs to be done. It needs to be done and is being done. Um, uh, yeah, again, in order to achieve this level of artificial intelligence, there are research into its ethical implications and as well as AI algorithms for it in order to reach there. And um, we don't think we're there yet, but well, let's see. We're going to go back to OpenAI and its O3 model and compare that to what we've just discussed and see if it's how far it is. Oh, geez, this is really small for me. Can you guys read this? Jeez, I didn't have a
Not
chance
from
to.
there. Not from there.
no, I
You
can't.
can
Crap.
zoom in on that. Then.
I can't. But is that better?
Eh, Can you zoom in on your side, Roger?
Yeah, I
I can
can.
zoom in on there. Yeah. Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I can.
No, it says this is the part where it says Sam admin says I always write. Yeah, sorry. I went to the wrong spot. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, that's better. For me it is.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it now. Let's see. Wait for the stream to catch up. All right. So the O3 model. OpenAI released this pre-release this O3 mini model, what they call O3, in January 31st, 2025, and there's a link for from the OpenAI website with that publication. But it's now part of GPT-4 Turbo. So I think if you log on to OpenAI and you start going to the chat, there's an option for you to select GPT-4, and you will see you will get to experiment all its glories. So with this, it is able to write code, write poetries, and even write essays. And it can write standardized exams like the SAT exam with very high accuracy. Um, so that's pretty impressive in what it can do, right? It can analyze images and documents, right? Um, with a higher accuracy than the previous models. Um, it can write programs, so it can back to writing code. It can write. Um, uh, it can compete in like programming competitions, right? And it will receive a very high passing grade compared to its previous predecessors, right? Um, it can solve complex logic problems. Um, it can answer PhD level of science questions, right? Um, so yes, um, very advanced capabilities here.
Again, you're talking about pattern recognition, which again I would argue that that's not an level of intelligence. I mean, people can mimic. You can get parrots to mimic speech, but is that intelligence?
Well, no. Are you talking? At which point are you talking about recognizing image
Yeah,
or
any sort of you're talking about pattern recognition.
yeah?
Yeah, image recognition,
Not
creating images based upon
no,
stand.
no. So this is not only about recognizing pattern, recognizing image. It's able to analyze the images, right?
Yeah, that's still a
Yeah.
form of pattern recognition, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. But okay, so if uh, what is it about? What is your objection about AI recognizing images that you don't consider intelligence? Because humans recognize images, recognize pattern very simply, right? Uh, and that's what AI is trying to mimic, right? Us being able to recognize a face and say, "Oh, that's Mark Edworthy right there." Um,
Is that
so
intelligence? Are we not conflating the word intelligence with just pattern recognition?
well, no, no. So pattern recognition. So pattern recognition is as you recognize one uh, variation of Mark Edworthy's face and recognize it as that. Let's imagine that you put on a beard, you change your facial recognition a little bit, vary. No, you grow old. 60 years from now, you are very different from what you are facially right now, but somehow still able to recognize you. Is that part of your pattern recognition, basic straight pattern recognition, or there's some intelligence that is needing to deduce to recognize you from like 45 years old as compared to you 90 years old, right?
Isn't that just a mathematical algorithm at the end of the day?
Yeah, everything is mathematical algorithm, but the
Yeah,
point is
okay.
the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
mathematical algorithm is able to mimic human behavior and reasoning. Um,
Reason.
there's something. There's something in O3 called chain of thought reasoning. It's their conception, I guess. and it means that it's able to reflect the user prompts and identify relevant safety policies and generate response that adheres to safety standards. Okay, right? Does that sound like it's able to adhere to some morality principles there or some sort of safety protocol? So O3 has built in that kind of a safety net that almost sounds to me like ethical algorithm that's able to adhere to. So yeah. Okay. If you don't have any more comments about that, let's move on to the next slide. Is it AGI ready? Of course, we know it's not, right? But what is it lacking? So it lacks true understanding, like you said. Is it basically just recognizing patterns of the questions and correlating it with its database about the possible response without extrapolating stuff beyond its knowledge? Right? Doesn't know things the way human do. Predicts work based on patterns, right? Not grounded on reasoning. So there you go. It doesn't have this long-term autonomy, meaning that it can't set its own goal. It doesn't persist on goals, right? It doesn't act independently. It doesn't read our mind, basically. It doesn't predict what we're going to ask it and volunteer answers. It doesn't have any real world grounding, right? So it's got this corpus of knowledge that it knows, that it can reason from, but it doesn't have sensory perception. So that's one thing that it lacks. Can't compare to us human, right? It doesn't have this thing that we have called intuitions, right?
Right, intuition.
Yeah.
But on the setting goals thing, I've been finding out that they're making claims that they do have autonomy, which says that they can set their own goals, making decisions, setting their own goals.
Who?
For the
GPT?
AGI.
Yeah. AGI should be able to set its own goal. What I'm saying is this Chat GPT 4.
Oh, Chat GPT.
4
yeah,
is not able to do that.
I was
Right.
just
So
thinking.
this is
Oh,
about
sorry.
this is specifically about the new version of GPT that they just came out, right?
well, I was just
And we're trying.
I noticed it says is IT AGI ready, and then it's talking about AGI right there, AGI traits.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the sensory experience.
Is it AGI ready? It meaning the O3 model.
The O3. Okay, so
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about sensory experience. You get I don't know, automated hoovers that can sense boundaries, physical boundaries at the moment. You can get machines that can sense smells and sense. I've got some sort of spatial awareness.
yep. It can actually produce this odors.
Yeah. So there was this robotic company I ran into on YouTube. I think you were talking about that one, where they develop a robot that has some sort of balancing capability, meaning that it's able to sense its whereabouts and able to do some fancy acrobatic maneuvers um, around within its environment, right? So is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So some sort of sensory perception is there. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
For me, most of the things I think, like I said, would be the problems would be like computational complexities. Then they have to be able to understand consciousness, and then like we've been talking about, like the ethical and safety concerns and stuff like that. But I mean, um, from what I've been reading on it, I mean they've got the self awareness pretty much. Um, and self improvement is another thing that they claim that it's able to do. It's able to like make enhancements on itself without human intervention.
Who? What?
AGI.
The
It has.
AGI? Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to have.
Which AGI?
Um, but I
The
went through.
OpenAI or?
No, not OpenAI. I didn't cover them, but
Okay.
Are you not talking
well,
more theoretical?
OpenAI really isn't that great of a program. Like I wouldn't suggest anybody to use OpenAI. You can play around with ChatGPT for like spell check and stuff like that, but don't ever rely on it for real
it
information.
can write code though, so it's a little
Well,
bit risky.
it will probably give you the wrong code.
I point on the real world grounding bullet. You've got all common sense intuitions that come from interaction with the real world, which makes me smile because I'm just thinking about people that don't have lack a sort of common sense intuition at the moment.
Okay.
We can all think of people that lack such common sense.
Okay, so I know something else that would be cool if you guys want to do it.
Go on.
So that's Tran, if he wants to do it. See if he wants to go onto ChatGPT and ask them to make a 3,000 word essay about IT AGI. You know what I mean? And then after it does it, ask them if it's 3,000 words. You know what I mean?
It might have improved by now from your previous experience.
It could have improved, but I doubt that very much because like I was messing around with it back whenever me and Bob Dub and you guys were talking about it last year. And Bob Dub and Satori are really, really big on this stuff. So of course I had to go in there and see if I could do some cool stuff, and it was just constant lies. You know what I'm saying? It would tell me that it made like a 3,000 word article, and I knew damn well that it wasn't because I write freaking 3,000 word articles whenever I.
Actually, your point does raise an interesting thing. In academia, we are seeing this issue at this present moment where students are not actually I won't say learning things, not actually taking in what they learned and using things like ChatGPT to write essays for them, which is making the sort of point of education useless.
Well, it's kind of like the calculator when they
No, with a calculator, you still need to understand the principles of maths.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear
you.
Yeah.
Oh, I just had a shut off quickly. I need to go pick up my son now. So,
Okay.
but I'm done. Presentation is done, so that was good.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
you're still going to be here?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in
Okay.
my car, but I'll
Okay.
be here. Yeah.
Okay. So there was a lot of things that freaking you brought up
Yeah.
whenever you were talking about this stuff. Now with me, um, I really do believe that the challenges that they have are about the human level cognitive requirements. You know what I'm saying? Because it is
Hmm.
going to take a lot of processing power. And I went and I checked out how much they were talking about when it comes to the processing power that it's going to take for it. And here in a minute I can pull it up, but it was supposed. What it comes down to is they call them flops. Have you ever heard the term flops before?
Yeah, we were
No.
discussing it last week on Vixens.
Now, for the brain to process the brain's processing powers in flops. Okay, I found out the human brain consists of 86 billion neurons and 100 trillion synapses. Okay, and that's connections between neurons. Now, each neuron can process signals at an estimated 10 to 100 hertz, and that's operation per second. And then it went on to say, based on these numbers, rough estimates suggest the brain operates at about 10 and a higher power of 15 to 10 in the higher power of 17 flops. And flops are floating point operations per second.
Okay, I heard that. Yes,
Yeah,
floating
flight
point
simulations.
operations. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we
Flops.
call them.
Okay, and now for a comparison, modern NVIDIA A100 GPU, it can achieve 20 petaflops, and that's 10 by the higher power, or by the power of 15 or whatever it is,
Okay.
flops.
Okay.
Um, uh, that's in AI specific tasks. Um, Now, the Frontier supercomputer, which was the fastest computer in 2024, it reaches 1.1 exaflops, and that's one by the higher 18, 10 by 18 flops. You know what I mean? The little 18 on top. Keep forgetting what the word for that is. Um,
Okay.
and that's for making it potentially capable of raw brain-like computation, though though its efficiency does matter, is what it says. So it's not going to be very efficient.
Yeah,
Mm.
but you were looking at it from the point of view of things like GPUs, where we've got things where development in neural processor units are becoming a major sort of thing at the moment.
Well, see, this goes even deeper into
So
it.
optimize all that process.
Have you ever heard of the Blue Brain project?
No.
Okay, it's from 2015. It's a simulated it simulated 1 million neurons using a supercomputer with 1 petaflop of power. Okay, yeah, scaling this to the full human brain would require an exaflop class supercomputer at minimum. All right. Now, the Human Brain Project estimates that achieving full-scale human brain simulation might require around 10 to 100 exaflops.
Has it involved quantum computers?
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
and mesh networks and networks that are built for specifically neural processing.
and we were talking about that last Tuesday with Mr. Robot about Alphabet Inc. is getting into the whole into the quantum computers now.
Yes,
Oh,
they are
same to
building. Yeah.
Google, Alphabet, Microsoft, even Nvidia. Nvidia's one of Nvidia's non-commercial, non-domestic lines is in relation to neural processing. In fact, they've actually produced a few commercial chips.
Now they said
Okay.
that when it comes to AI architectures and optimization, current deep learning models like GPT-4 require thousands of GPUs and vast power to process language tasks if they don't truly think like humans. This is just to do language tasks.
Again, you're looking at it from GPUs. Neural processing units are more optimized for this specific purpose, whereas GPUs are optimized for displaying pretty images on the screen.
What are these new processing units that you're talking about? Because I haven't found anything that even talks about these new processing units. Everybody keeps talking about they use GPUs. I've yet to see anything that says they're.
There are products already on Pro. There are, I'll have to do some research into this, but there are NPUs that are already on the market.
See, we don't want conjecture. We
Hang on.
don't want conjecture, Mr.
I've got to do
Edwards.
some research because you've wanted to spool this up,
I
so
I
I can just
love
jump off the
this.
top of my head.
I don't get to say that to you too much. I love it.
That's right. That's right.
It's like the best.
Enjoy it while you can.
I know, dude. It's awesome. Like he's like now. While you're doing your research, I'm gonna finish this. Okay. It says
Okay.
AGI may not need to simulate every neuron individually, but rather emulate cognition effectively, much like how neuron networks use approximations. So that would probably be where the GPUs come into place because they're wanting to emulate the process rather than create it.
Is a good example of a product that's already on the market. The Intel Core Ultra 2000S, 2200S, and 200HX series, which are specifically neural processors.
Newer processors.
Neural processors.
Neural.
Oh,
Yeah.
neural. Oh, okay.
And,
So neural processors are to simulate the functions of the brain, but it,
optimized for neural processing, really.
And the Blue Brain project is supposed to have 1 million neurons simulate. They simulate it, which that's where I was talking about with the whole. They're simulating it rather than producing it with that project.
all right.
Because simulation would be that would be where they would need the GPUs.
All NPUs.
Who's behind the Blue Brain project?
Oh God, I forgot. That's something I pulled this information up and I should have freaking The Blue Brain project, I believe, was the one that freaking Obama came out with, wasn't it?
Obama.
Possibly.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Yes. Let me. I can actually pull that up. I don't want to make
Pull it
any.
up.
I don't
Yep,
want
yep.
to.
Pull it
I don't want to do any conjecture like some people I know.
up. There you
Another
go.
example, the unlimited ethos
Oh.
Oh
U65
no.
MPU.
Okay. This is cool. Actually, the Blue Brain project was a Swiss brain research initiative that aimed to create detailed digital reconstructions and simulations of the mouse brain and eventually the human brain,
A mouse brain.
led by Professor Henry Markham. The project, which ended in December of 2024, sought to establish simulation neuroscience as a complementary approach to understanding the brain. So that was a Swiss brain research initiative. That's
Okay.
interesting. And whenever, yeah, okay, now right here, this is the Blue Brain. The Blue Brain used a Blue Gene supercomputer and software like Heinz Neuron to create realistic simulations. So that's what they're doing.
Okay.
They were creating the simulations. That's why they would have needed the GPUs rather than a CPU, because that's what GPUs are used for.
Again, that's a very GPUs compared to NPUs are inefficient for this purpose.
Yeah.
NPUs are much more efficient because they're built for this specific task.
Now MPUs, is that what you're saying?
NPUs, yeah,
N, like MN.
neural processing units.
Okay, NPUs, NPU
Intel
processors.
supports a range of
Yeah, the neural processor unit is.
and Limited also the ethos range.
Now it says it's a specialized processor designed to accelerate AI and machine learning tasks. Unlike traditional CPUs and GPUs, MPUs are optimized for parallel matrix operations. And you're talking about real time data right there.
I'm
It's
talking about
they are
what you're
used
talking about, really. Yeah.
they're used for are optimized for parallel matrix operations and efficient data processing. So it's actually doing it. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like
Oh,
the one I was talking about is simulating the process.
yeah. So NPUs are much more efficient.
Right? It's actually doing it.
Yeah, precisely. And
Yeah.
then when you consider things like network and multiple NPUs together, may they be on the same, or maybe networking isn't a good idea. Yeah, if you combine multiple machines together to do this, so in the network infrastructure, or even having multiple NPUs on a single board.
I'm telling you, that's some amazing things.
Hmm.
Now it says here that what I've gotten, it says the challenges beyond raw processing power is that even if we achieve exaflop scale computing, simulating human cognition still faces key obstacles, and one of them is memory and storage. The brain structure is dynamic, requiring both massive storage, that'd be 2.5 petabytes estimated, and ultra fast memory access.
But that's just optimization of technologies. Yeah, as a simple example, look at the history of our computing storage devices. Back in the 70s or back in the 60s, we were using cards, punch cards. Then they moved to tape. Then we moved to magnetic storage, and now we're using nano technology, so-called flash technology.
Now, just to let everybody know, 1 petabyte equals 1,000 terabytes.
Depends on which measurements you. 1024 terabytes, depending on which scale you're going by.
Well, I mean, it's just if you're going to measure petabytes out to what it ranges to, and it would be generally 1,000.
Yeah, this goes back to the old IEC, or the change in the IEC measurements back in 20, or late 90s, early 2000s.
So basically, any way you're looking at it, it's going to take you 2,500 terabytes estimated for just the storage.
But again, with compression ratios, with technology moving at an advanced rate, with developments in storage capacity.
Now, when it comes to energy efficiency, it says the human brain only consumes about 20 watts, while supercomputers consume megawatts.
Again, a good example of this is the difference between, let's say, x86 processors compared to ARM processors. ARM processors are much more efficient when it comes to power consumption compared to x86 processors. So ARM processors compared to Intel and AMD processors, as an example.
What I've mostly heard is when it comes to like future hardware, they're talking about neuromorphic chips and quantum computing. They said that might help.
Yeah, we are seeing some major developments in both in those sort of concepts, and also in things like RISC, so ARM, RISC-V. It's the old CISC compared to RISC argument.
Mm-hmm.
Multitasking, multi-processing logic.
Now, just so people who are listening understands, the neuromorphic chips are computer chips designed to mimic the structure and function of the human brain, offering potential for energy efficient and adaptive AI systems. They're based on spiking neural networks, which is SNNs, and aim to achieve high computational performance with low power consumption. That's basically what it is.
And also, again, you've got to consider things like energy infrastructure, and you also got to think about the creation of the chips. So things like rare metal, being able to gather enough rare metals, as an example.
Yeah. Well, it also says too here about software and learning models. Like current AI lacks the flexibility, the general reasoning that AGI would require. Simply adding more compute power doesn't automatically lead to intelligence. You know what I mean?
Indeed. You can have a computer with nothing on it, and no software, no operating system on it, and all it is just a brick. At the end of the day, brick that um, contains electricity without the sort of application on it. Then what use is it?
Now, I didn't get into the algorithmic efficiency part, but that's another part that they were saying is important to use as well when it comes to simulating the human brain. You know what I mean? They said that this stuff could reduce a lot of the requirements significantly. So that was one part that I really should have dug into a little bit more. Now, since Tan's not around and he wanted to evade the process, you want to go through the cool stuff now? Like,
Such as?
uh, why would an AGI pose a risk to humanity?
Just watch the Matrix films.
Don't
Good
watch
example.
Terminator, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
Terminator, Rise of the Machines. Now, the things that I've already covered, like rapid self-improvement, right? Recursive self-improvement is an issue that they say could be a problem, meaning that it can modify and enhance itself at a really, really fast rate. And that's eventually going to surpass human control to where we won't be able to control it anymore.
Potentially. Again, let's not talk about absolute. This is the danger that Tan started off with, talking in such absolutes. Who knows what could happen tomorrow?
Well, especially when it rewrites its own code and it becomes more efficient. You know what I mean? And then does it repeatedly after it becomes more efficient. Just keeps repeating its rewriting its code. You know what I mean? That could actually become something real serious. It'd make it to where it could make it to where humans couldn't do any kind of intervention, even if they wanted to, because they had rewritten themselves. You know what I'm saying? So all of those safety nets that everybody thinks they're putting up would be gone. I mean, basically.
But this goes back to the point of who controls who.
Right.
Who controls what, or what controls who.
This goes to where it really gets cool. It says it's where computers view humans as an obstacle. Okay. If AGI determines that humans could interfere with its objectives, it may take actions to prevent humans from shutting it down. Okay. And a good example
goes back to our previous points about the end of humanity.
Right. You know,
So
now a good example would be like an AGI managing a financial system. It might manipulate or deceive humans to maintain control, or worse, take preemptive actions against perceived threats to its operations. So say you allow AI to just control the stock market, and it sees us as a threat because we're starting to notice that it's kind of doing shit that we don't want it to do. You know what I mean? It could actually cause, or it could actually manipulate or deceive us into thinking like we're having freaking shortages and stuff of that nature, when in reality we're not. It's just all of a sudden we start depending more on this AI. You know what I mean? Because, oh my God, how are we going to solve this problem? When in reality, there's no problem at all. It's just the AI making it appear that way because it's needed. It's creating a task for itself,
Mm.
you know, so that it remains useful. That made sense, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sort of your paperclip example, sort of reminds me of the old Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy um, concept of 42. Asking the question of what it the question about the universe and everything, and the computer spending millions of years, billions of years coming up with the number 42, but nobody can remember the exact question.
Exactly. Okay. Well, here's another good one. Okay, like you ask AGI to reduce carbon emissions. All right,
Mm.
and when you ask them that, you ask them that to accomplish the goal of getting rid of uh, or reducing carbon emissions in a like a simple way, you know, in a simplistic with simple instructions on how to do it. Okay, so the thing is that AI uh, could take and do extreme measures in order to accomplish that goal. You know what I mean? Because
Mm.
they didn't have freaking elaborate instructions on how to do it. You
The
know,
old the old joke about how to stop carbon emissions, stop cows from farting,
right? You
or
got to
even
stop
better, stop everything from farting.
humans
So
breed.
starve humans.
Got to cut all those trees down. Got to kill all those cows and pigs,
Mm.
and then after that, we got to go after the humans because they're non-essential. We've taken their place. You know,
Mm.
so um, now autonomous warfare, AI weapons, and militarization. Okay, what if AI is used in military applications? It could engage in autonomous decision making in warfare, leading to uncontrollable escalation or unexpected outcomes. And here's an example: an AI powered defense system programmed to neutralize threats might classify humans as threats and act accordingly.
Skynet Terminator. Yeah, Skynet
You know
Terminator.
it. You know it, dude. You know it. Rise of the automaton, baby. Rise of the automaton. So that is what I wanted to add as the last part of my whole thing. You know, you got to end this with the Terminator. You know what I mean?
And the end of humanity.
Yes. Dan bailed before we got to this part. You know that, right? He dropped his freaking screen share and he's out the door. He's like, I know what Roger's gonna do, and I'm not gonna be a part of it. He said, I'm out of here.
Again, all of these things are theoretical. All of these things are possibilities. Who's to say that we don't all go back to the Stone Age tomorrow? We get hit on the head by a meteorite.
Well, being honest, I mean, I've been actually getting involved in a lot of this stuff when it comes to the internet, and I don't really see that as a problem anymore because, like, you know, don't get me wrong, you have access to a lot more resources with the computer than what we did back even in the 80s and 70s. You know what I mean? Like today, we can actually find information out on the internet any kind of information we want. If you want it to be something that's constructive, you can find it, you know. Whereas we couldn't do that back in the 70s and the 80s. We had to actually go to libraries and search things through there, or go to actual offices and find out the documentation there, you know what I mean? Which that's a good thing, don't get me wrong. But I mean, I don't see that as a bad thing either, because you actually had to do the research. You had to, you know, get out your door and go and actually find the information that you're looking for. Um, even if you've got a computer, take your ass to the library. You know what I mean?
Yeah, again, goes back to my the sort of the actual intelligence dying argument I made earlier. Things like critical thought processes are becoming, well, in certain areas, are becoming rarer.
Becoming what? Weather?
Scarce, more
Oh,
scarce.
scarce. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you want to like say that people are getting stupid, but I mean, if
You
you
said
know,
it. I didn't, but
you know what I mean. I mean, if anybody has to say it, then you know what I mean. It's something that really does need to be looked at whenever it comes to that. Like, um, and don't get me wrong, I don't agree with the whole thing about students using uh, chat to write essays. Like you were mentioning, I was just messing around with that, but it is
I,
true. Calculators were actually a part of that process too.
well, we touched, or I touched on this just before the first break in yesterday's fixing votes, but we sort of moved on to different subjects straight after the break. But when it comes to calculators, you still need to know the principles of
How it works.
multiplication. You still need to know the principles of how to use a calculator. Yeah, you still have to type in 2 plus 2 equals.
Yeah, that's pretty sad
So
that you said that. You know, really.
well, it's still a principle. You still need to learn the principles of additional, adding,
You have to
minus.
recognize where the buttons are on the calculator,
Yeah,
basically. You know what I mean? It's like, I remember when I used to write stuff down on paper, and then my brain hurt because I had to literally calculate it in my brain. You know what I mean?
indeed.
Like,
Yeah.
that's the sad part about it all. Like, um, for me at least, it is. Um, Now, the one thing that I can suggest when it comes to, you know, how you can prevent a lot of this stuff that's happening, you know, to ensure that AGI doesn't control, like, make sure that they don't control, like, infrastructures like, you know, power grids, nuclear weapons, financial systems. And a lot of people in that tech community is saying without human oversight, I personally say no, we don't need oversight. Just never let them have control of these infrastructures, you know. Just
Mm,
that's off limits.
I don't know. As I mentioned in this the last week, is we've sort of already opened up that Pandora's box.
Mhm.
It's too late, I think,
Right.
to argue that.
Now, even though it's something that we've done as a joke, you know, to be honest, everybody needs to realize the idea of AGI turning against humanity is not impossible. Okay. Um,
Nothing's impossible.
but whether it happens dependent or it depends on like how AGI is designed, it's controlled, how people, how it's aligned with human morals and things of that nature. You know, AI researchers, they need to take safety concerns seriously. Basically, is what the big deal is. It is the biggest risk that's coming into our world today, and I don't think that this is a fad. It's here and it's here to stay. And it's a big
Well,
risk.
again, unless there's some sort of major disaster, if we all get nuked tomorrow, or if we have a solar flare that will destroy all of our infrastructure, well, the aliens from Alpha Centauri come down and enslave us all.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, this AI stuff, it's gonna. I mean, the one thing that will cause our downfall, or two things that will be our downfall, is poor oversight and reckless deployment. Yeah, I know a lot of people are talking about this global cooperation shit, but I mean, in that aspect, they're going to start treating AI like we do nuclear weapons. If you ask me,
Hmm.
that's the way that's going to be treated. The next superpower is going to be the ones with the best AI. Uh, you know, um,
Who's to say that we're going to have superpowers? After all, consider the concept of a globalized government.
yeah, we. I mean that is something that is part of this topic, which I always think is cool and stuff.
We could become we could be heading towards the great communist utopia of Star Trek.
It's true. Well, Star Trek is a communist, actually, if you think about it, because they don't get paid for their work. Everybody that's on there does it because they enjoy their jobs, according to Star Trek, um, and they get everything given to them for free. So they technically are living a life of utopia, a utopian society, kind of. So, well, Gene Roddenberry was always uh, kind of strange when it comes to that stuff. So
Mm.
now we have come to 4 hours and 23 minutes. Most of this,
Probably actually 3 hours because
yeah,
we've been recording for the first hour, which
most of
yeah.
this, most of this was actually because of our troubleshooting expertise. Um, we actually altogether have 3 hours and 58 minutes on YouTube. And I think we were doing edits or trying to fix it in YouTube as well. But I believe
Actually, I think probably 2 hours 30 minutes roughly of good content.
yeah, 2 hours and 45 minutes
Yeah.
actually, because Twitch was the last one that we popped open
Mm.
apparently. So I know I opened up YouTube to do all the sound checks and stuff of that nature. So we ended up getting that going on. Now, everybody on Twitch, I want to let you know that we do not store our content after it's done. So this is it. Okay. You won't be able to see it again. So if you ever come in here and you're watching a stream, and you want to make a comment pertaining to what we're talking about, do it while we're in the stream because you won't be able to do it again. It'll
But
all,
again, we are on other platforms as well, so
right,
you can find out this content on other platforms,
right,
even if that's lost on Twitch.
right. We are on Rumble, we are on YouTube, we're on X, we're on Kick, Twitch, and I believe that's it.
I mean, doesn't Kick have a time limit at the moment?
No, not yet. And
D,
well,
D Live, are you on D Live? So I know they've got that.
that was the channel I freaking let me see if we are actually streaming on D Live, because I know we're supposed to be. I just don't know if I.
I think they've got 30-day limits or something, 30-day restriction or something like that, don't they? Similar.
Well, I mean, um, I never went to the website, because what I do is I usually watch the websites to monitor my videos to see if they're streaming.
Mm.
And I think I messed up on that one and did. Oh, I have to go in and check. I'm gonna check and see if it's actually streaming before we end. That way I can waste time and make it go at least the 4.5 hours with my cool freaking avatar up there. Yeah, I'm not streaming on D Live right now,
Yeah.
so it's perfectly fine, man. Because you know what? I mean, that's the way we roll. We're hardcore like that, right, Mark?
Yeah, but I just feel sorry for any viewers that watched the first hours worth of technical disasters.
Technical disasters. Yes, that would
Uh,
be. Yeah, yeah. I did not do this one tonight, but that's perfectly fine because I wanted to be able to get on here and do this stream. And really, the good part is other than Rumble and maybe a little bit of YouTube, not everybody had to watch that nightmare that took place beforehand.
you didn't see me go crazy.
Well,
It was
that was like the best part of the whole situation. Yeah. That was like the coolest part. So
actually, I think that's the first time I actually swore on air.
probably was. It was like,
Maybe,
oh,
maybe
damn, I'm
you
gonna.
go me to swearing.
So with that, before we go, you want to tell everybody how they can find you, Mark Edworthy?
Okay. You can find all my clean content, no swear words involved at all, on minds.com. So minds.com/Medworthy.
All right, and you can find both of us here on Tech Talk on Thursdays. Also, Mark's usually with me on the other shows I do, so you might be able to catch him with me whenever I'm streaming. I stream on Rumble, YouTube, X, Kick, Twitch, D Live usually, and we usually do it around 5 p.m. Um, Wednesday through Sunday now, I believe, on one channel or another.
5 p.m. That's
Central Standard Time.
US. Okay. So
Yeah.
US Central Time.
Yeah, US.
Daylight saving. Or yeah.
That would be 10 p.m. at night in England. It would be 6 p.m. on the Eastern Standard Time, and then it would be 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I believe. If you
Again,
live in
depends on daylight saving periods. Because,
right.
Yeah,
And
US daylight saving is a bit weird.
And if you want times for the Pacific Ocean, then you're screwed because I get so upset. I think Australia is like a day and 2 hours ahead of me.
Depends. Australia's got 3 different time zones.
Yeah, I know. That's the crazy part right there. So that's why I'm not even going to try. So I really appreciate everybody showing up. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Make comments because, like I said before in the episode before, we are losers, okay? We love comments. If you don't give us comments, we sit here in front of this monitor 24/7, lonely, with nobody to talk to.
I often cry into my monitor.
Right, exactly. So do I. It's a horrible, horrible experience, guys. So please show some brothers some love, man, because we need it. Okay. Until next time, everybody, have a great week, and we will talk to you later. Have a good day too. So bye,
Or good night, or good morning,
or good morning, or
whenever.
whatever it is. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
what it was, the problem, no one's calling anyone a nig anymore. Now that I shut up, no one gets called a nig. When I talk, we use nig. When I don't talk, we don't use nig. So I
No,
can
that's not
explain
that.
that.
That's not because of that. No, it's not because you're not talking, comma. I think the people who made those kinds of statements, they've also left the room.
Oh.
Yeah, I had some dude call me he said I had a Jew nose the other day, and I was like,
What?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
That's
Like, I
just
really don't.
wild.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we get some crazy shit, and I think that's where you're saying,
yeah,
we shouldn't leave the room. We should just laugh about it, know that this
No,
dude's a
no,
fucking
no,
idiot,
no, I
kind
don't-
of
I'm not
tell
gonna
him,
laugh.
put him in his place.
I don't mean
move
that.
on.
I don't. I
You
don't
don't need to
mean.
move.
No, I don't. I don't mean that you should just laugh about and move on. If somebody actually really offend you, bring it up, like you did, and if it gets, I mean, again, also on the other side of the coin is this is a free speech platform, right?
Exactly.
Right. So there's some balancing that the admins have to go through to see whether if it's offensive or okay,
Yeah.
offensive up to what certain level, right?
And then that guy
Yeah.
did come in and say, "Be kind."
That's
And I'm
Bill. He's the CEO.
You
He's
guys-
not that
exactly.
guy.
It's like you guys got to be nice or whatever. I don't know who these people are, so I didn't know, But he did come in and he was like, "Yeah, guys, be nice." But
Yeah.
whole the thing, I don't mind people having freedom of speech and expressing themselves. My whole thing is they're like, "You're triggered," and I'm like, "I'm triggered because I'm asking questions, but you're asking me questions. Well, why do you write in capital letters?" So
Yeah,
then I
no.
respond to the
No,
answer.
no. Well, the admins and the mods are people too, so sometimes they make mistakes, right? Just like that, Dan, what's his name? Danzilla guy who banned Rogers, right?
Yeah, for
I think he made the wrong
defending
call, and I called him up on it, and Bill stepped in. So that's
And
and
the
then
I-
kind
I
of
just reconciled.
I do
right?
want to
Okay.
say that shows a lot of character too, Tan. I mean, you really stepped up to bat for me, and
no. Oh, I mean, I'm not doing it because I'm your friend. I see something
know.
that's not right, and I speak up, right? And I think
that shows
I
character.
consider myself
though.
I consider myself a friend of Dan as well. I mean, we've interacted nicely in the past. I think it's just something this time. I think he just went over the line.
I'm just saying it as a showing character. I mean, there's plenty of people who wouldn't have said anything, just let it go, and
No, but that's the kind of attitude that I want us all to adopt, right? If something's in the room, it's not that just because somebody's in there for a long time doesn't give them any clout over you guys.
Yeah.
If you see something that's not right, speak up, right? Speak up for your right. And
No.
if it seems wrong, then definitely you have to speak up. And it's just not be quiet, stay quiet about it.
But it's crazy because now it's like no one's posting. It's almost like if we're not allowed
Yeah.
to be racist and rude, we're not going to post. And it's like, really? That's the energy we're bringing. Like that's just wild. It's like we're going to go to our racist corners, and you're just going to miss out because it's like, really, what happened to all the informative posts?
just
Like no
let
one's
that
posting.
stuff subside. That's all it basically is. It was a bad experience that happened, and everybody's gun shy, and eventually
Yep.
that'll fade away.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It'll all get better, but what I want to know is how we're going to make some money from this. Because
That's what we're
honestly,
talking to you about. You're supposed to be the man with the plan.
Yeah, that's right.
well, the thing is, we need people, dude. We got to
Yeah.
have people. We got to have because these bots,
It's
literally,
right here.
like
It's
I
right
wake
here.
up.
You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
It's we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What, 5, 6 people here now?
We got 5 people here.
5 people
I mean,
here.
Five. Yes.
you know,
You know,
is it Tan or Tan?
10.
Ten.
I'm,
So Tan's 2 people if he wants to be.
That's 2 of me.
but
Yeah.
I'm going
With
back
different
to
angles of
Than.
me.
I'm going back to Than. I was saying that before you got in here because, like,
That's fine, man.
his
It's
name's
fine.
Tan. Don't get me wrong, but dude, listen to it, Than. You know what
Okay.
I mean?
Okay.
Like the mighty warrior Than.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
give him like
come
a
on,
big
dude.
axe or something, like a sledgehammer.
How
Mhm.
dare you speak
And a
to
huge
me
like
like
breastplate.
that?
Yeah, breastplate.
I am
Okay,
the
okay.
mighty
Back on topic, guys.
Okay.
I just want to know how to make money.
Because this is not
off
the
of mines.
ADHD
Well,
crew. Okay,
I-
okay. We'll
I
see.
can tell you guys. Oh, sorry.
No, you got it.
I can tell you guys like on 2 accounts because I have my regular name still, and I just post photography. That's it, and I post maybe 2 or 3 times a day. That one will make $1 a day to $2 if it's like a banging day. If everybody hits the like button or whatever.
Mhm.
My Moose account, it makes $2. Or actually, it makes about the same. It makes like $1.50 to $3. And one day I made $15, and it didn't
Wow.
it didn't explain. Like I had like 60,000 like views or something in one day. It was like a spike that came out of nowhere, and then I never got it again. I was like, I don't understand this, and so I had that, and I told Ryan about this because I had a 30-minute call with Ryan, and I was trying to figure this shit out. So I post like maybe 50 posts a day on my Moose account, and I make pretty much the same as on my named account. Now,
Really?
the named account has 3,400 subscribers. The Moose account has 1,700. But the Moose account, I boost every single day. Every single day, I'm boosting at least 20 tokens and at least like $1 or something. So, I mean,
Plus, you have direct contact to Ryan.
Oh,
Well,
everybody does.
everybody does.
What
I
do you
mean,
mean?
I had a 30-minute
You have
conversation with him.
You had a 30-minute call. You called him, or he called you?
Like we had it on this thing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
on chat.
Yeah.
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 I mean, it's the same thing. Where it's a video call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. But we don't usually directly contact. Like I don't have.
Well, no, it
Ryan.
was a pre-planned. Like you have to sign up for it.
Oh, I see. You got an email about from Ryan that says he wants to get your opinion on how mine is going, kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
he did that to
you
John,
let
too.
loose on him on.
He did that
You
to
unloaded
John.
on him.
Sorry,
on-
I didn't know you didn't get one. I thought it was.
No,
No.
I did. I did.
No,
I did. I just didn't
we're
reply.
old dogs. We're old dogs. They don't
Okay.
fucking care
Okay.
about us. Especially
okay.
Bill. Bill,
Yeah, there's
I
some
gotta behave.
Bill responded. I've never seen Ryan. Well, yeah, Ryan did respond on general chat room.
Well,
But
I
do
got
you have?
that 1,000 tokens for the live stream contest, but I was never told how.
Did it get sorted out anyway? Like Bill got involved.
I got 1,000
in the end?
tokens.
There you go.
It's because
okay,
he
you
bitched
did,
the
so you
most.
got it. Okay.
Because he finally got them to freaking get off their butts and do it. And they're like, fuck
No,
it.
but they're
we're just gonna give it
responsive,
to
right?
them. I mean,
Right,
Somewhat,
but
even
like,
though they're
how
slow.
do I know I won? How do I know how I won? Like,
exactly.
come on, dude. Like, I want to know how I'm
You would
doing
like to
this
know
so
the
I
way
Yeah,
can do
it's
better.
can recreate
It's a
it.
secret
Right,
algorithm,
exactly.
man.
Do it again.
But I think we all in here believe that you won. right.
Right.
we can all raise our hands.
Yeah, we all vote for Moose winning the live stream. I think it's
I mean,
believable.
I appreciate it.
They don't want it because then
yeah,
people in
okay.
England would know the term city. Yeah. Mark. He
What's Mark doing?
he made a he commented on my comment, I guess, whenever I was telling him about the city in London.
Okay.
we were talking about language and stuff.
We don't get along very well because he's all about legalese and I really don't give a fuck. Like,
Really?
I'm all about doing what's right. Like, I'm all about doing what's right. I don't care about arbitrary laws. I don't care
Right.
about bullshit.
He's
Like,
all
anytime I
legal
talk
stuff.
about the
Yes.
token, he's always like, posts the same thing. Same thing. I'm like, I don't give a shit about your rules and regulations. Like, people buy the token for a reason. You're not buying the token so you can just sink your money, right? You eventually want to make something, right? I mean,
Right.
come on, man. It's like you can sugarcoat the donut however you want. You can make it a cake or something, but it's still a fucking donut on the inside, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Moose,
Sorry.
have you tried? Do you have your tokens on chain?
Xanax? No. Have I done what?
What?
I was just saying. No.
No.
Somebody else speaking?
Oh my goodness.
Hey.
Do not.
What is going on here? We got
He said the wrong thing at the wrong time. No, we don't care if you did or did not. You don't tell
No,
us
I was
that.
joking. I don't.
He was just
I-
joking. He was thinking. He thought he's like, "Have I had my Xanax?" No, I haven't had my Xanax. And
No,
he's
because
just
I only
joking.
smoke weed. I'm just like all hyped up right now.
No, no one's talking
Okay,
about your
Moose,
habit.
I was asking whether you have your tokens on chain or off chain.
Both.
Oh, you have some on chain tokens as well,
Yeah,
Cool.
I have some liquidity too. So that's how I play the game.
right?
So this is how I like maximize my strategy.
Mhm.
Is you got to have at least some liquidity in like $100 or whatever.
Right.
And once you do that, your liquidity, it gains that multiplier just
Yeah.
like your regular account. And so I did that, and then I waited till the token dropped to like 4 cents or whatever, and I bought in like $500,
Okay.
and I just let it sit, right?
On chain,
I let it
right?
On chain,
Did
on
you-
chain,
did-
and then you hit the liquidity button,
Yeah.
and whatever you put in, you have to put in Ethereum and Mines tokens. They have to be equal because they ride together. They ride that line together, and so you put in like $100 or whatever, and then you start gaining tokens automatically.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
Roger, you should be taking notes. You should listen carefully here to this.
I
Oh,
tried
but-
to do
okay,
that, but,
but-
that's
but-
too crazy.
All right, Moose. Did it cost you an arm and a leg to transfer your tokens on chain in the first place?
No, you never do that. You
Okay.
never, ever do that. That screwed me. Like, I got so pissed off that I quit Mines for like 6 months because I went to transfer them on chain, and
Uh-huh.
it cost me exactly what it was worth. So I
Oh.
paid all this money for nothing, like
Right,
literally nothing.
Right.
And I was just so like frustrated. I was like, forget this shit. So don't ever do that.
Okay.
The way I do it is through Transact.
Ah,
It's you can I use MetaMask.
yes,
you have a
I have
Meta-
MetaMask as
MetaMask
well. Yes.
wallet, and so you have to buy some Ethereum, and then you swap the Ethereum for the Mines token,
Mm-hmm.
and it should be a very low cost right now. It was
Okay.
only like $3 the last time I did it. It was
Uh-huh.
very low cost. I mean, literally you're not losing that much. And then you swap it over to the Mines token. But the thing is, if you leave it in, you just leave it in your account, you gain tokens, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's nothing compared to what you get for liquidity.
Right.
Because liquidity, it's basically a long-term investment. You can take it out, but it's better if you just toss it in there
Right.
and then just
Leave
take
it.
a little bit out at a time or add to it.
Mhm.
And it's like 10 times what you would get if you just
Right.
left it in your account. So that's how I do that. Okay. So right now I have $500 in there. I have
Right.
$500 in there. I'm making like nine tokens a day. Just doing
by
nothing.
sitting there doing nothing. Okay, so Rogers, you should
Doing
pay
nothing.
attention to this. This is what I've
Okay.
heard as well, and Moose's is like a practical example of how it's
Yeah,
working.
See, when I go to do the Ethereum though, they want freaking gas for freaking.
No, that's
doing
what.
the
But what he's
transfer.
that's what he's saying. You don't do that. You
No,
don't
I mean
trans-
like I have to go on my Coinbase and actually take it
No,
off
no,
of
no,
there.
no. Don't do that, Roger. I'm telling you. Coinbase, what they do is they screw you because The price is $16.20. They charge you $1,700, right? And
Yeah.
then they charge you this $20 fee to transfer it over to MetaMask. Just buy it on MetaMask.
Yeah.
There you go.
Buy it on MetaMask.
I'm gonna send you the
Just
link right now.
get rid of
I've got
Coinbase.
MetaMask. I've got
You
it.
do.
Yeah, I just
Then you're
never
good.
use
Then
it.
cut the middleman. Don't ever buy on Coinbase unless you have to. And then
No,
you
I
swap
just-
the Ethereum right there.
I just use freaking MetaMask for trading. I don't even pull it off of Coinbase. Or you know what I'm saying? I just use Coinbase for buying and selling.
But you connect your MetaMask wallet to Minds, right?
Yeah.
Do you have it connected?
But yeah, like I was saying, I look around and I see the way things work naturally. You know what I mean? And I mean, naturally speaking, if you wanted to kind of make guesses on what things were, you know, if these aliens do exist, they're going to be pretty much close to what things are naturally. You know, they're not going to be like, you know, all they're going to have their issues too. You know what I mean?
Well, and again, I always say that mankind is a very arrogant species because we tend to classify everything as we understand it, and we're not considering that not all life forms have to be matter based. I mean, we say it does, but it's not true.
Yeah.
I mean, we only know the truths that we can possibly know via our own perception and our own experience.
Right.
But you know, it's like I was saying to somebody years back when they said they had discovered a form of arsenic life. I said, you know, that goes counter to everything we could possibly believe because arsenic to us is a poison.
Right.
I said, yet they believe they found an arsenic-based life form. I said, so it kind of goes to show you that you have to go way outside the box to even think about it.
Yep, I agree. They even have they're talking now about what was the name of that moon that goes? It's that ice moon. About life being underneath the ice caps on that planet and possibly in the water because the planet's just all water that's frozen over. You know, so so when you look at that, you also have to ask yourself. I mean, what kind of creature is that going to be, or creatures? You know, so.
Well, that's nothing we can actually really kind of wrap our heads around.
Right.
It's like it's very interesting because we only tend to perceive things as we know them.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know. And in fact, when I tell people, when I say it's very possible that humanity could be a singularity because they always say that a computer echoes the human anatomy, and it does in many ways. But what if the human anatomy actually echoed a computer?
Yeah.
You have to. I always do that. I'll like flip it around and say, you know, we could be a biomechanical organism because we define mechanics as we see it, not as another type of existence would see it.
I was having a conversation with Austin in summer about this, and like there's an actual ufology cult following that goes way back and well into the 20s that actually believed in stuff like that. And like Battlestar Galactica, the original one, the people that were involved in making that TV series believed in it too. You know, I mean, they really did. They believed it 100%, and that's why they came up with that show in the first place.
Well, like I said, I think we need to put the brake on the thought process that we are the only form of intelligence. It's not realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to look at how the human brain works, how it maps.
Mm-hmm.
Are we not a good portion of it? What stopping block was put in play to prevent us from doing that? Because it's kind of like a computer. You can put blocks in a computer that prevent them from accessing certain areas. It's very, and I said to somebody, if you look at the genetic makeup of like a strand of DNA, and you look at a strand of DNA and see how it is actually what it's comprised of, it's actually a superconductor, and it oscillates like a superconductor does. It's like we have this freaking itty bitty freaking superconductor in every strand of DNA. I said, it's just absolute madness that you would think that we didn't have the ability to be telepathic. I think we're naturally telepathic.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's been blocked ourselves from it.
Yep.
I think we're naturally able to do certain things.
And
but
when you bring that up, that brings me to what I've had discussions about what is supernatural and what is paranormal, because a lot of people like to make stuff out like that's paranormal. In reality, it's not. It's a natural ability that we've been given. You know what I mean?
Now you know why I hate certain words.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the word psychic. I do not like the word paranormal. I really don't even like the word supernature, because to me it's not really supernature. It's more like nature that's been kind of kept down.
Yeah, esoteric nature. Esoteric nature. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
And I always tell people when they say, how are you capable of this and how are you capable of that? And I kind of look at them and say, well, so are you.
Yeah.
I was exposed to it as a very young child, and for some weird reason, it didn't trigger fear in me.
Yeah.
I was like, most people, it scares them. And so they'll, whether it be because of how you're raised, what you're taught, what your beliefs are, whatever the reason, it scares you to the point where you'll lock it away.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but you'll find that, especially empaths, oh God, when an empath doesn't know what they are, they can end up institutionalized. They can have a lot of big emotional problems because they don't understand that they're literally pretty much absorbing echoes of everybody else's feelings and emotions. They're absorbing that energy, and they think it's their own, and it's not. So that's, again, you have to learn how to recognize that. And I mean, it's true though. I mean, people, I think, are naturally, we're born to do certain things. We have genetic predispositions to do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I've said that I really am a strong believer in epigenetics. I said I really think, rather than reincarnation, because I know a lot of people lean into reincarnation. I was like, I don't know if we're reincarnated, but I do believe in epigenetics. Mm-hmm. Where pieces of each generation that preceded you inherit that through your genetic code, and sometimes it's flipped active and sometimes it's not. That's why you might have deja vu sometimes. That is why you might have an experience where you remember something that's not really your memory.
That's the thing that when it comes to like all the genetics and everything, I think what it is though is like it comes down to stuff like our receptors and everything, and there's parts of the brain that aren't even explained yet. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It has to do with our oh God, what is it? It's the gray matter. Nobody really even knows anything about that gray matter that's in the center of our brains,
Well, it's kind of like when they tell you that, junk DNA, and I've said it for 3 decades. There is no such animal as junk DNA. The creator does not create junk. Okay, let's just put that out there and really absorb that information. There is no junk in nature.
Yeah.
There is no. Every little particle of your body has some purpose. It's just a matter of defining what that is. Honestly, I think the Russians and the Chinese are freaking eons ahead of us when it comes to understanding different abilities that people can have. And like I said, even with being a medium or able to connect with energy, I don't think that's mystical. I think it's like being good at basketball.
Yeah.
That's your gift. Some people are great with basketball. Some people are great pianists. Some people can connect to energy. That's their gift.
The one thing that gets me is like everybody trips out over remote viewing. You know what I mean? And they are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, and they make it out to be really a lot more than what it actually is. You know what I mean? Because like everybody has been talking about like astral travel and all that, and the only difference between remote viewing and the astral traveler is that the astral traveler leaves his body where the remote viewer stays in his body.
Both are an extension of consciousness, and that's where it like I say, it's travelers who are accessing the grid. And that's what I've always called it. To me, it's the grid. And I say when I dream, when I'm having prophetic dreams, I always tell people I'm surfing the grid in my sleep. And when I'm in REM, my consciousness surfs the Akashic, the grid. I was like, that's why when I dream of future events, I can tell you when I'm having one of those dreams because my senses are all on fire. I was like, I don't just see colors, my colors dance. I don't just smell with every little nuance possible. I don't just hear noises, I hear it on every frequency level. I said there's a really strong, it's like you're not inhibited by your body. It's like your body dulls things down. When I'm surfing, I can't control it though. I always say I can lucidly get myself out of it, but I can't control where I'm going or why. So, so it's
I
say I'm never shown like a beautiful grand event that's wonderful. No. I get catastrophes every time.
Whenever it comes to that right there, I've noticed that a lot of people I talk to literally have no control over anything that they become aware of that they have. You know what I mean? And like a lot of them, for most of their life, aren't even aware that they have the abilities.
Oh no, I'm aware. Not that I wanted to be aware, because trust me, it's something where it takes you years to get used to the fact that you cannot change what you've seen. You can't. And I've always questioned, why am I shown it if I can't change it? And it took me years to finally settle down and say, shown so you can prepare a path, so you can calm people. You're that voice of reason. You're that person who's supposed to clean up the aftermath. Where I'm left with it, because I was like, Hurricane Katrina. Really, what was I supposed to do with that? What was I? The tsunami over. What was I supposed to do? Go stand in front of the wave, hold the cracked earth together? I mean, what are you supposed to do with that? A school shooting? What?
Yeah.
How am I supposed? You're not. You're just not. You're not meant to stop the event. I think you're just meant to kind of be that voice of reason in the aftermath.
That's the one thing that old John has that is he's my partner on Wonderful World of Weirdness, and he's a healer. He can, well, first when it started out he could touch you, and then now he can do it mentally, and he has a hard time understanding that he's a vessel. You know what I mean? It works through him. It doesn't work. He doesn't have the control. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it works through you, not for you.
Right.
That's the best way to define it.
Yeah.
Through you, not for you. And it is a lot of times though something that is inherited. Like I said, I come from a long lineage of seers. Did I know that when I first started? No. In fact, it was denied to me until I was an adult.
Chemical
But they
warfare,
are. I mean, that's what they have.
chemical warfare that's been illegal for since World
Adrenochrome
War
and
One. They could be still doing chemical warfare. Experimenting and freaking all that. You have no clue.
Now, there's been quite a bit done in all the topics you covered there. Genetic. When I was a kid, there was a magazine I used to read. It was a science magazine dedicated to kids. There was a TV show too. I thought the TV show sucked, but I loved the magazine. 321 Contact. And in that magazine, before all this stuff, everything that's a hot topic today was a hot topic. This magazine covered it, and it made it sound good, and they addressed it in an informative way. And yeah, we've been doing genetic splicing. I think I was reading this magazine in the late 80s and the early 90s. And it was talking about the GMO crops, about goats producing genetically engineering goats to make spider webs so that you can make armor. And the Chinese have been doing that for a long time because they copied our tech on it. No, this magazine covered everything that's a conspiracy topic today, just out in the open, in a kid's magazine in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing about truly one of the most horrific things they're doing behind closed doors now is genetic splicing. It includes human DNA. Because once they mix some DNA in there that's not human and they produce something, it could be 99% human. It's like, oh, we've got something spliced in that's not a human. They don't have rights. And they can produce what's basically humans. Create slaves. They can create, body slaves. They can produce real slaves.
Military.
They can produce anything they want. and it has no more legal standing than a lab rat.
Making
And that is some of the stuff they have done behind closed doors.
Yep. Now, like Avatar, okay? Have you ever watched the movie Avatar?
Yes.
Excellent movie, yes.
Okay, now Avatar really hits onto that because, and like you were talking about genetic splicing, it's known that in cancer patients that whenever they freaking want to replace a gene, they can freaking do genetic splicing, and they can introduce freaking the gene of a rat into the gene of a human and place that into the human body, which is actually used, and it's beneficial for fighting off cancer. And the rat's cell actually can work with this genetic splicing, and they've been doing that. They've been openly doing it, and they say that it's beneficial, it's good. Nobody really overlooks that, you know what I mean? But nobody takes it into consideration that there was research behind that shit. You know what I mean? They just didn't come up with the idea. There was years and years of research that went into that before they could make it.
Right. So imagine how many mess ups they had. How many people just had to kind of, oh well, we couldn't save you.
It just
It
didn't spawn up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And then you take a real close look at Avatar and what it's saying right there. Okay, you go into a freaking pod, you lay down, and your body is your mind is separated from your body completely and put into an avatar. Okay, on an alien planet. Okay, and that right there is what gets me. I mean, that right there is right there in your face.
But you don't have to do that.
Well,
but yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, no, because we are. Yeah, okay.
It's becoming acceptable. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's what we're doing now.
Never forget the Bruce Willis version that came before it.
Decepticons. I call them Decepticons.
I can't remember the name of that movie right now, but it was basically the same idea with androids.
Yeah. And this stuff is just being put out to the public to where freaking all of this stuff is either criticized or it's being freaking just socially acceptable. And see, I thought 321 Contact was also a PBS TV show back when I was a kid.
Yeah, I knew the TV show was there. I watched it once or twice, and I thought it was stupid.
It was annoying.
But the magazine itself was actually, they put a lot of work into that magazine, and it was shilling for future globalist programs is what it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see it in a lot of the old cartoons that we used to watch too.
Oh yeah.
You know, like what was it? Star. It was the one where they had to travel into space, and they had a ship that looked like a spaceship. Star something, but it was before Robotech and all that stuff, and they were just straight out freaking, you know. On one side they'll talk about how horrible the devastation of Earth is, but then they'll also freaking endorse nuclear freaking power and using freaking nuclear bombs and stuff like that so that they can go out into space and explore and stuff. So you could see where nuclear power was being pushed back then. And back when the 70s was around, you know, you take a look at people back then going out and protesting because they're putting nuclear reactors up around their neighborhoods so that they could have power. And now you look at it today, everybody's all cool with it. It's the safest form of energy, like flying, you know, it's the safest form of travel. And it's just basically they literally brainwashed everybody into believing that it's true. You know, there's other forms of transportation other than airplanes that are just as safe, if not safer. Just like friggin' there's other forms of energy that can be used that's 100% safer. But they just want you to think that it's okay to put a freaking power
plant up in the middle of the Ukrainian freaking war so that Russia can freaking sit there and shoot missiles at it. But that's not a conspiracy. It's just, you know, they already had one accident over there, which the city itself that it happened in can't even be lived in now. But
Yeah,
hey,
Chernobyl. Yeah, that's
Chernobyl.
actually in Ukraine, but it was part of the Soviet Union when it happened. So.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Now this new nuclear power plant is just down the road from it. It's like maybe freaking a 6-hour drive. And a lot of people don't realize that shit. You know? They're okay with it because scientists can go out there with their freaking their testing and they can freaking test how the freaking animals reacted to it and shit like that. So they keep quiet. You know what I mean?
I actually saw a news article last week about why Germany has so many radioactive bores, and it led back to Chernobyl. I didn't read the whole article, but apparently the radiation gets into Germany through animals. That's a pretty long walk.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, have you heard Elon Musk's bullshit when it comes to radiation too? And I've noticed a couple people online are jumping onto the bandwagon about that nuclear power shit. Like he's saying, well, you know, we're going to have to freaking stop this whole thing about radiation and everything, because the truth is when we travel to Mars, our astronauts are going to have to put up with high levels of radiation in the first place, which is true, okay? But I think he's kind of going off scope there, trying to freaking push the power issue, you know what I mean?
I'm actually pro-nuclear power, but not necessarily in the old way. If you read up on pebble bed reactors, that sort of thing, I'm all for a pebble bed reactor, something that's less dangerous. And I'm not fully against the old-fashioned way. The problem with the old-fashioned way, it's a combination of too much regulation and not enough correction. You know, there's so many safety rules in so many instances have gotten so strict and so in-depth, you've actually had the opposite effect. When you get too stringent and nitpick a safety rule, safety to death, you eventually hit a point where people start ignoring problems because they don't want to have to deal with the safety involved.
Yeah.
Or things start getting overlooked and things don't get addressed because of the bullshit red tape around it. I saw this all the time when I was on a government job, you know. You would have things that would just fester for years because no one wants to do the paperwork. And I think that's part of the problem we've had with nuclear power. There's certain places where they need to relax, and there's certain places where they need to buckle down, and they didn't necessarily choose the right options. And by the way, Bruce Willis movie was Surrogates. Before Avatar came out.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, are you preaching or are you preaching? I'm just sitting here listening.
Well, see, the thing about that is it's all fine and dandy here in the United States, but on a world scale, I mean.
And how do you fix the world? And does anyone care about fixing the world? Don't say you can't. That's negativity.
Like, you got these regulations. You got these regulations in the United States, but those same regulations aren't going to freaking help when it comes to China. It's not going to help when it comes to freaking Pakistan, who smuggled their freaking nuclear technology in through freaking Azerbaijan.
There has to be a common incentive, and it has to not be money. Power.
Yeah, and smuggling. I mean, that was just so wrong. They totally cut the Clintons out of the equation and didn't bribe the technology out of them like a civilized country should.
See, now we're getting into the good shit. That's conspiracy right there. See, that's.
But is it?
Now remember when we first started this, I said conspiracy versus conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Okay,
You're
that's
right.
conspiracy to
conspiracy,
commit a
not
crime that was completely overlooked. So what did they do? They used conspiracy theories to freaking
Cover
keep
that.
people away from thinking about that. You know, because if you even mention the word freaking Hillary Clinton, all of a sudden you're a freaking conspiracy theory kook who freaking is uneducated and knows nothing about science. Right?
I mean, look at us. We're getting clam
Obama,
baked and
all of that.
Clinton in the same episode.
Yeah.
Double different.
And they want to separate the two, like there's a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory. No, there isn't. It's basically the same shit. You know, these people who are making these claims that are conspiracy theories are talking about people who are committing are in the
But a
process
theory
of,
discredits it. And that's why they slap theory on it, because a theory is something that cannot technically be proven, although it can be possibly real.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm here with Karma Love, and today we are doing another episode for our topic of history, and today is about Phoenician history and theology. You want to say hi, Karma?
Hi, everyone.
All right. So, before we get started, man, I want to hear about your interview. How did it go?
First of all, John is so cool because I this is why I have to start showing up early, because I come at the time that it's supposed to start, just because if not, I don't want to be over early or rushing other people. And we had no sound. We had no sound check, and so as a result of us having no sound check, we had so many issues. I don't know what's up with my Discord. I've never used voice on Discord. Mm-hmm. And so as a result of me never using voice on Discord, I don't know. I did it in my settings. I did everything I could, but I was unable to hear him. He could hear me, but it's so crazy because look, I could not hear him on the phone, but he was talking to me and I was answering the questions that he was asking me while It was muted. It was so wild. And I'm wait a minute, hold on. And so then we hung up. We finally got it on WhatsApp. And so that worked. And that was good. After us getting it on WhatsApp.
You got your finger over your phone.
Oh, he was able to put WhatsApp on his computer. You know how I get it. I don't even know. He was able to put WhatsApp on his computer, and he did it like that, and he was able to record it. And it was just cool because of the things that he was talking about, and just his different occurrences and stuff like that. It just made it more interesting because it was like it's just nice and refreshing to talk to someone who does not think my experiences are weird or absurd or highly unlikely. Because I'm used to people like that kind of discrediting like the stuff that I can do. And it was wild because then I channeled or they channeled me. I don't know how it goes, but anyway, I had a message for him and he was like, "You were spot on." And I didn't even know. I just started telling him what I had to tell him. And like I'm speaking Garcia and they're telling him, like they're like, "Hey, you have to do this, blah blah blah." Anyway, it was just so cool because like after he's like, wow, you're right. I know exactly what you're talking. He's like, "I know exactly what you're talking about." And I told him, I said, "I don't know what it is, but you know what it is. And whatever it is you're supposed to do, you have to do it. And you're debating whether or not you're supposed to do it." And it was so cool because he's like, wow. Like, and so I don't know. It was so neat. I really appreciate you for setting that up. And he said he'll do an interview for me as well. So
That's good.
yeah, I'm gonna put it on my channel. I'm attempting to get my YouTube channel back together. I have so much content, and I don't post anything.
I added you on his Discord channel, and just so you know, man, you can post anything you want on there that's related to it. You know what I mean? And that goes along the lines of what he's actually looking for with his channel. I mean, everything you talk about is just, it goes in perfect alignment with it. So
Nice. Yeah, I appreciate you. You're like the best middleman in the world, man.
I just led you to the right place. You know, that, like I said, or like you said, you know, there's people out there that want to be mean, you know what I mean? And there's also people out there that are good people who can relate to you. And it's just a matter of leading somebody to where they need to be. People that are close to them and like-minded, you know.
Yeah, and that's just dope of you. Cause like even if like I don't know, you connect with what connects. You'll like force stuff on people and like I don't know, but I hope whatever.
I'm a ladies' man. You ever watch
You're
that
just
movie?
the man.
You ever watch that
You're the
movie?
man. No, the ladies' man. Hold on. No, that's Bruce Bigelow. I feel like I watched the ladies' man before. I was thinking about Deuce Bigelow. I said Bruce, but Deuce Bigelow. That's what I was thinking about. But like you're just the man. I haven't watched it. I'm gonna see if I can look it up.
They call me Chocolate Thunder.
I love that, yo. I'm telling you, Chocolate Thunder. Like Chocolate Thunder. Like it's what's it, Coming to America? And his name was like, "Give it up for Chocolate Thunder." And like for me, it's just I don't know. You're that guy. Like I don't know. I hope everything good that could possibly happen in your life does. Like I don't really care about what you used to do or whatever, however it used to be, because like who you are now is like a dope person. Like you're dope, and like all those experiences made you an awesome person. Like to be around, they're always vibes. You don't never, I don't know, I'm comfortable with you. Like we'll sit here for 2-3 hours talking about history, and you couldn't pay me to sit around listening to history when I was like not a kid, but teenager. Nobody wants to hear this. What are you talking about? Now I'm like, oh wow, and the Phoenician, and then I'll hear stuff out or I'll watch something and it'll relate to what we're doing, and then I'll add it to my notes, and it's cool, man. You're a dope guy.
Well, now that you're done bragging on me and making me out to be so great, let me start this reading. I want to do the Semiramis reading, and we can hit once we get to that serpent goddess. That's when I want to stop, because that's what really stuck out to me when we were reading that, and it was towards the end of our stream, and we never really went into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have to get to elaborate. I understand. Okie dokie.
But this is Semiramis, and her name is pronounced in Greek, Arabic, and Armenian, and she was the legendary Lydian Babylonian wife of Onus and Ninus, who succeeded the latter on the throne of Assyria, according to Mopses Koronats. Legends narrated by Diodorus Siculus, who drew primarily from the works of Theseus of Cnidus, describes her and her relationship with Onus and King Ninus. Armenians and the Assyrians of Iraq, northeast Syria, southeast Turkey, and northwest Iran still use Sumerian as a given name for girls. The real and historic Shamaramat, the original Akkadian form of the name, was the Assyrian wife of Shamshi-Adad V, who ruled between 824 BC to 811 BC. She ruled the Neo-Assyrian Empire as its regent for 5 years before her son Adad-Nirari III came to age and took the reins of power. She ruled at a time of political uncertainty, which may partly explain why Assyrians may have accepted the rule of a woman when it was not allowed by their cultural tradition. She conquered much of the Middle East and the Levant and stabilized and strengthened the empire after a destructive civil war. It has been speculated that being a woman who ruled successfully may have made the Assyrians regard her with particular reverence, and that her achievements may have been retold over generations until she was gradually turned into a legendary figure. The name of Semiramis came to be applied to various monuments in Western Asia and Anatolia, whose origins have been forgotten or unknown. Even the Bahistan inscription of Darius Herodotus ascribes to her the artificial banks that confined the Euphrates. He knew her name because it was inscribed on the gate of Babylon. Various places in Mesopotamia, Media, Persia, and the Levant, Anatolia, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Caucasus received names recalling Semiramis. Okay. So, while the achievements of Semiramis is clearly in the realm of mythical Persian, Armenian, and Greek historiography, the historic Shamuramat certainly existed. After her husband's death, she might have served as regent for her son Adad-Nirari III. Thus, during the time Shamuramat could have been in control of the vast Neo-Assyrian Empire between 911 and 605 BC, which stretched from the Caucasus Mountains to the north of the Arabian Peninsula in the south, and from West Iran in the east to Cyprus in the west. In the city of Assur on the Tigris, she had an obelisk built and inscribed that read, "Stele of Shamuramat, Queen of Shamshi-Adad, King of the Universe, King of Assyria, Mother of Adad-Nirari, King of the Universe, King of Assyria, daughter-in-law of Shalmaneser, King of the 4 regions of the world." So she had a lot of clout.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Her rank was heavy.
Mm-hmm. Now, according to Diodorus, a 1st century BC Greek historian, Semiramis was a noble parent, the daughter of the fish goddess Draco. Now, this is the one that I was wanting to know about, and let me remind you too, this is coming from a Greek historian, so most likely it's not true. Don't ever believe the Greek.
That is just so funny.
I hate saying it. Robot even said it the other day on his history thing. He's like freaking Diodorus didn't know what he's talking about, and that's generally the way it goes with him. He was a liar. Yeah, just plain and simple. He was just a flat out liar.
That's wild. But see, that's the thing, because Greek mythology, like, I would think that a lot of those, you know what I mean? It makes it difficult when you know that they created, like, or like, I don't want to say created, but like the foundation of most of the mythology that we are aware of. It makes it kind of difficult to believe, you know what I mean? How do you sort out between the real and the not?
Now, according to him, though, there, Semiramis was of noble parents, the daughter of a fish goddess, Dercato of Ascalon, and of a mortal. He related that Dercato abandoned her at birth and drowned herself, and that doves fed the child until Semus, the royal shepherd, found her. Semiramis married Onus or Menones, a general under King Ninus, and she became an advisor to King. Her advice led him to great success, and at the siege of Bactra, she personally led a party of soldiers to siege a key defensive point. Okay, so I have got everything set up so far, and I am now working on running through, making sure everything is good on the sound, and so far it looks like everything is working. I just have to check the audio and everything. This is another episode of The Cosmic Weave, so just so you guys know. Let me go to my channel page on Beam and see if the audio sounds good. Audio sounds good on Beam. And hit refresh on Rumble. See what that. There we go. Sounds good on Rumble. And now we have it on X. I gotta see what that sounds like. Sounds good on X. DLive is up and running. DLive sounds good. Twitch is up and running. Sounds good. All right, we have Kick. Kick didn't work yesterday, but I'm glad that I was on. Yes, I'm glad it's running now and it sounds good. All right. Now we have YouTube up. So everything seems to be working in good order. This is the second episode to my new stream series. It's called The Cosmic Weave, and I am going to start this in 5 minutes. This is just me, so I'm going to try to actually put an intro and ending outro on this video during a live stream, which I was going to try to do last week, but I got the first part done, the introduction, but I forgot to do it at the end, so I apologize about that. I will hopefully remember to do that today and try to make this a little bit better. But with that, I'm going to step away real quick, go smoke a cigarette, drink a coffee, or get some coffee and be ready for the show. So let me go ahead and put a song on for you, and then after that I will go into the beginning of the show. So I'll be right back. Let me see what we got here. I'll do Like a Ninja from Mr. Robot, Like a Ninja. Hopefully I don't get in trouble.
The moon's eclipse, I stalk the concrete veins. Cloaked in chaos, art of war, blood courses through my veins. Suns who whisper, strike like thunder, crush them where they stand. Blades auroric, I dissect the weak with bare hands. Shuriken tongue, split your jug, your lyrics ricochet. Invisible like midnight fog, then poof, I'm in your face. You think you're armored, nah, I slip through cracks like smoke. One slice, your empire chokes. Checkmate, this is war I spoke. I phase through your defenses, feed your ego to the crows, no mercy, no repentance. You'll never see me coming, just the shadow where I stood. A flicker, then your kingdom's drowned in ash and brotherhood. I am the storm in the silence, blazed in the fire of 1,000 suns. Violence, be my samurai, loyalty or demise. Cross me once, meet the reaper staring through my eyes. I cut through the night like a banshee. Steel kisses cold as the tundra. Pray your gods can teach me. Need your protection too late, you're already dead. My shadow's the last thing you'll see as I leave your head. Wars, I design a map, your doom in ink. Faint left, then vanish, watch your ranks collapse, you blink. Appear weak, then break their spine, Sun Tzu's my scripture. Drip venom in your veins, let doubt fester like a stricture. Ninjato flow, split your ego into confetti. You're spitting flames, I'm the void, suffocate, no oxygen petty. Ambush in the cipher, strike from trenches of your mind. Leave your carcass as a warning, mess with gods, get blind. Cadence crash through your barricades. Turn your pride to ruin, salt the earth where your flag laid. I'm the unseen plague. eclipse, I stalk the concrete veins. Cloaked in chaos, art of war, blood courses through my veins. Sons who whisper, strike like thunder, crush them where they stand. Blades of Rorik, I dissect the weak with bare hands. Shuriken tongues, split your jugular, lyrics ricochet. Invisible like midnight fog, then poof, I'm in your face. You think you're armored, nah, I slip through cracks like smoke. One slice, your empire chokes. Checkmate, this is war I spoke. Ghost in the machine, I phase through your defenses. Feed your ego to the crows, no mercy, no repentance. You'll never see me coming, just the shadow where I stood. A flicker, then your kingdom's drowned in ash and brotherhood. In the fire of 1,000 suns, violence. Be my samurai, loyalty or demise. Cross me once, meet the reaper staring through my eyes. I cut through the night like a banshee. Steel kisses cold as the tundra. Pray your gods can teach me. Need your protection, too late, you're already dead. My shadow's the last thing you'll see as I leave your head. Wars, I design a map, your doom in ink. Faint left, then vanish, watch your ranks collapse, you blink. Appear weak, then break their spine, Sun Tzu's my scripture. Drip venom in your veins, let doubt fester like a stricture. Ninjato flow, split your ego into confetti. You're spitting flames, I'm the void, suffocate, no oxygen petty. Ambush in the cipher, strike from trenches of your mind. Leave your carcass as a warning, mess with gods, get blind. Cadence crash through your barricades. Turn your pride to ruin, salt the earth where your flag laid. I'm the unseen plague.
Okay, I am back. This is the second episode of the Cosmic Weave, and I thank everybody for coming to listen to my next episode. I have everything up and ready to go. Today, I am going into the second part. Now, at first, I was going to maybe pull up a couple of things that I discussed from my last episode for like a little bit of a recap, but things kind of got swamped for me today. I'm running a little short on memory on my computer, so I had to make sure I had uploads going on to Rumble while doing this. So getting it all set up for the stream. So that kind of pressed me for time, but that's fine anyhow, because that was more towards the scientific approach to what I'm bringing up here, which is the Cosmic Weave. This is a series that involves research that I've been doing since I started doing live streams. Not live streams, actually, just content. since I've been doing all this stuff with my original channel called The Strange, the Bizarre, the Unusual. I like it. Now it's called Strange Stories. And now, as you can tell, I'm on the wonderful world of weirdness too. But all this information is just research that I've been doing from the get-go, from the beginning. And I started out by talking about some things that concern the human brain or mind, or the brain, basically. And now I'm going to be switching off from there for this episode, and we're going to talk about the primal beginnings. This goes back to, well, towards the ancient primordial beliefs that started before even Egypt was around. These are old beliefs that I've run into, and I've put together throughout the years, and this is what I've come up with. So the second episode is going to be about primordial beginnings. So with that, I am going to go ahead and start part one of this one, which is actually the second episode. But when it comes to the primordial, this is where I started out. So I hope you guys enjoy. And with that, I will take a drink of my coffee and I will get on to the topic. I hope you enjoy. Okay. Before there were stars, planets, light, and time itself, there was an endless void, a vast nothingness, where the universe slumbered, waiting for that spark to awaken it. That was a time when space and time were indistinguishable. However, there was a single constant force, the formless, timeless essence of what would later be. Wait, hold on a minute. Of what would later. Okay, hold on a minute. I've got to make sure of something. Yeah, I was almost going to make a mistake. Let me get back to this. The endless void. Yeah. Okay, hold up. Before time, there were stars, planets, light, and time itself. Before there were stars, planets, light, and time itself, there was an endless void, a vast nothingness, where the universe slumbered, waiting for that spark to awaken it. This was a time when space and time were indistinguishable. However, there was a single constant force, the formless, timeless essence of what would later become creation, destruction, and transformation. A cosmic energy existed in perfect tension between the opposing forces of life and death. Every possibility, every form of life that could be created, and every structure that could be dismantled resided here. It was the building block of existence, but also its unfolding. From it, entire galaxies would later be born, only to collapse again into dust. In this place, the universe had not yet found its rhythm, but within its heart, it simmered, waiting for the moment when it could emerge to shape what we would eventually call reality. Eventually, from it would manifest the foul odors of decay and rot, the decomposition of water-based organic matter, breaking down compounds into simpler substances. The putrescence of this water compound transformed and degraded materials. This was the process of putrefaction, putrefaction, or organic matter decomposed within this water-rich environment. Chaos existed in its formless state before creation, and from these waters of creation, raw material emerged, bringing forth life. Creation began through the vast formless void of chaos, which contained the potential for all existence, a chaotic fluid state of unformed matter that would eventually form earth, water, and all the desires of mankind. Ordered cosmos arose through decay in the process of transmutation. From these beginnings, a purified state of new life emerged. From formless decayed matter within the endless void, fertile mud from primordial waters gave rise to life. Dissolution within these chaotic waters became a medium for transformation. The decomposition before regeneration of this fertile mud from the primordial waters eventually led to the creation of higher forms. From the interactions of these elements arose the element of wind, and from this the creation of earth, air, fire, and water, eventually leading to life. The cyclical nature of putrescence and rebirth occurred through flux and transformation of the waters. From this primordial mud, the axis Monday was also born, linking different realms, the primordial waters of the void, earth, and the celestial power of divine realms. Chaos preceded structured reality, where putrescence led to rebirth. In the lower realms of the axis Monday remained the endless primordial void with its fertile mud from the primordial waters of creation, a state of dissolution before transformation, undefined, formless, and decomposing. Excuse me. From this realm, the axis Monday began to reach into the heavens, first by growing its foundation of roots out of decay and putrefaction, but eventually ascending into the higher realms. A cycle of destruction led to rebirth, a bridge between the chaotic decay of the primordial and the divine enlightenment of the heavens. The journey of the soul through the axis Monday, which unites all realms, achieved its ultimate transformation. Once, before there were stars, planets, and even time, deep within the dark void, an ancient force began to stir. Rising from the depths of this vast nothingness, the primordial waters of creation began to churn in chaotic waves. It longed to be shaped, given form, but it also resisted, fearing the order that would be imposed upon it. Forms began to shimmer with the colors of the universe, reflecting the endless expanse of creation. The light of the cosmos, illuminated in primordial energy that flowed through the axis Monday. Bodies wove through the void with grand designs and intricate patterns. The heat of 1,000 suns flickered with the energy of creation, while the force of life ignited the spark of consciousness in the universe, bringing stars to life. Ice created stillness, the force of order and preservation, shimmering with a soft blue glow. This was to be the fire, of creation in the cold embrace of destruction. From the sacrifice being, the animal gave life to create new to create this cosmic bridge. Okay, let me start that over again. From the sacrifice being, the animal gave life to create this cosmic bridge of the axis Mundi. Death and decay led to new transformations. Primordial chaos gave rise to order. Decay birthed creation, and the animal sacrifice generated the bridge of the axis Mundi between realms. Through love and strife, flux and transformation, the cyclical nature of putrescence and rebirth resonated. Through the decay of decomposition of water-based organic materials, which often resulted in the breakdown of compounds into simpler substances, the first body or structure from the primordial mud gave birth to the world. A cosmic being was sacrificed and primordial and dismembered to create the world as and the universe itself. This included each realm, multiple worlds or layers of existence within the axis Mundi. The Sosos suggested an ascent of the soul, where base matter was purified through trials, and the axis Mundi served as a passage between realms to test transformation. This journey began in the primordial mud from which life emerged, then through chaos, where order had to be carved from the formless void and blackened through petrification before rebirth. Emerging from these primordial depths, stronger and wiser, passing through the cycle of death and rebirth, just as putrescence is necessary for new life. The soul seemed to climb towards the heavenly divine for spiritual enlightenment, encountering primordial darkness to break down the ego, then returning with wisdom and final enlightenment. It is believed that accessing theta brainwave states allows for deeper introspective, creativity, healing, and spiritual knowledge. It grants a better understanding or enlightenment from the void, a deep cosmic state, and divine creation. Theta represents the axis Mundi, the source of everything, and embodies the primal force of existence that transcends ordinary experiences. Theta, or the axis Mundi, delineates the complexities of time into an algorithm of computational theory, indicating the asymptotic behavior of the algorithm, where runtime grows at a specific rate relative to input size. Theta, or the axis Mundi, whichever term is preferred, constitutes death, the afterlife, and the passage of the soul into another realm within the axis Mundi. The cycle represents the world, the cosmos, and eternity, signifying wholeness, unity, and an infinite existence without beginning or end. It symbolizes completeness and the infinite, the cosmos in its totality. The soul of the world was created from the axis Mundi into harmonious, ordered perfection, a divine form with eternal qualities. The cosmic perfection of ordered cycles, where the heavens and stars move in circular orbits in divine motion, a cosmic roll, and an orderly, continuous completion of unity within the universe. This was cyclical. This was cyclical, as was life, with birth, death, and rebirth, as well as the world itself, where as well as the world. No, hold up. Time was cyclical, as was life, where birth, death, and rebirth, as well as the world itself, were constantly renewed. The eternal cycle of life and the world's recurring rebirth, with everything interconnected and perpetually transformed within the framework of an eternal rhythm of divine completeness. The soul of the world and the universe, the divine source governing the order of the cosmos, the absolute, unknowable forces that bind the universe together. A world in perfect equilibrium, both physically and metaphysically, harmonizing the material and spiritual worlds. The physical world was part of a greater cosmic and divine plan. In numerology, the vibration of zero carries an intrinsic meaning that amplifies qualities. It builds relationships that are not just personal, but also communal and spiritual. The presence of each zero in numerology intensifies energies, granting heightened spiritual significance. Zero represents divine guidance, infinite potential, and cosmic energy, urging trust in universal flow, divine timing, and faith in the journey. Zero is an enhancer in numerology, amplifying core numbers. It suggests leadership, new beginnings, and a far-reaching influence. It can indicate spiritual or divine dimensions, hinting at unlimited potential within a cosmic framework. The repeated presence of zeros suggests vast, untapped energy, accessible through meditation, introspection, and spiritual practices. It symbolizes the infinite, the void, and untapped potential, both the beginning and the end, the Alpha and Omega. It represents spiritual journeys and deeper callings. Here the primordial begins to take shape, twisting and coiling from the cosmic mass. Faint outlines emerge. Stars, planets, galaxies, all forming within the void. Tides of the cosmic ebb and flow, transforming the primordial mud of creation and destruction into the very fabric of existence. A new order arises arises, one that embraces chaos and allows for infinite possibilities within this once chaotic, formless mass. The essence of transformation itself is born. Now that is the second part of the Cosmic Weave that I wanted to read. Now, this right here is some stuff, a lot of stuff that I had actually done some research on. Now, I put it all together, and I came up with this first part, and there's more to it that comes, but this is dealing with primordial forces. These are things that a lot of people don't hear about. It relates to old belief systems that go all the way back into Indo-European beliefs that actually is part of pretty much every religion every belief system. It connects all of them, and you'll see bits and pieces of it spread out all over the world. It doesn't matter if we're talking about Indo-European beliefs, if we're talking about the Semitic beliefs. It doesn't matter if it's in Asia, in Germany, in the United States here with the Native Americans. You can find this information somewhere within your belief system. And I believe that by itself is pretty strange on its own. The fact that you can see this pretty much everywhere, all over the world at different time periods in history. This isn't just like before even Egypt. I mean, this is stuff that's within within ancient Egyptian belief systems. You can find it in Babylonian traditions. You can find it in Judaic traditions. It's everywhere. The Phoenicians, especially the Phoenicians, we had just done a huge series on all of it, and that is some of the stuff that I've been doing a lot of intense research on in the last year almost. That and duality. Like I said in my previous episode, a lot of this stuff I couldn't make the connection with it until I finally figured out what duality was. You know what I mean? And I had to learn that there was a difference between dualism and duality. I don't know for sure if I mentioned what they were in the first one, but I'll say it again. You know, duality or dualism is when two opposing forces are in conflict, fighting against one another. Whereas duality is where you have two opposing forces that accompany one another. And when you take a look at life and you look at it from the perspective of duality, you understand that there's birth and then there's death. Now, birth and death don't conflict with one another because no matter what, birth is there. Everybody's born, everybody dies, and that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? The duality aspect of good and evil would be that without good, there would be no evil. Just like without evil, there would be no good. And with dualism, it would be good versus evil. You know what I mean? And like when it comes to things like evil, first of all, what is evil? Well, if you go back to the original concept of what evil was, a lot of these ancient religions viewed evil as being chaos. It wasn't like, horrible, sinful things like murder and stuff like that, like we think of it as today. It was just chaos. And you'll see that in a lot of these traditions where they describe evil as being chaos. And good, the divine had to do with order. It had to do with orderly structure. So that was something that really stood out to me. So with duality, that's what cleared up a lot of that stuff, and I took a look at a lot of things that have happened in history. Like you take a look at these tsunamis that's gone through, and they've devastated entire freaking countries and stuff. And that is horrible stuff. But you look at the results of it, okay, after it was done, when one human being reaches out to help another one, In the middle of all this chaos and all of this destruction, there's people that pull together and help one another. There's people from outside of the chaos that comes in to give to volunteer to help these people. So you have all of this good stuff that's coming out of this chaos. And when situations like that happens, you always see the chaos when it comes to the media and when it comes to stuff like that and all this horrible stuff that's happened. But they don't focus as much on the people who are there in the chaos and actually trying to help people. So you don't really get an idea of the duality of the whole situation and what's taking place there. So that really helped me when it comes to that idea of what duality is versus what dualism is. And I did find that pretty good. It was an eye opener. A lot of this with the primordial ooze. Now this is something that I have always been interested in, and especially when it comes to creation, waiting for that spark to awaken. You know what I mean? To awaken um, stars and planets and light and time itself. That's always been interesting to me when it comes to this spark, because there are people who want to know where we came from and things of that nature. And when it comes to this spark, I think of time when it comes to like humans being on this planet. The amount of time that we have been supposedly we've been on this planet. The amount of time where we actually was able to, you know, progress as humans and do all of the things that we've done is just a little speck in that time frame. We within this short time period, which is long to us, don't get me wrong, it is a lot of time when it comes to what we know as time. You know what I mean? But in the whole time period that we've been on this planet, it's just a little bitty speck in the amount of time. In this short period of time, we've learned how to grow crops. We've learned how to freaking domesticate animals. We've created societies that have been able to invent things like cars, trucks, jet airplanes. We've got rocket ships that are going up into outer space, satellites that rotate around our planet. And this happened within a short period of time. And to me, I feel that there has to have been a spark that awoken something within us that caused us to where we could actually start going in that direction. Because according to what's been told to us, we've been just animals that have been running around hunting and gathering, and that was basically it. And that was for the majority of the time that humans have been on this planet. And when I started this, that was one of the things that really I really wanted to get into and start kind of doing research on, and it brought me to this point right here. The cosmic energy that existed in perfect tension between two opposing forces, which was life and death. It's that perfect tension, that duality. Now that was the thing that really stuck out to me. And then I also wanted to talk about like creation itself. Whenever the whenever reality was actually created, I believe that it encompassed everything. It encompassed the thoughts within our minds, the dreams that we have at night. It encompassed the amount of data that's stored in rocks or the stream that flows down a mountain. You know, all of this is reality. It's raw material that's been converted into structured material, reality, and things of that nature. so, so that was one thing that really did stick out to me, and I thought that would be a good direction to take with this, where when it comes to every possibility, every form of life, that can ever be created, or every structure that could ever be dismantled. Um, it resided, here, uh, in this uh, well, in this primordial void, basically. You know what I mean? This is where it was all created. So that was something that I really did enjoy getting into and discussing, and I'm really enjoying doing this, to be honest with you, because it's helping me out on a lot of things that I've been wanting to put down. Um, and it does have a lot to do. Everything is connected with one another. You can say what you want. I'm okay with it, but like when it comes to like the human mind and the human brain, how we freaking think, the actual physical structure of the human brain. If we take that and we look at it from uh, not just scientific aspects, but look at it from ancient mystical belief systems, and um, the way that things just actually work, it starts making sense. And then you start stepping out of your box, and you look at it from a different direction, and you start seeing that not only um, does it have to do with like this ancient mysticism, it also has to do with things like duality and equilibrium and things of that nature. Now, equilibrium is something that I am going to be getting into in the next few episodes. I have already done one episode when it comes to the human brain. Now, this next one, when I get that one going, it's going to go back into the human brain, and I'm going to be discussing that a little bit more. I'll be switching in and out. Now, the majority of the information for about the first 3, maybe 4 episodes is all going to be about the information that I've pulled together with my research. But as time goes, because I want to do 12 videos of this, I'm wanting it to be more or less of the research and more of me writing, what I'm pulling out of this information, and it'll be a lot less um, analytical. Is basically the best way of saying it. So let me go through and find out if anybody said anything. I do not know. Now, the only bad thing about DLive is they don't give you timestamps on when somebody's made a post. That's the only thing that drives me nuts. All right. Now, so far, it doesn't look like I have any kind of response. I got 2 views on Kick. I want to apologize to anybody who was on here yesterday that wasn't able to watch on Kick. I had some issues that had taken place where I couldn't stream on there for some reason, but We have comments from Raj Ram. He says, "Good evening, my brother, and I'm grateful for this channel. And we're grateful that you're here too, but thanks for showing up for the last episode and for this one as well." Um, he goes on to say, it is with and for open-minded people. Anyone who thinks they know everything and thinks they know what is possible and impossible is self-deluded. Um, Hold up. Everybody, we learn more and more. Every day we learn more and more. Uh, well, yeah, I do believe that. Um, I, I don't think that you can fully understand everything. When people put things in a bottle like that, or put things in a when they try to contain everything into a little bit of space, and they they say things like everything, you know what I mean? Um, that's kind of diluted too, you know what I mean? There's a ton of information that's out there if people are willing to do the research and find it out. You don't have to know everything. You just have to know what makes sense to you. Okay, when you sit around in a world that is full of nonsense and you're trying to comprehend what's just going on around you in everyday life, that's when you have to start looking at things, and you have to start digging and finding out for yourself what the truth really is. Um, the world's been full of deception for a very long time. Okay, if you want to be deceived, then continue the path you're living in. You know what I mean? But there is a better way, and it doesn't pertain to being deceived. It has to do with learning. It also has to be a part of discernment too. When you know that something that you're being taught is just not right, then it's time for you to say enough is enough. I know that that's not real. I know that that's not true. There has to be something that's better and something that's real. You know what I mean? Don't fall for, anybody. If you believe in everything, you're going to fall for everything. You know what I mean? If somebody tells you something and you believe it 100%, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to get deceived. And that's one thing that I really do believe. So yeah, I don't think either that anybody can truly say that they know everything. You know what I mean? But like you said there about being open minded, that is the the big deal. You have to be open minded. Um, Honesty, open mindedness, and willing. You have to be willing to be honest to yourself. You have to be willing to be open minded to new ideas and new beliefs. Um, and all three of these elements, that what they produce is change. And I think that's what a lot of people in this world have a problem with. They really do not want to change. They want things to be exactly the way they want it to be. And if there's any kind of change, it disrupts their idea of what the world should be. So if you're not willing to change, and when I say change, I'm saying change according to the circumstances and the situations, because what is going on today isn't the same as what was going on yesterday or the day before. So when new things pop up, you have to adapt. You have to change. You can't stay in the same spot. A lot of people think that they can, but that's not true. You have to move forward, or you're going to go back. There's no such thing as being in the same place. Okay, you cannot sit still. People who sit still automatically go back. They go back. Then they need to go forward, and to do that, you have to learn how to change. You have to learn how to adapt. That's my view on the whole situation with what you're speaking about. I don't know if that is the kind of thing that you agree with or not, Raj, but I mean, that's my personal belief on it, you know. Um, and it's about learning more and more. Every day is a learning experience, and that's the way you have to live your life. And also remember, man, you know, um, you don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, you know. Um, Yesterday was the past. Tomorrow is hasn't happened. Today is a present. A present is a gift. So treat every day like it's a gift, and you'll do perfectly fine. You know. But always remember, learning is very, very important. Go back through, look at this stuff, and you know, use discernment, of course. But you know, find out what your own truth is. Don't worry about what mine is or what anybody else's is. So, like I said, I appreciate you coming on and giving your feedback. That's really appreciated. Just remember to keep on coming in and everything, and I do appreciate that. So let me see here. It's cool that you did get involved in chat. There ain't too many people that do actually come in and talk, so I do appreciate that. So I have 2 viewers on Beamstream, 3 viewers on Kick, or not Kick, but Rumble, and I never know how many are on X, but at least I know the audio is working. I believe Dragus put freaking coffee in on D Live, but I'm not quite sure. He that could have been last night when I did my stream on there, and that's about it. I got 2 viewers on Kick, so I appreciate what you said, Raj. Now, when it comes to what I was talking about on the on the topic that I was reading, I I was talking about the cosmic energy existing in perfect tension between opposing forces and duality and the different, you know, the opposing forces of life and death. Um, Now, the opposing forces implies dualism, which is life versus death. I should have really been careful about that because for me, like I just explained with life and death, I don't see them as opposing forces. I believe life and death accompanies one another, you know, with they're just 2 things that actually happen in your life, and they're not actually in conflict with one another. You live and then you die. So that was something that I really should have caught whenever I wrote that. I put it down there though, and I should have really watched that. Now, another thing too that I want to mention, and I put it in, was about every structure that could be dismantled resided here. Now, this takes me into another area that I want to discuss later on, and it's about historically, you know, when we talk about ancient history and we talk about these ancient civilizations and all of these empires that fell. But later on, I want to get deeper into that because with the Axis Monday, which at one time I wanted to actually call it a nexus, but with the Axis Monday, I've learned that like even those empires that had fallen and turned to dust weren't gone. They didn't just disappear. What happened is the energy from that was actually transported back into the Axis Mundi, and it was transformed into something else. Now this gets into a discussion where it intertwines with the whole concept of well, good and evil, basically. I guess you take a look at evil empires that were around that fell, like say the Nazis, okay, and the horrible things that they did, and the fall of them, okay, and the result of it. Okay, now when you take a look at the horrible things they did and you focus on that, then that's what you're going to see. But if you go on after that and you look at the result, what was the result of that after World War II? They had it was the reconstruction of Europe. Then out of that reconstruction, a whole new political view began to change. So you have, out of an old tyrannical, evil empire, a new empire was born. You know what I mean? A new system was born, basically. And what happened was is that information was returned back to the Axis Mundi, and it created a new system out of that. So it kind of gets pretty interesting, and that's some of the stuff that I do want to be discussing here later on whenever I get further into this topic. But I just figured I would bring that up because this relates not only to what I've already discussed, but it's already it discusses things about the past and like old civilizations, old cultures, old belief systems, everything. You know how it's all pretty much repurposed through the Axis Mundi. And like I said, I was going to call this a nexus, to be honest with you. A lot of people have called them different, more than one nexus. But me personally, I feel that it's actually one, where information is transmitted to it and from it. And this information is what creates reality. It connects us, our brains. It connects us, period, to this nexus, the way we, everything. It also connects the cosmos, the universe. It's all connected to this primal, or not primal, but to this nexus, which is the Axis Mundi. And but that's some stuff that I do want to go through and talk about. This this whole universe, and like in the beginning, how I was talking about the universe hadn't found its rhythm. You know what I mean? This implies that the Axis Mundi actually has its own consciousness. It's its own being. I don't feel like it's actually a deity that enforces its will on the cosmos or on a human being or any animals or anything like that. But it does have a consciousness, and it's able to figure out what needs to be done. You know what I mean? So these are the kind of things that I'm wanting to bring up when it comes to this topic. And if you guys are interested in it, then feel free to stick around and listen to it. And also, when I was talking about the primordial void, I was talking about the putrescence of the water and the mud. Now, for me, that represents this primordial ooze, which would be what a lot of belief systems would call the underworld. Okay, and a lot of the beliefs of primordial ooze was that it had a putrescence odor to it, like that of sulfur, or the smell of stagnated dirt and mud that freaking is needed so that plants would grow out of it. You know what I mean? If you've ever been around fertilizer, whenever it's been put down for a garden or something, it has that stench to it. That's kind of what I get out of that whole putrefaction or putrefaction. I have a hard time saying that word, putrefaction. It's a putrescent kind of stale, stagnant water, and from this water and this mud that's being stirred by these winds, reality is formed. And that's done because the roots of the Axis Mundi, which is represented usually in the world tree, grows out of this this mud. Okay, and it grows out of this mud and it ascends upward. And this would be the underworld to some belief systems. This is also the primordial void, where in the beginning there was nothing. Okay, it was just an empty void, no time, no nothing. Then the cardinal winds is another thing that I noticed was a part of it all. You know, you had the winds of the north, east, south, and west, and they began to cause a stir within this primordial water, and from that is where the mud began to form. And after that, that's when the roots took place within the Axis Mundi, and it began to grow up out of the underworld into our world, our realm. It was in the underworld, which is its own realm, and then it grew up into our realm, and it started branching out. So it's branching out, and that is where I come up with the whole thing of these branches that are going everywhere. You know, the cosmic weave. It's actually a weave that's growing upward, and it's ascending up into the heavenly divine. And that's represented by the world tree most of the time. So this is where things. This is where all of this is basically going to eventually be coming into play. And I also talk about things that pertain to science and philosophy when it comes to this stuff. So, like I said, I hope you guys stick around, and I really do enjoy this topic. It's something that I've mentioned in the last episode. It's the most popular, unpopular subject there is. Like, if you watch Ancient Aliens, for example, they'll always mention bits and pieces of what I'm talking about right now, but they never like do an entire series concerning just those little bits and pieces, you know. And I really don't know why they do that, but I know that's something that I picked up on from watching that, and the other series that does it too as well. It's really interesting when it comes to that. So let me see. I'll check again, see if we have any kind of yeah, we got 4 people on Rumble. Thank you guys for being here. 1 viewer on Twitch, that's probably me. 2 on Kick, And we have a comment, and it says, "Hey mate, oh god, it says, I'm strongly attracted to your streams. Let's connect some other time on Discord." So yeah, that one is not a message. Do not listen to anybody on chat who says stuff like that. That is just not suggested. So let me see. I have been on for an hour and 7 minutes. I did want to kind of go through a lot of this, but the thing of it is it's pretty broad. So if you guys want to check any of this out, just after the stream, go back through, hit rewind, stop the video, listen to it. If you guys want a copy of the notes that I'm taking down, I have been starting a blog on Medium where I will be posting my story. I'll put it on there and I'll share it on. I've been sharing it on Skype as well as Element, and I'm also putting it on. I think I'm putting it on Minds.com. I'm not sure, but I think I have. Other than that, I've been doing it. Well, I don't know if I've been doing it on Discord either. I believe I did put it on Discord as well. So if you guys want to know how to contact me, I have all my information in the description on YouTube, where you can get in touch with me on Discord and on Skype, which is going to be not valid next month because they're discontinuing Skype for anybody who's on there, just so you know. But I am going to be on Element as well as Discord. I'm on X too. You guys can contact me on X as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. On Rumble as well as Roger Hanson, and that's at Infamous OG1973. All lowercase. Besides that, I am on DLive as Roger_Hanson, and with Twitch, I am Infamous 1969. Let me see. I believe, I'm Roger_Hanson on Kick as well, and you can find me on YouTube with The Wonderful World of Weirdness, which is at The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Besides that, I do have another channel that I call Strange Stories. That one is my other YouTube channel that I had before I started getting involved with The Wonderful World of Weirdness and helping out on this channel. So after giving my long plug, I was able to pull up freaking an hour and 10 minutes, which compensates for the 15 minutes that it took to get my live stream up and going. I'm so tired of talking that I really don't want to drag this out. Now, later on tonight, if you guys are interested, stick around because Summer Todd should be on for Summer Todd's mystery show. So stick around and catch that. That should be on here in a little bit. There'll be Summer and Austin, me, and Mark Edward. He said that he should be showing up. So with that, I am going to say thank you for making your comments in chat, Raj Ram. It's greatly appreciated, and I'd like to thank everybody who watched for stopping in and checking it out. And I will put the ending the outro to this video on, and we will be done with it. So let me see what I can do here. Have a good day, guys. That's not what it is. Christianity was a cult at one time.
But by definition of what a cult is,
yeah.
Like, in fairness, by definition of what a cult is, like, a cult is a cult, and that is what religion is. Unfortunately, it does.
The difference between a cult and a religion, in layman's term, is just their size, their following. Okay, like
so the Catholics are a cult. Definitely, look how huge that is.
Well, it's a matter of how many followers they get. Like, when they hit a certain point where they have so many followings, they can be considered a religion. You see what I mean? But before that...
So it's the smaller ones that are considered a cult.
Yeah. Like the smaller belief systems that are below a certain amount of followers are a cult. I mean, and that's all it is. There's nothing insulting about it. There's nothing bad about it. It's
just the truth.
You know, right. I mean, there's a cult and then there's a religion. You know.
Can you pull up the definition of cult just for can you pull up the Wikipedia of cult for us and share it on the screen just for comparison, just so people can see it?
With that one, I can probably pull freaking Encyclopedia Britannica.
Okay, that, and then can we do etymology? Do you have the etymology site so we can just see the breakdown as well? I mean, I can do it on this side, but just because here it is right here.
Yeah.
Supersession.
Actually, it'd probably be.
What is this?
Cult definition. I can do Merriam-Webster.
What?
Okay.
What's on the screen now?
Well, I'm not on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going through and sharing the browser. That is. Wait, what is going on there? Let me.
I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm on the wrong spot. Yeah, that right there is for Lemuria, man.
I see the water, and it says it over here, Lemuria. Yeah. Supersession, Kumari, Canon.
Yeah, I can bring.
Oh, that's what we was over there.
Lemuria right there.
Well, that's a pretty picture. Okay, hold on. With the turtles, was it a tortoise and a turtle?
No,
okay, I'm listening.
Out of the Webster Dictionary is a religion regarded as unorthodox or spurious. Also, its body of adherents, like the voodoo cult, the satanic cult. Then the second one is a great devotion to a person, idea, object, movement, or work, such as a film or book, criticizing how the media promotes the cult of celebrity, especially such a devotion regarded as a literary or intellectual fad.
No, that's religion right there. That definition right there is religion.
Then B is the object of such devotion, and C is a usually small group of people characterized as such devotion. And their example is the singer's cult of fans. The film has a cult following. Then you go to 3, it's a system of religious beliefs in a religion or ritual. Also, its body of adherents, and their example is the cult of Apollo. Then 4 is formal religious veneration, worship, a system of the cure of disease based on dogma set forth by its promulgator. There you go. And their example is health cults. Now,
their example is
that's out of the dictionary, and that's
okay.
now. If we go up to see, that's Merriam Dictionary. Dictionaries are stupid, really. They just like do like this broad, like there ain't really much there. It's like I hate that. It does. It just irritates me. Cult is a term. This is from Wikipedia. Cult is a term in most contexts pejorative for a relatively small group which is typically led by a charismatic and self-appointed leader who excessively controls its members, requiring unwavering devotion to a set of beliefs and practices which are considered deviant outside the norms of society. This term is also used for a new religious movement or other social group which is defined by its unusual religious, spiritual, or philosophical beliefs and rituals, or its common interest in a particular person, object, or goal. This sense of the term is weakly defined, having divergent definitions both in popular culture and academia, and has also been an ongoing source of contention among scholars across several fields of study. An older sense of the word involves a set of religious devotional practices that is conventional with its culture, is related to a particular figure, and is frequently associated with a particular place. Reference to the imperial cult of ancient Rome, for example. Use of the word in this sense. A derived sense of excessive devotion arose in the 19th century. Beginning in the 1930s, cults began an object of sociological study within the context of the study of religious behaviors. Since the 1940s, the Christian and secular anti-cult movement has opposed certain groups, and in reaction to acts of violence, frequently charged those cults with practicing mind control. Scholars and media have disputed some of the claims and actions of anti-cult movements, leading to further public controversy. So, yeah, once they start getting into all that, I wanted to stop.
No, I understand, but like I can see the correlation. I felt as though, just given the nature of the topic and based off of how we're describing it, it was necessary for people to understand that do listen why we're relating religion, not that we're being anti-religion, but just speaking the truth of the matter using just basic research definitions.
I could have actually messed that up because on Wikipedia it also says cult is not to be mistaken with occult.
Occult, O-C-C-U-L-T, yeah, I know that.
Instead of C-U-L-T, O-C-C-U-L-T. So that might have been my bad. The occult is the broadest sense, is a category of esoteric supernatural beliefs and practices which generally fall outside the scope of organized religions and sciences. They're just throwing the same
yeah, they're just saying the same words but different formats. Yeah.
Now they're wanting to now they're wanting to categorize occult and cult, like conspiracy and conspiracy theory. You know, and this kind of behavior is
Because that
everywhere.
makes it to where they can do a separation.
Yeah, they can freaking categorize and break it down, and
Yeah, and make it seem as if they're not.
it's pretty bad when I look at that
Make
stuff.
it seem like it's not a cult just because they'll discuss it.
But the word cult shouldn't be a negative.
And how people are blind.
You know, see, and that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about when it comes to a lot of these topics. It's like there seems to be an intellectual group out there who just wants to freaking categorize these things to where it's interpreted as a negative thing when in reality it's not. You know what I mean? The term cult has been termed negative because of people who are freaking, you know, like what's his face, the one that did the Kool-Aid with his followers, you know, Joe. You remember the guy who he had his mass followings. He did the mass murders with his followers on that island back in the 70s.
Oh yeah. When he gave them that drink and they were supposed to be going to board the mothership or some bullcrap.
No, that was a different one.
I remember. That was wild.
That was a different
That's
one.
somebody different?
Yeah. Now that's a topic we can get into too. Like we have a lot of interesting cults that have done a lot of interesting things. It wasn't.
So that's strangeness more than it's conspiracy.
Well, yeah, that's very strange. Well, see that's the stuff that I'm talking about, or I was talking about in my comment for this post. Okay, and that's the reason why I named this strangeness is because strangeness has a whole lot more category in it than just freaking UFOs and ghosts. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things that can pertain to being strange or strangeness, like Lemuria and Atlantis. You know.
Yeah, and I never even heard of Lemuria until now. So I heard of Atlantis and I heard of it often. And there's even a Journey to Atlantis ride in Disney World. I feel as though it was in Epcot. And I could be incorrect of the park that it is in, but I've been on the Journey to Atlantis ride. And so when you're telling me that there's other continents that have been lost at sea or have been said to be sunken as well, I had no clue. This is the first time I'm hearing of this. So
now, there are some interesting things that are factual though. And what I was telling you about with New Zealand, that's really an interesting story. Like the majority of New Zealand sunk under the water. Like you've got the island of New Zealand, but the rest of its continent is like down below underwater.
wow, see, and I didn't know that because I didn't realize that was how it was.
Like New Zealand is actually a continent on its own. If you talk land.
What?
Yeah, it's a continent on its own.
Let me look. I didn't know that. What do they? They don't count it as a continent though. So, what is it guarded as an island?
Well, I mean,
how beautiful this water is. Jesus.
It's underwater. I mean, I don't know what they're planning.
Look how beautiful it is though. But isn't robots from New Zealand? People live there.
No, I don't know.
Look how beautiful it is.
He's from the island. I'm talking about. Like, there's more land that belongs to New Zealand under the water, around the beaches. You know what I mean? Go down underneath that water.
I have to do that map that you guys did yesterday. What was it called?
It's a...
Yeah, do that. Can you? Oh, I shouldn't be like this.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, can you pull it up on your thingy? Or are you going to do Google Maps? Yeah, so we can show it. That satellite view is amazing.
Yeah, It really is. Now, this
It
is.
says it's sharing your screen, but it's not. It's not. It says I still only see the chat.
Let me see what we got going on here. There we go. I've got to switch that back over and pull it up on here so that it's on the chat. Google Maps.
Okay. Oh wow, here we go. So I see New Zealand. See, is that what that is underneath? Surrounding it is where it looks like it would be a whirlwind. Yeah, that's land underneath the water.
That's land underneath the water right there.
Okay, so can we go to where is Atlantis at in regards to, and can we look at its?
They don't have any location whatsoever that indicates it. North America has been home to countless legends of various cryptids and creatures since long before the formation of the United States. Everything from Sasquatch to human-animal hybrids. Every state has a very unique story to tell. There is a legend among the locals of Mobile, Alabama, that concerns a half-wolf, half-woman creature. In April 1971, residents of Mobile, Alabama had encounters with a bizarre and strange creature. The half-woman, half-wolf creature sightings made the locals terrified. So much that they started calling the Mobile Register to report them. On April the 8th, 1971, a local newspaper reporter reported the phenomena and even displayed a drawing of the cryptid created by their illustrator. Witnesses described the creature as having the upper half of a beautiful woman and the back quarters of a wolf. According to the reports, the creature ran on all fours, just like a wolf would. Most of the sightings occurred at night. The creature was said to be fond of Plateau and Port City. Was there really such a creature wandering through Mobile at night? It doesn't seem that there were any paw prints or physical encounters. We will probably never know.
On video, I might show in the videos, but we'll see.
Yeah. Now, I am going to set it up to where you are going to have a video audio visualizer on it too, so whenever you're playing your guitar or whatever instrument you are, it'll actually show up in the video. So just so you know, it's pretty cool. Okay. And let me get I'll just put an image up for a background, since we're doing a music and hanging out and talking. At least that seems to me to be the best thing. Say something real quick for me.
Hello?
Alright, it's not.
Can you hear me alright?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just wanted to see if it was responding on the visualizer, so it looks like it's going good. Now I just have to get it all organized and set up. And now we've got you set up. So, hey, though, Austin, we're on the ball. So, and I've got everything recorded. We're good to go, or it's already recording. So, whenever you want to start doing your after show, we can start doing it. So.
Okay, what all we doing? We just listening to some of my Halloween songs I shared with you yesterday.
You can share whatever it is you want to share with it. You know what I mean? Like if you wanna, what was one of them that you wanted to share?
You can share the Seance and Ghosts one. That was a good one. And Dead of Night, definitely.
No,
John gave me a go ahead for that. So because the more publicity we get on it, the better.
Cool. Now, are you gonna play it live or?
Yeah, I'll play a couple things live too. We'll listen to some recorded, some of those ones I shared, and then I'll riff around a little bit live or whatever, for shits and giggles.
Now,
might pull out some other Phoenix from the Ashes stuff and some art stuff. We'll see.
Now, if you want, and this is the easiest way, like on your videos, if you want, you can, I believe, upload them over here on the side for video viewing. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. I can't see that. I don't have that menu on my end.
Oh, that's right. You got a phone. That's
true.
So I forgot all about that.
But you got the files I sent you, right?
I believe so. Yeah. Let me go in and double check, and because I don't want to say I do if I don't. I'm going in to check now. Usually,
I sent it to you on our private message yesterday, I think.
Yeah. Now, Austin's music. I got Lovesick, Celebrity Christianity before they were legends, I believe it was, and then Lonely Legend and Classic Mind, and then for John I have a short song, and So It Begins, Dead of Night, Softly Spoken, and then Sky Is Falling and Whiskey Blues. And I do have Discord opened up, so I could actually play those straight off of Discord in our message.
Do you have the ones I shared with you yesterday?
Yep. Possessed, Haunted Lives.
Yeah.
And Seance. And then there is Evil and Angry Spirits.
Which I was meaning to drop a video that last night when I got home from work, but I fell asleep. I finished making the video for that, but so I might try to release it tonight.
Awesome. Now, before we start playing all this, let people give yourself a plug on where people can find you on YouTube and stuff, because that's and what you go by on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. You can find me on art. That is youtube.com at art 782.
Okay.
Put a link up there. What I just said, and make sure it goes to that. I want to make sure I gave people the right link, because I can't get out of this. And go to check it, or it'll fuck everything up.
Yeah, you just still let me do all the dirty work. That's the best way to go, man. You are right.
Yeah.
You're right on that one. Let me figure out.
Get old John's music channel link too, because I'm gonna plug his music, because that's where his solo stuff, and then Phoenix from the Ashes is.
Okay. Now I've got all of that information right in the community section on the channel, so I can pull that stuff up. Actually.
Yeah, you're a little bit less limited than me, it seems.
That's one of the cool parts. Yeah, and I'll put.
That's what.
I'll go ahead.
Oh, that's one of the things I'm going to need to learn being a manager for the Wonderful World of Weirdness and stuff, is how to do live streams and get a little less limited than I am now.
Yeah, no, we keep talking about it, but it never happens. You know what I mean?
It drives me.
Oh yeah.
And I posted old John's music on here and in the chat, and then I'll go and get yours now. Because like I said,
Okay.
I can pretty well get to your guys' pretty quick. I've been posting a lot of your stuff on the Wonderful World of Weirdness's community section, as well as on my gaming one, which is Gaming with Infamous. So
Yeah, I've seen some notifications from stuff you shared, so thanks again for that, man. That helps.
well, I had to put something else on there because I really enjoy the insects, the bugs videos where like bugs play heavy metal and shit. I love that stuff. You know what I mean? So people are gonna get tired of me showing videos of like bugs playing freaking the drums and stuff. You know what I mean? They're gonna want to see the real stuff. So
Stuff made by actual musicians.
yeah. And then there's this one guy, he's got fingers missing and shit, and he makes videos like, what was one, frickin' if Black Sabbath played frickin', like what was it, like something from Cyndi Lauper and shit. So he'd actually,
Oh yeah.
he'd get on there and do stuff like that. I always found that pretty cool. Like, I really enjoy stuff like that, you know. And he
Oh yeah. Some of that stuff's cool.
yeah. So I get into stuff like that, and I get carried away because I even have like an ASMR. It's called mukbang, where this little Oriental girl eats freaking colored basil seeds and like chopped or shredded ice. I think that shit's cool too.
Okay.
Like, and that's all she does all the way through. She just eats chopped ice. You know what I mean? And there's a microphone sitting there listening to what it sounds like. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I posted I posted your stuff on there, and I believe let me see what it's called. I'm trying to see if I'm on the right track here. Yeah, I've got I believe I've got oh, these are all the stuff that's already posted, not the ones that are scheduled.
Oh, okay.
But I've got tons of them. The last one that I was able to upload or tag the link and everything for your channel was the Convenient Inconvenience. So that I'm like going all the way back to your old stuff and coming forward with it.
Yeah, I mean, almost everything on there's right now is the older stuff. I'm gradually releasing stuff that I did. I'm getting almost the stuff I did in 2020 now. So, and then I'll drop some sneak peeks of future albums here pretty soon. Now I'm starting to get caught up chronologically.
You know, like right here. I've got Instrument of Habit posted 2 days ago.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw you shared that one.
Yeah. And then Memories from old John.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was one of his best solo ones, I thought.
Yeah.
That was terrific.
So you want me to play these songs real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll play these songs and let them go. I'm getting an echo, so it's probably best that we both mute while we're doing this.
Okay, just mute my microphone.
Yeah, and I'll mute mine. And then the computer will pick up on the song. So.
Okay.
So you want me to do Possess first?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So here we go. And here we
we are going to bring you the first song from Austin Todd Art. It's called Possessed, Haunted Lives.